I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. The jed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. I'm on Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses are said in Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. a 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of MEDU Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it,
not
man.
the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
then.
you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head? I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a song.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari's stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset were used.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yes, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right. on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat KEMET.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetta did the madness. Just be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prered, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Erakuti, I overheard you While I was in the background, you said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary SEKHET, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married SEKHET. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed, so you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose, like so you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
we were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving, you know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it's just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxtafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe primordial. I know he was the primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were.
We'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word. We'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that.
Peace and greetings, everyone. Let's do a sound check to make sure everyone hears clearly. We can start this event. Sound check, mic check. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Mic check. Sound check, please press a 9. Let me check because there is a lag on mine. So My nines will not come at the same time you're pressing them, but I will check and they'll boom pop up. Welcome everyone. Let me go and check the nines. And there they are. We got Ibeti Amun with the 9. We have Amunet's Ka with the 9. Amun Ka with the 9. Nook with the past Jed 999. We have Jamestown with the 9. Wonderful. Peace, Jamestown. Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect, right on time, and right on time is Robert Williams and Minty Hotep. All right, we have some 9s in there. That means that everyone can hear me. Let's go ahead and get started with this beautiful phenomenon, this beautiful event, the Tehuti Pod class. For those that are new, watching the Tehuti Pod class, peace and love. For those who have never been here before, if you're brand new watching this for the very first time, you stepped into the house of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru. We are going to start with how we start everything that is important to us, and that is with the affirmation. Let's go ahead and start with the affirmation if everyone is ready. And what's going to happen is I'm going to put it on the screen for some of the new people and even the people that are familiar with it to read in unison, because we do things in unison as a united force. There's a focus of the matrix to create individualism, which is the opposite of every single culture that has ever existed, that people refer to when they take it back to your roots. There was nobody in any culture that was based on individualism. It was all a unified force. And so as a unified force, we're going to set the frequency with the unified force of us all saying it together, thinking it together, or just looking at the screen and reading it together. And we're going to start when I put up on the screen. We shall start on the count of 3. Everyone can see that. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S, Nin Tet, Aset and Ma'at, Min, Habapet and Ma'at, Her and Hukiui, Her E Kut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. And I will leave that up there for a few moments to marinate and digest, and for the new people to get acquainted with the words. And if you have questions, of course, you can send them in on where this originated from, what language this affirmation originated from, and of course, were the ancient ancestors ever saying words in this affirmation, sentence by sentence, before colonialism and before the matrix. If you have any of those questions, feel free to send them in. And now we're going to take it off the screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Everybody there? Wonderful, wonderful. Yes. All right, everyone. Wonderful. 1 second. Okay, everybody. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful. We are here at the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. And I'm going to ask a question. Let me see who's in the room. Minty Hotep, you're in the room. And Basa Tut, you're in the room. Nook Panuk. And Amun Amunet, if you're in the room. I'm going to put the link in the room for a quick moment. And all of you or one of you jump in for just a quick moment. I have to handle something right behind me that pertains to one of the beautiful animals who's trying to communicate with me right now. And I need to communicate back with him right now. He's all the way from the Nile Valley, and he needs to be communicated with for just a minute or two. and then I shall be right back. So Minty Hotep, Peace to the New People, Inner Journey. I love that. Love that name. That is literally the success and failure duality of every individual that exists. Their inner journey can be their success and their failure. That is a beautiful name. Wonderful. We're actually going to be discussing, just for a little, what do they call that in the world? What do they call that? Newsbreaker? I forgot what they call that in the society. But today's class, one of the questions is actually going to be on this, the inner journey. So that's interesting. Stay tuned. So I put the link in the room. I believe that I put in the room. Nook Panook, Minty, or Angela Gates, or Basatut. If you can jump on the panel for just a moment, I have to tend to something. Just for a moment before I start. That is very important happening right behind me with one of my friends from the Nile Valley is behind me, and he has to be tended to for a quick moment. Then I can come right back and start. How you doing, Jamestown? I don't know if that's a new name. I see so many names. I will attempt to jump on later. Okay, is anybody ready to jump on now? RPM, you've supported, you can jump on. Who is this? I like new names. Who's this? The Ninth Power, Rahubat Musar. Okay, Ninth Power, you're gonna maybe support the pod class and then jump up on the panel, introduce yourself while you're at the pod class anytime within this several hours, and tell us what is what that translates to. Okay. Okay, we got Minty Hotep here. Wonderful, wonderful. Minty Hotep. Okay, wonderful. I don't see any other Hotep. Where's Menko Ra? Where's Ptah? Where is everybody? But we have you, Minty. So all we need is you. I'm going to step off with Shadow Body. He's a bigger, more dangerous version of what I gave you. He's like the ones I gave you, except for a little riskier. So I'm going to step off.
Is Shadow Body, is he venomous?
Of course, yes. That's he's of the mildly venomous. He's of the highest of the mildly. He's not the king. He's not the cobra and the black mamba that bite you and you just enter the nets are curd. But
right. You said motley, right?
What's that?
Motley, right?
What's motley? What's that?
No, is that what you said?
His name or the type?
The type.
Oh, I didn't even say the type yet. He's a Boega. He's a Boega Melatona Silawasi. They call him Melatona or Melanota because of all the melanin he has. He's from a particular island, and he's a Boega, highly venomous of the medium venomous snakes. That means his bite is not going to kill you, but it's going to ruin your week.
Yeah.
So I'm going to step off for just a moment, deal with one of the beings behind me from the Nile Valley, and I'll be right back. You all build with the people, and I'll be right back. Peace.
All right, peace. Enjoy your break, Saba. Hey, so welcome everybody. I can't see what's going on in the chat. Let me check my TV. Yeah, I can't see what's going on in the chat, but welcome everybody. I saw we had some new people in the building. We had Inner Journeys. I haven't seen that name here before, so welcome Inner Journey. Peace Hotep, brother Bastatut.
Peace, Minty. Peace. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Just making my way through the PER. Another Saturday. Great to be back in class. I got my cats running around the place. They are active today, and I'm just happy to be here. How are you doing?
Doing great. I'm doing wonderful. Yeah, I'm here in the Matrix as usual while I'm here at work, while in class, but I'm doing great. Ready for this class. Very interested in what Sab was going to teach about today. When I saw magic mushrooms, I was like, oh, okay. We're going to go there today.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to be an interesting conversation, an interesting class.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it sounds like Saba's gonna take us down the rabbit hole.
Oh, of course, right? Right? That the Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole, right?
Yes, that's actually a question that I've been meaning to send into Saba, for a breakdown on Alice in Wonderland. Like he broke down the Matrix. I think that would be really interesting to see all of the symbology and all of everything that we're looking at with Alice in Wonderland and how it relates to the magic mushroom. So that's perfect. I don't know exactly who asked the question, but that's a great question to ask Saba about. Did our ancestors partake in mushrooms and psychedelics, psilocybin, and things of that nature? Because I know that the cow is active in our ancestry, and I know that the mushrooms are grown on the cow feces. So that's gonna be an interesting tie-in, because you know Saba always has a way of tying things together.
Yes, definitely. Also, the mushrooms are a fungus. Saba gave that wonderful class about the fungi and everything about fungus is part of who we are. One of the first things of life that was here on this planet in order to create life too. So so maybe we'll dive into that a little bit as well. So yeah, very interesting. In a past life of mine, I've definitely had some experiences with certain things, but yeah, won't go too deep into that. But yeah, so I'm very interested in that, and the foods also, the foods of the gods. I've always been curious about that because I have an altar, and I remember speaking with the great brother on great brother Moon about what foods to put on their altar and what to feed to the material, the last pathways event we had in October. So yeah, because I remember we had a conversation about duck, because they used to eat a lot of duck, putting duck on there or certain things to put on your altar.
Okay.
For offering and stuff. So yeah, I'm interested in that as well. Welcome back.
Great.
Saba.
Welcome back, Saba.
Peace, greetings. I am back. Couldn't deal with that situation right now because the one that's walking around, and I don't want to bother the other ones. He walked under Komodo's enclosure, so he's just walking around, and I'm let him walk around and enjoy himself. And when he comes out in the open, I'll have to go tend to him. Well, let's get to the intro. And Minty Hotep and Basa Tut Maka Octafek, since you are here, you see what the thumbnail is before I get into the intro. Interesting thumbnail. I'm sure one of you have, or both of you have maybe come across this topic at all. I don't know if any of you heard of this. But these are some of the questions. Did the ancient people of Kemet use psychedelics? Did the quote-unquote ancient Egyptians use mushrooms? What is the food of the gods? Psychedelics and Egypt magic mushrooms. Are you all familiar with this? Have you heard of any of this? I mean, I sometimes have mushrooms with my cheat meal, but what have you heard about this, Minty? Do they do magic?
Yeah, I haven't heard that tie into any of our ancestry. But as I was telling Basa Tut, I know that the psilocybin mushroom grows on the cow feces. So
Okay.
I was just wondering if that any way ties in. So it's a great question for whoever asked it.
Okay, wonderful. Basa Tut, you talk. I'll be right back again. Hold on.
I don't recall anything specifically, but I believe I've heard some teachers speak about the ancestors, or the ancient Egyptians using certain psychoactive substances and it being in their system when they found as mummies and whatnot. So I don't know if it's specifically mushrooms or whatnot, but they talked about other substances being in their system and everything. So yeah, it's definitely. I'm curious if it was something. I don't think they really needed it because I mean, if you're already in tune with spirituality with the dua and the mentor and all that, you don't really need these substances outside of yourself to connect to to get in a shamanic state and whatnot. You know, if you're in tune also with meditation and frequencies, you can reach certain states just based off, you know, in trance states, just being in the brain frequency waves, you know, being in a delta wave or a theta wave or a gamma wave state. You can reach these states of, you know, they call psychedelic or trance states. So yeah,
trance states.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be interested to see just as an amplifier. I just thought of something while you were talking, is that I heard something about the lotus plant being used as has psychedelic properties. So I'm not sure if the blue water lily or the lotus plant has those psychedelic properties, but I heard of that recently, and I heard it being done as of recent in Egypt. So it's gonna be really good. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, definitely. I believe I heard that too. But I know that also they drink it as a tea to help with memory as well. So I mean, if it's affecting your brain like that, so maybe it does have some type of psychedelic effects on yourself. And honestly, you got to go into the etymology of what psychedelic is in the first place too, right?
That part, yes.
That's the first part of breaking the matrix, right? That's what are they talking about? Oh, psychedelic and whatnot, magic mushrooms, right?
Right. Yeah. That's good. That's a great catch. Doing the etymology just gives us a reference point to what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, gotta get back to the origin, the roots. So, I have to mute for a moment. You can hold it down.
And as far as what about the food for the gods, yeah, when I set my altars, I usually place a food or a drink, depending on what specifics of energy that I'm working with. Last night I was working with I called forth the goddess Newt, and I had put some wine out for her and a few other things that represented Earth. So and a candle and a few other things. So yeah, when you connect with whatever when you attempt to connect to whatever you have intentions to connecting with, I believe it's also very pleasing for the deity or the entity to be offered something. So that's going to be great. So we have 2 questions that I saw on the thumbnail. Everybody that's listening, you know, if you haven't gotten the Meta-Netter classes, I would highly suggest reaching out to SABA and sending in for the Meta-Netter Magical Monday classes that he has recorded. They're great classes. I think he had mentioned that there's about 62 of them, I believe, and I learned a great deal in those classes, and it's just like we'll go in with the topic and kind of freeform into other topics that aren't discussed here on the pod class. Welcome back, Saba.
Peace, 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 and thank you for speaking in that intermission while I had to handle the being behind me, and shout out to the new names. I don't know if this is a new name. I've heard of Mike Ferg, but not Mehez Mike Ferg. Maybe it's the same brother, just added the Mehez to it. But shout out to Mike Ferg. Shout out to M Monroe. M Monroe. Okay, good. We're gonna get started, everybody. So peace and love. We're gonna do the intro and get started on the Tehuti pod class. And but Minty Otep, you were saying that you had not heard. You already commented where you heard about the mushrooms in KEMET.
Yeah, but I added on to it. I heard something about the lotus plant or the blue water lily being used with psychedelic properties.
Okay, interesting. And interesting. Okay, and Basatun Maka Oxafek, are you there, good brother? He's taking a break. Okay, so what I'm gonna do?
He's in the Matrix right now.
What's that?
He's in the Matrix right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna in the Matrix right now. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get started with the intro, and then get into the into what the Tehuti podcast is about for the new people watching, and get into the questions and answer section, and let people know where they have just fallen into. So I'm going to say peace and love to you, Minty. Peace and love to you, Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect. Jump in the room and let's get straight to it, everybody.
Absolutely, peace and love.
Okay. Peace and love, peace and love. I'm gonna put there's Basa Tut, and I think Minty's froze, so I'm gonna help her out. Go like this, boom. And I think she's stuck in the back now. So let's go boom. Okay, good. Okay, good. Peace and love, everybody. Once again, press the 9 if you can hear me. And we are about to get started with this wonderful Tehuti pod class. Peace and love, everyone. Press the 9 if you can hear me clearly. Press the 9 if you can hear me clearly. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to all those who are attending. I don't have any of my male moderators in the room. I don't know where Pata is. Pata, are you around? Is Primordial around? Mankura? You know. But peace and love to all those who are here. Shout out to you. Shout out to Anpu Ma'at. Shout out to Nanya Setmer. She's a moderator. She's in here. Shout out to Nanya Setmer and Ankia Ma'at. Welcome, everybody. Let's get started. So for those who are new in the room, press 7 if you're new. If Inner Journey, if you're new, press 7. If some of the names I've seen above are new, press 7. If not, if you've been here for over a year, don't worry about pressing 7. But if you've been here for any less than a month, press a 7. Peace and love to everyone. Shout out to everyone. Peace and love. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher. Oh, Inner Journey, press the 7. Jose Mania. Hey, Jose, there he is. Okay, there, Menku Ara is here. We have 3 of the moderators here. So peace and love, everyone. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I have been teaching, answering questions, and guiding people for over 35 years. When did you start, Tehuti? When you were 6? What? So I've been teaching and raising people's consciousness for several decades, and my mission began by me being around these. This is Shadow Body. He's a Boega Selawati. His name is Shadow Body. He represents the black body, the internal body of man, that was called the KHAIBIT, and that was called the shadow body, of which we'll be discussing today. The double body, the bioenergetic projectable double, and he represents the bioenergetic projectable double on the blackened side, called the shadow body or the KHAIBIT, because the KHAIBIT is a shadow, which is a double of the physical body when light is cast on it. So the ancient ones use the word KHAIBIT and black light as a way to describe the bioenergetic projectable double on the other side, in the quantum side of consciousness, as opposed to the electron fermion side that we are so familiar with. And these beings, snakes, turtles, spiders, and other life forms that people consider are addressed as nature or non-human or wildlife, ever since I was a youth in my single digits, I found it upon myself to go out and spend time with them for hours and hours and hours of the day, and unsync myself with what was going on with regular people. And the way that I did that is I went into the swamps, I went into the ponds, I went into the forest, I went into the fields, and I sat there as a child and I analyzed these. I would catch certain animals and I would bring them home, and then I would bring them back into the wild. I would let them go, and then I would notice that they would come back to me. And so I would take them home, feed them, take care of them, and then take them back, release them. And then when I would come back to the wild, some of them would recognize me and come back to me and not associate me with fear. I started developing a relationship out of respect by understanding that those beings on this physical plane are our superiors. As I was analyzing and becoming in tune with the animal forms, I was very disappointed at what was happening with the humans, the people that surrounded me that wanted to push me into organized religions, Christianity and of the such. And I would always wonder, what did the indigenous people say? I was wondering this since I was a child. What does it actually say in the word of God that you're coming from? And I would go investigate, and I would find that the word of God did not comport with the animal, wildlife, tribal videos that I was watching. It didn't seem to be there. When I would study the animals, they didn't seem to have this religious understanding. When I would look at the tribes of Zimbabwe, when I was a child looking at the tribes of Zimbabwe, looking at what they call the Khoisan tribes of what they call South Africa, when I would look at the Zulu tribes, when I would just study a lot of the tribes, and I've studied a lot of the wildlife and animal videos, I did not seem to see any of them representing any of these ways that are biblical or Quranic. It seems like the God of Christianity and the Quran just seemed to zoom by those people and have left them blind. I started asking questions when I was a child that would get my my family members angry. They were snake style type questions that were irritating them, and the questions were of such: does God love the entire world? Yes, he does. Does he give the entire world a chance to hear his word and not become sinners? They would say yes. And I would say, what is the name of the Eskimo scriptures? And these are some of what they were calling, what was being called snake style questions. I wasn't saying there wasn't any. My questions don't deal with was or wasn't. I just want to know where they are. I'm going to jump on the side of the Christian and, of course, assume that God loves anybody, so everybody, and that we're all his children. So, of course, he gave the Eskimos his holy scripture. I just want to know where they are so I can participate in them. As a child, I never got an answer. It seems like the Eskimos were left behind. So I said, okay, well, the Eskimos, fine. The Navajo, the Nehe people, the Native Americans, what is the name of their scripture of the apostles and of Jesus and of the holy word of God? I just want to know so I can go to the powwow and go to the reservation and read the scripture with them. I can become acquainted with the scriptures that they are acquainted with, and then we can all read together. And as a child, I was left answerless. Never seemed to God an answer for the scriptures of the people of Zimbabwe. I didn't seem to know or find the scriptures of the people of the Khoisan tribe. I didn't seem to find the Zulus talking about Moses. I didn't seem to find any of the ancient cultures talking about these people. I was very, very intrigued and interested as to why this wasn't so. I would read the scriptures very diligently, and I would come up with certain questions when I would see contradictions. This set a tone, which is a part of what created and heightened my senses because of the fact that I was around animals for so long and not around the matrix, not around people. I was not accustomed to regular people socializing. I was always around the animals. When I got around people, I became very hypersensitive that something was strange or off. Something was being controlled. I thought that there was a psyops I didn't call it a psyops when I was a child, but I knew that something was happening where people were being mentally controlled by a force that didn't have their best interest in mind. And because of this, I started asking more questions. As I analyzed the animals, the wolves, the hyenas, the ants, the termites, the bees, I started seeing they had a very structured system, very coordinated, very organized. It didn't seem wild, yet the people were telling me that those were wild animals. Those were wild creatures. I would look at the people that were around me, and one would be a Muslim, one would be a Christian, one would like donuts, one would like going to the gym, one didn't work out, one did work out, one was fat, one was skinny, one smoked, one didn't smoke, one did crack, one did heroin, one did this, one did that. One like going to the club, one like going to the Presbyterian church. And I said, this is unorganized. This seems wild to me. The people seem wild. They seem to be all over the place, and there seems to be no unison. They seem extremely wild, and I would look at the animals, and the animals would seem very organized, but yet the people were telling me that we're God's children, and the animals are wildlife, and we're the civilized life, and we're in the image and likeness of this God, but yet people are all over the place with their thoughts, ideas. People are suffering from schizophrenia. People are suffering from dementia. I've yet to see an animal with dementia yet. People need the dentist. I didn't know the lions didn't need a dentist. Snakes didn't need a dentist. Elephants didn't need a dentist. We need all type of dentistry and cavities and high blood pressure and all these different things that people were going through. Diabetes, 1, 2, high blood pressure. People were getting AIDS, and I was wondering, which one of the cats have AIDS? Oh, they can't catch AIDS. I was wondering what was happening here, and then I started to realize that something was controlling the environment to make people sick. Something was controlling the environment to confuse people and take them away from their original path. In the animals, there was no focus on taking them from their original path, except for when you went to the zoo. And when you go to the zoo, you never use a zoo animal as a reference of strength, ever. When you say the conquering lion of Judah, we're the great lions, we're the Detroit this, and we're the Red Bulls and all this. When you use lions and animals, it's never the ones at the zoo. And those were the ones being controlled, and people were using wildlife as symbols of power, but not the ones that were not wild. And I was saying something is floating around here. If that's wildlife and these are not wild because they're controlled by people, why is it that zoo animals are never used as symbols of strength, but the ones in the wild are used for people who say that we're not wild? And I started to see that we were just in a state of complete confusion. All type of religions, Christianity, everything, smoking, all type of different things that was drinking beer, spending our money every which way. And I decided to put myself through the test. And the test was, could I survive just off of using my conscious creativeness? I did not want to get a job. I did not want to go to school. I started rebelling against school. That resulted in me being expelled from every single school that I went to. A situation took place, and I was forbidden from going to churches and schools. Forbidden. Had a debate with my mother's pastor, won the debate. According to her, she kicked him out of the house from embarrassment, and I was legally removed from churches and legally removed from the premises of churches. I have a restraining order against me because of that debate when I was a child. I have been legally removed from schools. I do not get along in the school system. I ask too many questions. I would break into the school, break into the library, study and gather information, and come back out at recess time and start teaching the students in the hallways. And then when the ringer would go off, ding, I would go break back into the library. I'm already banned and expelled, but I'll break into the school strictly for the purpose of teaching these students. And I would live this life as a complete rebellious life because I knew back then there was a matrix going on. As time went on, kicked out of the schools, expelled from schools, not allowed on school premises, kicked out of the church, notarized letter on my mother's door that I am not allowed within the premises of churches legally, and my life was being threatened. So everything that I tried to join ended up being a threat on my life for freedom. So in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, my freedom was threatened because I have a restraining order against churches, all Seventh-day Adventist churches in the particular area, or I will go to jail. That's my freedom being taken. In the schools, I was legally removed from the school, so if I go on the school premises, I am trespassing. I joined a group, and there was a group that was out called the Nuwabians. They seemed to be breaking down religions. I liked that they were breaking down religions. I ended up joining that, ended up becoming the top teacher there because I was using my animals and animal references to teach. The teacher of that organization started saying that he's going to take the information from me. He said he's going to take information from me and reteach it. It's not inside of his books. And he would ask me in the class, what is it you were teaching about these nature plants? And he said, I'm taking it from him. Don't get mad at him or me. You'll take my information. I'm going to take his. Situations like that took place, and the other students did not like that. So my life became threatened with them. They brought torches to my environment, to my home, and told me that if I continue to teach things that are not within their doctrinal books, they were going to burn down my property. And they literally came with torches to my property. The other ones were saying they were going to put me in a body bag. The other ones started spreading a rumor that I worked for the FBI, and I was the one giving information to get the particular leader put in jail, and that's where I got my Cadillac Escalade from. And I was being bribed by the FBI. So now my life was being threatened by every single situation in every organization. Either my life or freedom is threatened, whether it's church, whether it's school, or whether it's in that organization. So my life was threatened, or freedom was threatened inside of all of those things. And that is exactly how an animal lives. And that got me more in tune with the animals, because every animal lives every day with the fear of his life being threatened and the urge to kill another life or to hunt for his family. So it is always on guard and always sharp. And the fact that I could not be around any organization, whether it was religious, whether it was Black consciousness, whether it's the school system, without my life being threatened, heightened my awareness even more. Where I was a complete individual. I couldn't seem to join the groups because I'm always being threatened, or my freedom is being threatened of being taken away from me. So what did I do? Hey, where are you going? No. How did you find that little hole right there? That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. So what did I do? I continued to teach, but I taught in an unorthodox fashion, which was, I ended up becoming extremely low in income because I couldn't go to school. I couldn't get a job. I didn't know anything about W-2s. So I had to learn how to survive just off of my consciousness while teaching the people. So what I did is I went into websites and found people that wanted to know about health, and I started teaching them for free for almost a year. And by gathering the trust of the people that I taught, I started seeing that I have products. I didn't have any products, but I said I can get them. Send me this money and I will get the products. I had no way of knowing where the products were going to come from. I found somebody who finally wanted to deal with me, and he met me and said he would give me these products to go and sell and survive. And when I met him, he threatened my life. He said, if I reveal any of the secrets, where to get these products, any companies, any family business, he said, I'm going to put you in a cement to the shoes. You see that? You see the pond over there? We're going to put the ticket in and we're going to whack you. And I was like, this sounds like the movies I used to watch when I was a child. What do you mean whack me? But that's what I really do. I'm not really into the fitness. Fitness is a hobby. What I really do is I take people's lives. And I take people's lives if they mess with the boss. And I was like, what? I was looking for the cameras, set, take two, one movie set am I on? And he showed me what he used to take. So I said, okay, I will not reveal this. None of my life's being threatened again. So I take this information, start teaching the conscious people, so-called conscious people, how to get these products, how to sell the products, what is it about health, how to teach people about health. And I started creating a little circle of people around me that wanted to do that and break away from having regular jobs. My aunts helped me with learning about real estate. I took knowledge that she taught, and I took it and I started investing into properties without using physical money. I was using a paper system to invest into properties and flip homes without using any money. And I was flipping $200,000 homes, and I was taking the homes and I was housing people in the conscious community. So I would take homes before they sell, and I would house the people in the conscious community while teaching them how to flip homes and how to sell supplements. And I was trying to help the people in that way, to let them know just like me. You do not have to survive off of working for the man and getting a 9 to 5. You can do this. That went on for a period of time until the people showed me that they did not appreciate that. They actually did a bad deal, and I ended up leaving them. To make a long story short, I separated from people completely. I said I just wanted to be around my animals, and I want to be around my family. And I went to Canada, set up a family with 3 women and 2 children, and I started taking care of 3 women and 2 children single-handedly by doing magic on the streets, while saving up to move here to California so I could do this on a consistent basis with better weather. And I wanted to teach the people. So I would set up beside pastors and put huge unks on the floor and put carpets on the floor and do magic right beside the churches that were outside. The pastors with the megaphone screaming, I performed magic, and I would put books out, books called Sex Magic and Big Unks, and the church you were looking at me, and I'm performing, telling stories to bring those people's loved ones back to them. And I said, does your pastor do this? And I was gaining students while making a living because I was getting tips for every magic effect that I was doing. Not working for any man, not working for anybody, no W-2s, they knew nothing about it. And I would go out from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night in the freezing cold. This is Canada, -8 degrees. And I'm doing this to support my family while teaching and building up students. And I'm out there in the cold in this thing called Louis Blanc night, and it's freezing. My hands are like this, and I'm performing magic to raise up the people's consciousness and also to show people that you can make a survival without having to go and work for them. And people use the magic interest to ask me questions about the Ankh, about the symbolisms, and I would start teaching live classes right there beside the pastor. And I was doing magic and out-of-body experiences with people right there on the streets. People didn't know what was happening. It was an amazing thing. So originally, the pod class or my classes were out on the streets with me actually performing magic for the students, making money while teaching beside a pastor. That was the original classes that I had set up. At any rate, I continued on with this, came to California, and I continued doing the same thing. Found the pier, found the beaches, and started doing magic, gaining students. As all this is going on, none of the students that I'm teaching are showing any reciprocity for all the lives that I'm touching, saving, and people that are having testimonies. None of them associated with reciprocity. They say, thanks, man, you're the greatest. Thanks, man, you're the greatest. And I would see people leave and go buy donuts. Dunkin' Hines, Lay's potato chips, a little bit of weed on the side, go to the Avengers movie. And I would see that the Matrix set up a system where there was no association with the hard money you worked for your spiritual advancement. But in the ancient cultures, all of them worked for that. You had to work half of a year for you to even gain 1 per Mharu. But in this society, the money that was being spent were on frivolous things that were actually destroying people. And I had wanted to change that. Some of the students and my lady at the time, who's in the pod class right now, Nani and Samir, and some other students that aren't here anymore, said that I should check out YouTube. And there's several people on YouTube that are teaching, but they're nowhere in my category. I checked out YouTube, saw the people I was already familiar with them. I said, oh, that's the pastor that I converted in 1994. He's a YouTube guy now, and now he's teaching about Christianity came from KEMET. He came to debate me in 1994 and became my student after I won the debates back in 1994. And he was my pastor's student. And now he's on YouTube as somebody teaching how Christianity came from KEMET. And that's my student. I said, oh, the other guy there, that other guy that gets 200,000 views who's not free anymore, not around us anymore. Well, that was the son of my student. That's one of the sons. He was like 8 years old at the time. Oh, these are my students that are online teaching. These are students, and these are people I would listen to on audio that was being played online and offline, and the audio was my voice teaching, and somebody photoshopped my head off of the audio thumbnail or whatever it was, and put their face, their head on my head, and it's my voice teaching. And I said, oh, that one's my student. That one is the one I converted from Christianity, was a pastor. That's the son of my student. And the audio that you are listening to, listen closely to the voice. I said, that's my voice, and those are my hands. That's my shoulders and my body. But somebody put another head on top of it and put their name as Amenhotep, and they took my name and my body and started propagating the. And I said, what type of world is this? This world is very strange. This isn't what I was raised up on. So I decided I said, let me come back and just intermingle with the people and see what's actually taking place. And I started doing interviews, and the interviews led to these debates that I didn't want to be a part of. I thought I was going to an interview, and they set up the interview by putting on the flyer, Tehuti wants all the smoke. And I didn't even know what smoke was, man. I didn't know anything about this new age talk, internet world. Tehuti wants smoke. I didn't use that type of talk. I just said I'm coming for an interview, and they set me up with a debate with the champion of that particular league. I said I don't debate online, but I'll do this. And all I did is I took my Wednesday class. I used to have Wednesday classes with my students here, and I took a Wednesday class from my couch, and I put it up on the screen and won the debate. And then they set me up with another person, and I won that debate from one of my classes. Set me with another person, and all of my debates were just based on the teachings of the netter from my Wednesday classes, and I kept winning debates over and over again until I eventually got bored. I said, oh, this is cool, this is all right, but this is not what I do, but I want to continue teaching. I ended up leaving that whole debate league and just continued my teaching with people. To make a long story short, one of the channels that was on YouTube that were doing some teachings apparently was Killer Priest, who had a couple of people on, more like astrologers and such. And Killer Priest had said that he wanted to talk to me because he knew that I was a part of that organization and lived with that particular teacher. He wanted to interview somebody that believed in the Anunnaki and knew that particular teacher. And so I said, yes, I'll come on. I will do an interview. And I set up a master class as a gift for Killer Priest. And ever since that day, Killer Priest gave me the show to run the next day and had me on the show every single Monday. It was Ma'at Mondays, and had me running the Killer Priest podcast. My students from around the world started seeing me because Killer Priest gets a lot of views. They said, hey, aren't you my teacher from Tallahassee, Florida? Aren't you the one from Canada? Aren't you the one from Georgia? Aren't you the one from... That's you, right? You have a different name now. I remember your voice. Your voice, you look a little different. You look a little different, but I remember your voice. So that's me. So people started setting up one-on-ones with me. One-on-ones, and it was taking up so much time to do one-on-ones, to do the Killer Priest show. So I said, you know what I'm going to do, Killer Priest? Instead of having the show being taken up by people sending in all these questions to me, I'm going to do that on my channel. I'm going to set up a way for them to come. AD was so impressed with the way I was answering questions, he dumped his wallet in my hand and said, take all of this money, and this is what you deserve, and I'm going to get you paid on the Killer Priest show. We don't pay anybody, but I'm going to pay you. And I said, thank you. I'm not asking for that, but thank you. And he was the first one to show reciprocity. The very first one. You can all thank AD from the Killer Priest Podcraft. He was the first one to give me money directly for my teachings as a form of reciprocity. And I said, thank you. I decided that I'm going to see if the rest of the world wants to partake in the particular gift that I've developed since I was 8 years old, since I was a young individual, the hypersensitivity to the matrix, to be able to answer questions since I was around 19 years old or 18 in the schools. Do they want this, and is it worth anything to them? Is it worth as much as a nickel bag of weed? Is it worth as much as the new Nike shoes, the going to the Knicks game, watching a concert, going to the Avengers movie, and then you have to buy the $8 popcorn? Could teachings that actually resurrect your consciousness higher than whatever you're getting on the regular internet from source of the ancestors and breaking the matrix? Because I am a magician. I spent all of my finances on magic. So therefore, not only am I hypersensitive to the matrix, but also I know how the matrix works because I've been taught by the master teachers that teach those who take the principles of that magic to run the matrix. Not David Blaine, Chris Angel, not David Copperfield. No, they're teachers. So I understand. I see certain things. Plus, I've done a lot of different things to myself to alter the way that my brain works, and it was a risk to do so, but this is what I wanted to do to develop not only my spiritual self, but also my neuronic connections and all type of things that I had to do to myself that were risking, mentally health risking and all type of different things, but it was worth it because it made me even more hypersensitive, but the people truly appreciate it. So I told Killer Priest, I'm going to set up what's called the pod class. It's going to be from the word pod and class, and it's going to be a way for me to come to the class with no lecture pre-prepared, but I'm going to do the hardest thing that a teacher could ever do. He said, what's that, Tehuti? Set up a class based on what the students want to ask about. And the students are going to send reciprocity for the time and the elevation that they're getting and the answer, and me writing a book for them. You send a question and you get a book created for you, your own personalized book with video streams, and you'll see, for the new people, you get a personalized book, performance, teaching, class, interactive based on your question. And you appreciate this more than the Avengers movie, more than the money that we spent on the fireworks, one box of fireworks, more than the chocolate box you bought your girlfriend to make up with her, the box of chocolates and a rose, Six Flags, the millions of dollars that we spend on things that are actually detrimental to our mental and spiritual health. Can I bring people to a level where they appreciate this, even 1/100th of that? Not equal, because if it was equal, then people would be spending, it's not going to be equal, because the matrix is extremely powerful, but at least 1/100th of it, are they appreciative enough? And when I started doing one-on-ones with people, I said, I'm not going to tell you what to send me. I'm not telling you any amount of money. Let me do the one-on-one with you, and you send the support based on what I did for you. That's how this started. After I did the one-on-ones, people were sending me $200 for speaking with them for an hour and a half, $100, and I never asked for a penny. I realized that what I was doing was beyond what they were getting out there, because I see people on other YouTube channels asking for $6, $10 and not getting it. I would just do one-on-ones. I'm not asking for any particular amount, whatever you feel. And the life-changing answer was having high donations. So I said, I'm going to set up a pod class like that. Send a question in and watch a masterful designed answer that will hit you, break a matrix inside of you, and you will be able to take to your friends and family, master it, play it for them, and break them out of different topics that they're in, while uplifting yourself and learning what you actually were before the matrix. So people may say, well, what type of questions are we able to ask Tehuti at this new concept that you brought to the internet world? I was doing this before the internet was invented, but I decided to take this from there was no YouTube when I was doing this. YouTube hadn't been invented yet. There was no such thing as the Google, Wikipedia. None of those things existed when I actually created this originally. When I was actually doing this originally back in 1994, 5, and 6, and setting up my students to do this, none of that was actually invented yet. When I was teaching people about the Matrix, years before the Matrix movie came out, nobody was doing that, was not being done. I decided to take it to the internet. So they said, how could you do that, Tehuti? How can you set up a class based on a question? I said, I'm not going to say a word till the question is sent in. Well, what is can we just ask you about KEMET? No. Ask me about whatever it is that will heighten your prerogative of your agenda of enlightenment. What do you mean, Tehuti? Well, here's an example. Boom. $100. First of all, there's never been in Earth's history where a question and answer class has been set up, especially on YouTube, where somebody's sending in $100, and it's for the support, because Biged Leisure has been with me for so long. He understands what it takes to do this, but here's $100. So it's never been done on YouTube before, because people are used to spending this on a down payment for a pair of Nikes. But somebody, Biged Leisure, is asking me about speaking with the ancestors or talking about the ancestors, and his hair stands up on the back of his head. Now, this is a common situation, but why does it actually why does this actually happen? When you're speaking about the ancestors, when you're doing ancestor worship, why does hair stand up on the back of your head? And he sent in this question. He said he saw passing birds. He wanted to know about all of this. He knew he couldn't send this anywhere else, so he sent this into the pod class. This is about hair standing up on the back of the head. This one's about the hippocampus and its relation to Kemetic spirituality, which has nothing to do with HDHD. $40 sent in for a complete class on HDHD. Do you see the diversity of questions that can be asked here at the Tehuti Pod class that is not being done anywhere else? From ADHD to the Ark of the Covenant, from the Ark of the Covenant to gingivitis, gingivitis and bleeding gums. What type of toothpaste should we use? I gave a, go watch that class. That's all. Go watch that class. So what type of toothpaste, which has nothing to do with feng shui, this is supposed to be from a completely different culture. Here's a great supportive student who's continuously supporting. I'm going to set up the consistent supporter announcements and the high supporter announcements, of which Sarah Jean makes both of them. She's asking about feng shui. What does feng shui have to do with ADHD? What does ADHD have to do with 666 Mark of the Beast? And what does 666 Mark of the Beast have to do with a movie I've never seen before when $30 is sent in for a never-ending story breakdown? I have never seen the never-ending story movie to this day, but for the new people watching, you can ask the people in the class, what did you think of that answer? To eyesight, to hyperhidrosis, Hotep Saba, you're very important to me and people who support and follow Ma'at from your teachings. I appreciate you, big brother. I sent a donation for hyperhidrosis breakdown also. Is there any home remedies that I can use to combat this problem I've had since a kid? Peace and love, Utu, House of Atten forever. And you saw his testimony at the beginning of this class. To heart stroke, someone sends in a question about the Orion star constellation. I'm already looking at the answer to that question. He changes it because a letter was misspelled and it got changed from the Orion star constellation to therapeutic approaches for recovering from a stroke. Navajo skinwalkers, which has nothing to do with heart stroke. The Mandela effect, the Johnny Carson aspect of the Mandela effect. Is time speeding up? UFO meeting in the Pentagon. Not only is the House of Atten, and not only am I about bringing families together, because all families that are part of the House of Atten is strengthened due to being a part of the House of Atten. We are a family organization of those in the same consciousness. Not Uncle Rick, not Uncle Ruckus from South Carolina, not your uncle from. I'm talking about building this similar consciousness. And not only am I bringing families together, but this brother here sent in for an out-of-body experience class. And one of the most impossible things you can ask somebody for, his mother passed in the time that I was teaching him. And he wanted to make connection back with his deceased mother, not his mother in California. Not can I find my lost mother in Missouri. His mother physically died, and he set up a question on how to set up ancestral contact with her and how to go into that realm and find her. And I taught him how to do so. It took a few classes, a pod class, and one or two one-on-ones. And now he has a direct relationship and can go by choice into that realm and not only contact his deceased mother, but also his other family members had passed. Now he's making contact with them. That is the same spiritual path of all of our ancestors, now looked at as spookism and pseudo. But that's the Zulus, that's the Ifa, that's Kemet, that's Sumeria, that's the Navajo. Every one of them, ancestral contact with the deceased, making back contact. That is a part of all of, or most of the ancient cultures that everybody's saying get back to your roots. How much is that worth? $50 is 4 bags of popcorn at the Avengers movie. Each bag is $8.50. $50 is a few bags of that. Four bags of that with tax. So 4 bags of popcorn, and now this man is making connection with his deceased mother. Much more valuable than a pair of Nikes. And so I set up this system. It seems to be working. It seems to be happening. And then I set up what's called the House of Atten, because I saw the family structure being built. I saw people coming together and doing things as a family, connecting as a family. And I once said to certain individuals that I'm not interested in setting up any type of group because they failed me. They fail. They're not consistent like the animals. I don't think that people actually want a systemized structured group. So therefore, it will only be set up if the people wanted it. So I ran the podcast for a couple of years and saw that the people wanted that. They wanted to bring back the ancient ways of unity. And that's what I was always about. The word KEMET means unity. People just think that it means your black skin. No, it means to be complete. Smawi Tawi or Smawi means to unify. The names of our ancient ancestors were based on unification. And so I developed based on the name that I had, that I was given because I was told by an individual that I hold the spirit of Akhenaten, and his name was Amenhotep. And that if I gained 3 teachers that were qualified, I would be able to put the name Ra at the end of Amenhotep. I accomplished all tasks. It took me over 6 years to do so, and decided to develop what is called the House of Aten, with a sound acronym that sounds like Aten, but it's really the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru, because nobody was representing the Netzeru when I came back on the scene. Not one individual. They were all saying the Netzeru were just principles. There's no sentence in any writing that states that. They were just principles. That is something brought by the Egyptologists. And so I came back on the scene representing the Netzeru, bringing back things to source, just as my ancestor Akhenaten wanted to bring everything back to the Aten, which was the source. He wanted to tear down things and start over again and focus back on the Aten. You could still have the other material, but focus on source. And I realized that that is what I was doing since I was 7 years old. What is the source information? What did the ancestors say when I was 19 years old, asking these questions? What does it say in the originals? And I wanted to always bring things back to the source. So I set up the House of Aten as a unified, functioning, structural movement because the people did want so. And it took me years and years of doing the podcast before I would ever associate myself as being running any particular structured movement. Because when you're running a particular structured movement, the people will use the students that are using your name. My teacher's Tehuti, my teacher's Tehuti. And when they see them doing a bunch of ruckus, they'll put out videos saying, look at Tehuti's student, look at what we got here. What do we got here? Look at this conspiracy. Look at this scandal. So I said, do I want my name associated with that? And I had so many loyal students that proved themselves over the years that I said, yes. And therefore, House of Aten was born and announced 2 pathways of the awakening ago, and that was the birth of the House of Aten. So now welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast under the House of Aten. Welcome. You can send in reciprocity support, questions, and I want everybody to know right now that I am out of questions. I have one question that's in the box. I only have one question. The other questions that are there from King Ram, from Johan Biladu, I already addressed them and said that I already addressed those. One, I need more detail on the question. The other one is a question I can't answer on the podcast. It was about utilizing the powers of Khnum. Those are only private one-on-ones. And one is from a brother named Bryant, who didn't actually send the question in yet. So other than those 3 that have to be clarified, there's only one question left. When I answer that next week, as of now, there's no questions in the Tehuti pod class. This class is based on questions that you have the power to ask, and the class is based on you. With all that understood, and I'm sure a lot of people are very familiar with how this works, I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in for a moment. I'm going to refresh myself and come back in with the very first question that was sent in. Questions that were sent in, and as you see the thumbnail, and these are not questions that are designed by me. These are not questions that I tell the students, hey, send in something about psychedelic. I do not know what the question is going to be. And when the new people watch the way that I answer, they will understand the phenomenon that's happening. So people see the questions. Did the ancient people use psychedelics? What is the food of the gods? Did the ancient Egyptians use mushrooms? And there's several other things that I added in there. It's going to be a big answer. This psychedelics in Egypt and this mushrooms in Egypt. It's something that definitely needs to be clarified, and I am here to represent the Natiru and the ancestors from their words. So we will defend and tell the truth based on their words, not based on our theory, not based on something from the top of the head, not based on an image and making something up. We will let the ancestors speak for themselves. That is something that people wanted to destroy. I'm going to put the link in the room. Peace and love to everybody in the room. Peace and love to the new people. We're going to get right into the very first question. I see Annie is back. Patah is back. Sheshayet, Hotep Sheshayet, welcome back. Definitely come up to the panel. Definitely show support. VRI is here. Definitely you can come to the panel. Definitely show your support. Everybody watching the Tehuti podcast, peace and love to all of you. Show your support to what it is that's happening here. And do not let this be gone. It disappeared once before. We had to disappear for several years. Do not let this disappear. If it does disappear, you see the other channels out there. You see what is available. So I put the link in the room. Jump in the chat. And to the beautiful moderators out there, Nania Setmer the beautiful, the Womb Circle organizer coordinator, Ankiem Mahat, the great secretary, Patah Aniaten Tehuti, the great website technician, Sunday participant teacher and organizer, and several other things that is too much to list here. The TCHEFAU, the reader, the great book reader, and also assistant organizer Tefrem Kem Maat, and of course the great let me take this off, the great Heb, the great M Heb, the one of the Heb. He's the one of the festivals, ceremonies. He's the one of the ceremony event organizer, Menko Ra Mary Maat. And so we have a structured system taking place, and those structured people are based on what they can do. So when somebody enters the House of ATTON and comes to Tehuti doesn't say directly to them, do this. I watch you. I watch to see what your skill is, and then you may present something. I'll say, that's great student. Go ahead, do that. Keep doing that. You're doing wonderful. I want to see what people do from their heart. So none of these people, from Patah Ani, from Tefrem Kem Ma'at to Menku Ara, Ankiem Maya to Nania Setmer, none of these people that I call out and say, do this, go and do this, go and do that. I watch to see, because I can only work with people that I trust. Oh, and I'm gonna see them down there. We'll let them in a moment. I only work with people to represent my name in the House of ATTON that I can trust, because inconsistency is something I've seen since 1992. Well, according to Dome Daily, I've been doing this since 1989. So I don't know how old, I don't know what. According to him, I've been teaching since 89. Mincy, how old were you in 89? Around what age? Because I don't even remember me teaching that young. You may be around my age or something. I don't know, because I don't even know my age. But what range were you in 89?
In 89, I was about 10 years old.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I was 14? I'm not sure, but somehow I was teaching in 89. Big Daddy Kane was saying, who flat top rules in 89? But I was a teacher at that time, I guess. Shout out to everybody. I've seen a lot of consistency and inconsistency, and I am here for the min ma'at, the consistency. People always ask the question, hey, what happened to such and such? I never answer. The same people, such and such used to be on the panel. Such and such used to be with the House of ATTON. What happened to such and such? They type in the room, or they send me an email. What happened to such? Or they see me in person. What happened to such? I never answer. You know why? Because the same people that say what happened to such and such, they end up being the such and such. What happened to such and such? And I'm like, what happened to you? Scooby-Doo? I'm like, what happened to you? So I never answer anybody's question of what happened to such and such. Where's this person? I always say this. I say this one thing. One of three things. I am about consistency. What you see me doing since the time of the, however long you've been with me, if it's 1992, or if it's been Killer Priest, that's the new age me. If it's since Killer Priest, I have been doing the same thing and offering the same thing and on the same structure ever since. I don't have any new type of different thing that doesn't represent me. I don't have any, everything is the same thing consistently. Anyone who joined that, anyone who came and you saw around me, or around the House of Attend, they had that same agenda, supposedly. So if you see anybody not around, take the two people out of the situation. Take me and the people that disappeared, take us out and just say, what was Tehuti's agenda? Is he still doing that? The other people that disappeared, just seek them out and see if they're still on the same agenda. Because if they're not on the same agenda, then it's not me they left themselves. Because I left the organization when my life was threatened, called Nuwapu. My life was threatened. I left church, my freedom was threatened. I left school, my freedom was threatened. I was being charged for trespassing if I came on there. My agenda of being a teacher and gathering people stays the same. I've had men come and go in my life, women come and go in my life. If you click on me in 1992, that's me teaching up on stage. If you click on me in 2008, that's me teaching. If you click on me last week, that's me teaching. If you click on me and Kill a Priest, that's me. I'm doing the same thing. Are the people that left that you don't see around, are they doing that anymore? Because if they were doing that when they were with me, does that mean they were just doing it because they were with me? My agenda exists. If Minty Hotep moves to China and becomes a Buddhist, guess what happens? My name's still Tehuti. Are the people that had a certain name, do they even have the same name anymore? Is it the same agenda? And if you're not on that agenda, what agenda are you on, and whose lives are you helping that have testimonies for you? What students do you have that are not from the House of Attend? Do you have a student? Are you teaching people? Do you have a movement? Do you have eyewitness testimony? Do you have people coming on saying you've saved their life, you've helped me and my family? If that doesn't exist, then you're no longer a part of the agenda that existed before I was born. I'm still a part of that same agenda, and every week the same testimonies, the same classes, the same thing going on. If you are gone and not around the House of Attend, and nobody can check on you and you're doing, then you're no longer a part of that agenda. And therefore go on with your life, because consistency exists with the ant. Regardless, every ant is a part of the same agenda. Every single ant that's part of the colony is a part of the same agenda. And those are the only people that I'm interested in. So shout out to Minty Hotep, who didn't even know my agenda back when she met me, didn't even know that I had this big history. I was the snake man. She didn't know I went back to 1992 teaching people. She saw me whispering to her father a couple of things, didn't know, what was that? What'd you tell him? I whispered a couple of jewels to the father, didn't know what I was saying, pulled him to the side. Didn't know, but she's been around since then, all the way to respotting me at Kill a Priest consistently till now. And the other people that were asking about her are not here. Amun and Amunet have been daily, not weekly. They're daily. Amun and Amunet, when their names twice weren't even that, changed twice, they were there daily. Consistency. So whatever path you're on, people who disappeared, people who stopped supporting, is it a consistent path? Put your link in the pod class and we will check on that path. If not, then you're suffering from what's called solipsism, which means that your world only exists within your head, and everything that exists around you is from your creation you believe. Those are people that are suffering and fighting inside of themselves. They're having battles within themselves, and therefore no matter where they go, they don't get along with anyone. It's not that they don't get along with me, Ptah, Amun, Amunet, Minty, or the House of Attend. Is that when you have an inner struggle going on, you don't get along with anyone because you're battling within yourself. And if you're battling within yourself, that will project out, and you'll end up battling with every single person. So that's when we say, fine, be by yourself. Where are your people? You can't get any. Why? Because you're fighting within self. And I am not a part of that. I have nothing to do with that. So if anybody asks what happened to such and such, where's such and such, they're doing an inner battle within themselves. Unless they can put a link to the YouTube channel with the massive people that they're helping that have testimonies and the stuff they're putting out. And I don't want to go, because I check on everybody from Facebook. I check on everybody. I don't want to go see you. You're selling product, but the only people that are buying product, the only people that are doing certain things are House of Attend people, right? So I don't want to see that. What I want to see is, can you be in a structure where people can look at you? And I will say this one last thing, because a lot of questions have been coming in. Where does such and such go? Where did everybody go? Such and such, whoever you're asking about, disappeared like a scared person without having an announcement. You see, because if you're around a group of people and you're going to disappear and you have accountability amongst those people, you should state, you know what? I'm leaving because of such and such. I'm uncomfortable. But what people do is they leave and they let time go by, and then they create the situation afterwards. So when they say their problems, it doesn't match the time of when they left. And that is somebody that's having an inner battle. You see, because if you have a problem with the House of Attend and you disappear, deal with us that day and say, on this day, this happened. And I bet, bring that up, you're going to end up like all my past debaters. And that's why they have to disappear silently. But they will never do that at their job. They will never do that at their school. They will never do that at their family. They'll never do that anywhere where the firemen will never do that. But they will disappear. So those are just people. So anybody, please, no emails, no, what happened to such and such? What happened to such and such? Why haven't they told you what happened? Whatever they told you what happened, that's what happened. So why haven't they told you what happened? Because I can only answer for myself. And this Tehuti is here with you every single week. And if you see me disappear, then ask Minty about it. When Tehuti disappears, now something, wait a minute, the pod class is here and it's just Annie and Amunet and Minty. Now you can ask, I am dead. When you see that, I'm dead. The only time you'll see me disappear is if I actually die. So with all that understood, we're going to get into the question, but I'm going to greet Patah, Amunet, Minty, Hotep. How you doing, good brother Patah?
Hotep, Great SABA.
You're the only one allowed to disappear. Do it, Patah. Show him. You're the only one allowed to do this. Disappear on me. See? He's the only one. Other than that, if you disappear on Tehuti and you don't say nothing and you don't have the technology of Patah, I have nothing to do with you. Patah is officially the only one allowed to do it because I don't even know how to do that. I've done it in the streets. I just don't know how to do it on the internet. But Patah, how you doing?
I am Nefer, Great SABA, Aker, Usir. I'm excellent. Very excited for this podcast, Great SABA, as I am for everyone. Uncle Jasanep to you. How are you?
I am doing excellent. I've only gotten a few hours of sleep. Had a meeting early in the wee hours, early in the morning, pertaining to animals. Did my exercise right after that with no rest. I'm running off of what do they say? Running off of gases. I'm running off of nets or ethers or something. But I am doing as well as I can, and even with the lack of sleep, even with doing all that I had to do behind the scenes, I'm still here. And when I do this class, you will not notice that I'm ready to pass out. I will be just as hyped and excited and motivated as if nothing ever happened. That's how I'm doing. Thanks for asking.
Yes, you're very welcome. Hinu to you. Yes, it only gets into those way deep hours where everything gets funny at the end. You know. Yeah. To Hinu to you.
Nini Ugg. How you doing, Amunet? You ready? Ready for the mushrooms?
We are doing excellent and wealthy.
Henry to you, great job on Production Med. I'm looking forward to today's class. Happy that I can be here, take my notes, and be with all of you. Happy you're all alive and healthy. And to all for asking.
Nini, same with you, Eminette. How you doing?
I'm doing great. To all for asking. I'm very happy to be here as well, and very happy to see you all and hear that you are healthy and here doing what you do every single Saturday. I'm very thankful that you are consistent. Sabo, to all very much.
Nini, wonderful, wonderful. Minty, how are you doing? You doing good? You look like you're in a cloud.
What's up, Slava? Yes, I guess there's something with my camera going on, but at least I got my audio going.
Okay.
I'm doing well. I'm doing accurate. If I'm here, I am doing great.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Looks like your camera's on shrooms. Well, that's good. We still see you.
Yeah, I see. That's how lenses are from time to time. Yeah.
Okay, good, good, good. And we're gonna go. And you're doing good. That's great. I know you're gonna enjoy this class because I'm sure that throughout your experiences, you must have come across people associating psychedelics with spirituality and even ayahuasca, even different things, and saying associating with the ancients, and this is how they got the divine wisdom. I'm sure you heard of things like that before, right?
Yes, I have. I've heard of that, and I've had a couple experiences, and I know some people that have had some experiences, and it's going to be interesting to see what was actually taught and practiced.
Okay, wonderful. Who's that? Is that one of the animals? No. Okay. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. And the Jed did the disappearing and appearing thing too. Welcome, new father. Oh, so Minty, I'm glad you are how you are. Wonderful. Your whole house looks like the crystal shop. I love it. And the Jed, new father, but everybody watching, we have a new pod class father, a new House of 10 father. Appreciate you for being here. How you doing? And there's somebody looks. I gotta check your DNA, VRI. I don't know. I haven't been to London, but you need to show me pictures of your brother, because you look like the little boy that I had to, my little son that I talk about that I had to kidnap when the mother was drinking and doing pizza, not doing pizza, but drinking and having parties, and I had to break in and kidnap one of my sons and drive him down the street, and the police pulled me over, and I said, "This is my son. He looks just like you. I need pictures of your mother, brother. I need DNA tests, man." But he just didn't have a mustache at the time. But anyways, how you doing, Jed?
Hey, peace, Hotep, great Saba, feeling good, feeling great. You know, trying to get used to this 2 hours on, 2 hours off, go to sleep, wake up, go to sleep, wake up. Saba, a very challenging because it's been about, for me, it's been about 11 years. So to start over and start right back and trying to do this in Ma'at, right? It's very, very challenging. So, but Saba, yeah, we here.
We're here.
We right here. Definitely. Pod classes has been playing every day. There has the Purim Heru has been read. We're still in this. Like I said, the Ren is not fictitious. It's a real thing. And hey, we're here. We're definitely grateful. Everybody is healthy, and we here, Saba. We feeling good. How you doing, Saba? You feeling good? You look phenomenal. You look like you ready to, destroy the Matrix once again. So to it to you, great Saba.
I'm feeling as good as I can for being. I'm feeling as good as I can. I'm feeling great to have you all here. That's what's great about it. I have the ladies in the background, have the animals here, and I feel great until I What's my favorite? What's that song called? Till I collapse. Whatever Eminem said. Whatever he said, that's how I feel. I feel good until I collapse. I'll always be killing or whatever he said. So shout out to you. I feel good, brother. Thank you. How you doing, Minku?
What's up, Hinu? I'm doing well, Saba.
Yep.
Thank you for asking. Very much looking forward to this class. Yes, great question, answer. Good to see you. Good to see everybody on the panel. Definitely looking forward to this phenomenon.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for being here. Thank you. And on to VRI. How you doing, good young brother? I love seeing your young energy on the screen from across, well, at least the world from where I am. How you doing, young brother? VRI.
I'm doing well, thank you, Saba. Yeah, just a pleasure to be here as always, and I'm just always appreciating the podcast. And as always, there's always a question that I've had on my mind for quite a while that gets answered in these. So,
what's the question? Is what if I'm your father? No, go ahead, brother.
Yes, the mushroom question. I've definitely pondered on this one for a while and wondered about it. Of course, yeah. So I'm very excited to hear about this one.
Wonderful, wonderful. And before I go, you all build. Let me ask Patan, all your years of studying KEMET, even before the killer. Well, actually, I never really addressed this. So it could be before or after, but I never taught a class on this. But have you heard or seen the association of psychedelics, mushrooms, mention of associated with the people's spirituality in KEMET? Have you come across that in your studies?
Yes, I have come across it without me digging into it, and I have taken the time to do some research into that area, which is it's a difficult one. But yes, I have seen people just throw it out there as if there's like an abundance of facts on that.
Wonderful. And raise your hand if anybody in this room, have you all participated in this mushroom practice? I don't know if you chew on it, eat it. I'm not sure what. I have it on sandwiches, but tomorrow I'm gonna have some on my cheat meal sandwich. But have anybody partaken in the mushroom that's supposed to be magical, minty? Scribe studied it and went and did it. Okay, Scribe, did you get convinced, Scribe, and go do it, or was it before your study days?
No, it actually helped to lead me into my study days.
Oh, okay. So the mushroom.
I'm on it right now.
We have a good testimony. The mushrooms help lead Scribe here. Okay, I'm gonna check this mushroom thing out. The Jed, have you eaten mushrooms? Or I don't know if you drink it.
No, not at all. So this is interesting to me. I've always heard about it, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Minty's tried it. Pata, Menkura, have you sliced up mushrooms in your kitchen? And I don't know what you do with them, but have you eaten mushrooms on pizza or something, or what?
As much as I love hippies, and I'm up there in age. Never participated in any extracurricular with the mushrooms.
Okay. Amon and Amonette, were you guys burning up mushrooms in your high school day? I don't know. Do you burn it?
No.
Scramble it up with eggs? I'm not sure, but did you ever do this mushroom injection? Whatever it is, do you participate in some magical mushrooms in your life?
I've done it before.
I have not.
Okay, well, okay, we got a few people have done it. VRI, Mr. Tool, Mr. Psychedelic, Mr. Other Realm Studier. Have you participated in this mushroom experience?
You know how you say in the intro to your questions, you're scared of people getting scared of being laughed off the stage. I think if I were to explain anything to do with mushrooms that I've been through, I'd be scared of being laughed off this stage. So I'm gonna keep quiet on this one.
Well, that definitely does not mean he left it alone. Because if he left it alone, there'd be nothing to be laughing at. So he must have done. So I don't know if he was
rolling on his nose. I don't know what you do with the mushrooms anyway, so maybe he did some new things with mushrooms that he does not want to say to get laughed off of the stage. But whatever you did, whatever anybody did, it doesn't matter. I don't judge anybody for whatever you've done. I'm here to address what it is that was asked, and was it something promoted by the ancestors? What is this food of the gods? What is the was there psychedelics? The things that they show on the temple walls, were they psychedelics? Were there even mushrooms ever being shown? Is there a mushroom glyph? Were there mushrooms ever shown on the wall? What does it have to do with any of our ancestors? I'm here to represent and tell the truth on that. So I'm going to step away for just a moment. You all tell the new people that are watching. I know there's some new people that are watching, wondering when is this going to start. Wow, that sounds interesting. The suspense is building up. Talk to the people and let them know, everybody who's watching, RPM, I don't know if Tiffy's here, if M. Monroe, all the newer people, older people, I don't see the chat right now, but I'm just remembering names that were in the chat, some of them are new. Tell them about the supporting of the Tutsi pod class, and it is necessary to create a situation where I can continue to bring what it is that I'm bringing. Without that, I'm going to go back to training fitness trainers and bodybuilders and doing magic for Harry Potter and football teams and all the things that I used to do before I gave all of it up to strictly focus on the raising of consciousness, because that's my true gift since I was a child, before I was into anything. I'll be right back, everybody. Support the Tutsi Pod class. I'll be back in a few minutes, and when I come back, it will definitely be coming back to address the beautiful questions that seem to be circulating throughout the internet. And these questions, of course, did the ancient people of Kemet use psychedelics, magic mushrooms? Did they say so? Is it written about? Is it on the temple walls? Are these arrows pointing to it? Did the ancient Egyptians use mushrooms? What is actually the food of the gods? Whenever you research these things on magic mushrooms or whatnot, you always see this term food of the gods being mentioned. A lot of people promoting it. Is it something that was actually taught? If so, what did they do with it? Or is the whole thing a misconception? Of course, these are the things you only find out here at the Tutsi Pod class, coming from sourced information from what the ancestors actually left behind for us. I'll be right back, everybody. When I come back, I'll be back to answer and address these questions. Peace and love. Hotep, I'll be right back. Hotep, support the Tutsi Pod class and keep this going, please. Hotep.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Hotep Ma'at, Uncle Jasaneb. Everyone be sure to hit the like button if you are here with us live, and for those who are watching on the playback, hit the like button and share this to your social platforms. Please, Tua. And yes, the support links are pinned to the top of the chat. So for everyone who wants to support or ask a question, definitely want to encourage questions for this pod class. Saba said he's down to one more. So send in your questions. And link will always be pinned to the top of the chat. It's always there for you to see and have access to. And all of our links, House of ATTON is in the bio, right below the title. And yeah, go check out everything that we have. There's a lot, and we'll talk about some of it throughout the pod class. But we'll go around the panel while Saba's on his break and let everyone allow their Kuru to be heard. So yeah, we'll start with you, Minty Hotep. Peace and love, Hotep.
Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb. It's great to be here with you all. It's great to have my voice to come onto my computer, and my technology is working. My alarm just went off. I have a job interview at 6 p.m. So I'm going to be stepping off for a moment while I do this job interview. But yes, it's great to be here. It's great to see all of you. I'm looking forward to Saba's answer on this question. I've done it mushrooms a few times. I've had mushroom tea. I've ate it in chocolates. Peace, Hotep, Nani, Sister Nani.
Hey there.
Hey,
Greetings.
very natural.
Oh, thank you, thank you too.
Yes,
I
yes.
I heard you were about to leave, so I hurried up and got on so I could say hello.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I have a job interview. But as I was saying, I've had mushroom tea. I've had it in chocolate form. I've had it in its natural form. And I've actually have passed out and have seizures from it. I think at one time I ate too many, and I had some sort of seizure. Like an overdose where I was coming in and out of consciousness. But at the time when it was happening, I knew that I was blacking out and losing consciousness. And then I would come back, and I did that a few times. So it's going to be interesting to see what SABA says, because when I spoke to somebody, they said that I had ate too many due to my body size and my body weight. So yeah, this is gonna be useful for me. I'm just gonna step out. It's great to see all of you, and what's up, Marie?
Peace.
What's up, Marie? Well, peace and love. Great Nani Aset Merce made a grand entrance, so just blowing the screen up with Aku. So too, I will. Hotep, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I of course, congratulations to, let's see here, the Jed Sedem Pautku. Where's Mama? Where's Mommy at? Where's she at?
Oh,
The
you know
baby?
she in there. Yeah, she in there with the children. You know, and you know she in there with all set. So, hey, ain't nothing but sleep, eat, and you know, the rest that happens after that, right? And it's just on repeat. But it's been
And,
an
and,
effort.
and what
Been an effort.
and what doesn't happen after that, like
Yeah,
sleep and
yeah, most definitely. It's been phenomenal. No, it's been good.
congratulations. And of course, thank you for everybody here being on the panel. Thank you for supporting. Just quick little like a commercial, right? Please, everyone watching, new, continuous, come on sometime or however it goes, please support. This is a wonderful information that we're getting here. Nowhere else. If anyone could say, hey, you can come here and get this type of information, then please let us know. We've been wanting to partner up with with such info like this. Please support. You know, this is a beautiful Nefer family and a beautiful Nefer experience. So please support. And yeah, so it's just a quick thing. He'll be back on pretty soon. So just saying hello to everyone. Haven't really been on, so I wanted to just say hello to everybody. Hello, Moon and Amunet. You guys are a perfect pair. Hello there. Oh, they rhymed. How are you?
What's up, Mary? I'm doing very great. Almona's doing great as well, and it's great to see you on the panel. You look beautiful, Nefer, and healthy.
Yeah. Thank you. Menku, how are you?
I am doing amazing. You are glowing. You look like you are shining like, oh my goodness, you look very powerful, healthy, happy. It's great to see you on the panel. Whatever moisturizer, oil, whatever the hugs from SABA are doing, whatever the animals are doing, I want that for everyone in the house of ATTON and all those that are watching. That alone, you should support that, what you're receiving, just the energy that is coming from SABA Tehuti and Sister Nana.
Wow, thank you. Is everything okay with you? I know you were off the panel a little bit for a little while. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Full disclosure, I went and I got my teeth fixed. I got my teeth done. because I learned
Oh.
as you get older in age, your teeth have a big effect on your overall health. So I got some work done to my grill, but I don't have a grill.
Oh, oh, okay. It was nothing, no emergence. Oh, okay, I see.
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Okay, it's probably, yeah, it was just done. Okay. Okay, good, good. I'm glad it wasn't anything serious. And I'm gonna have to step for just one moment. I'll be back. Okay, I'll be right.
Hotep, great brother, Min Kwa Ra. Talk to us, head ma'at. How you doing, great brother?
Hotep Henu, I am doing well. Patah, thank you very much for asking. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. Peace and love to the chat. I'm looking forward to this because I have a similar question one day that I'll send in to SABA, but it's regarding gold in this aspect of how the Neteru utilize gold, ingesting gold particles to be able to elevate, expand, and to communicate with the Neteru. So this is really a wonderful question. Definitely looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm excited. Just ready to learn. There's nowhere else you can get this information. So I am extremely happy to support, and I definitely encourage everyone else to support. This can never go away, right? We need to have our children's children be able to interact with the question answerer. This is a very beautiful, very powerful safe space of all those that discover and are able to manifest SABA or being manifested by SABA. So you should definitely support that. And you should also support this because SABA is bringing up us so we can be as powerful as the Neteru, so we can have an experience like our ancestors had, so we can be free, so we can learn how to love, so we can learn how to do family, so we can learn how to do relationships, so we can learn how to do heka, so we can learn how to heal, so we can learn how to be expressive, so we can grow in our talents. As you see Patah blooming in his talent in so many areas. He doesn't do just one thing. He does an abundance of things. We all have an abundance of gifts that we can give to counteract the agenda of the matrix. That's why you should support, because things are extremely off balance. In the world that you live in, it's not the way the world was intended to be. So that's why you should support. I could go on and on reasons why you should support. You should be asking questions so that you can be empowered, so you can do what you're supposed to do and the things that you want to do. So that's why you support. So I'm feeling extremely energetic, optimistic. I think 2025 is going to be for me, and I hope for all of you in this time that you're expecting some extreme miracles to take place. I feel like 2024 was just like me kind of getting my bearings, and so now I'm ready to fly and blast off and do way more than I did last year. So Hinu Hotep, thank you, Patah, for asking.
You are welcome, great brother. Henu, Tua for that powerful MEDU there. Yeah, Henu too, great brother, and all the works that you're doing, and yeah, you're Eve, great brother. I'm excited to see what comes from that aku you're generating, great brothers. So tuahinu to you. And yeah, I think we were on, I think Amunet was next after Minty. Hotep to Amunet Kat. Hotep Hinu.
Hotep Henu Urdasen. Hotep Uncle Dustin, wonderful Grace Abututi. Everybody on the panel. To Tef, Family Man, all the people in the chat, to all the supporters, to all Menku for your MEDU. All those reasons you gave to support were absolutely fantastic. The support needs to be endless, needs to be eternal, needs to be forever for our wonderful great SABA, because he is providing so much. He's providing a lot, endless amount of things. He is restoring a lot and healing a lot within all of us. And I can speak for myself personally. When I was a child, or any other children I have seen come into the world, all they want is love. They want to be pure-hearted and stay that way, and be loved, and be able to be entangled with something that benefits them, heals them, and helps them grow. So SABA helps me personally restore that aspect of myself, and that's worth everything, because I think everybody just wants to be loved, most importantly love themselves, and continue to grow and continue to empower themselves with various different aspects of love. So that's worth everything. That's worth financial support, consistent support. Like me personally, adorations to SABA every rising. It's worth it's worth everything. It's worth life's dedication, and life beyond this life dedication as well, for eternity. You have to apply this stuff to your life. You have to give things a chance. You gotta move like an inchworm, take step by step, and apply things to your life that you learn here, and you will grow. You will see the effects. People around you will see the effects, and once that happens, you will naturally know what you need to support. And by supporting, you're also supporting yourself, because it's a constant rotation, constant cycle of reciprocity that is absolutely beautiful. And you start to become more of that echo of what we are, which is nature. You become more in tune. It becomes more of a flow. So definitely, we will definitely need to support and continue to support. And good luck to Minty on the job interview. It was good seeing you here. Happy to see you here, VRI. Have not saw you in a while. Hoping to meet you next Pathways. I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to this class, as I look forward to every class. I have heard people say that our ancestors use psychedelics. I do not know 100% if they did or not. Could be the same situation with how people think they used cannabis. Something that I do think is interesting is that I have seen videos of what they call siddhas, or like Hindu monks or priests. I've seen videos of them trying out psychedelics like mushrooms, and then after the psychedelics, they'll say that they have achieved those states without the mushrooms. So I do know that it is possible to achieve those quote-unquote psychedelic states in a more controlled way through internalizing certain things within yourself. So I think our ancestors know how to do that. I don't know if they would need mushrooms, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. I think about how us said shape shifting into different types of women, and Heru's having his eye healed, and there's all different types of magic going on. So I mean, they never says in the story that they smoked a joint before or threw some shrooms in their mouth or something like that. They did it all through with the heka, with their ka. So I think that they're able to definitely do things in a way that we have been familiarized with, some way that has been lost to us because of the matrix. I'm definitely looking forward to this answer. And if you enjoy it, if you learn from it, it changes your perception, and definitely support. Uncle Justin Ed, Hotep Marie.
Hotep Mary, Uncle Justin Ed, Tua, Mamun, for your wonderful words. I definitely agree. Please support for the information and the life-changing aspects that the Tehuti Pod class gives out to all of us. I personally have been affected very greatly by the Tehuti Pod class. As most of you may know, SABA Tehuti continues to change my life every single day in the most beautiful aspects possible. He has completely rewired my brain in ways that I could not have done without him. So it's very important to me to see the support given back to the great Saba with what he has given and what he gives to all of us. It's very beautiful and is not happening anywhere else. As the great Manny Osset Mur said, this is the only place where such beautiful, life-changing classes are happening. And the beautiful family that is created here within the House of ATTON is absolutely life-changing as well. I've never had sisterly connections as I have here within the great House of ATTON. So wonderful and just full of love, Mary. I can't express it with words. These connections that I have are super important to me. They are they mean so much to me. You all mean so much to me, and you will be my family forever. You all are great. I see so many advancements in all of you that come on live. I'm very proud of everyone here who is here consistently and who is consistent when the computer shuts down as well with themselves. So to very much to you all, and continue doing your best every single day. Continue advancing, sending support to the great Saba for all that he has done to you personally. And yeah, to all Hotep and Mary, it's great to see you all, Hotep.
Hotep. Very wonderful. Glad that both of you all are here and healthy and strong. Glad to see both of you, the Jedu Seer. And yes, Tua, for the works that you both are doing for the House of ATTON and being just Nefer living examples of the House of ATTON. So it's giving you Tua and Dua for that. All right, let's go to the great brother VRI. And you know, great brother, you know where we're at. I don't think there will be any laughing at you, because you never know what the person in this next box has experienced as well. So, Tua Hinu to you, great brother. How are you?
Peace and love. I'm doing Nefer, and I'm just so happy to be here and to have the podcast and the House of ATTON. I wanted to say, like, for a reason to support, it crossed my mind today. My friend, he sends me a message from his granddad, who's 70 and is quite intermingled in the music industry, and he sends him a paragraph, and it says, something about I believe that music is the highest thing that we can achieve to God, and talked about how the pyramids have resonant frequencies and how his granddad is studying sacred geometry, and to be able to see that an elder is on the same track, and for me to be able to give the pod class, and I also linked Annie's class about the karoo and the kanum and the sound resonance. I was able to actually give that to him, so there is now a bridge between him and his granddad where it's not so unclear in their sources, and to be able to do that for people and to be able to be on that same track, I owe that all to the podcast, and I owe that all to the House of Atton. And also he messaged me about the Never Ending Story and was like, you should watch the Never Ending Story, it's got loads of stuff in it. I was like, oh, I know, and I linked him the podcast. So yeah.
Okay, nice. Let me see them on the screen from here. Peace. Huh?
I was gonna say, this is the older
Yes. Do you all hear me?
Yes. Peace, SABA.
Oh, okay, peace. I'm back. That's really great. That's what I'm here to do, and that's what I build these answers for, to create the bridge between you and everybody that you speak to, whether they're talking about pyramid resonance or whether they're talking about the Never-Ending Story. You can give them a link to the pod class and see it all, and watch it being answered live. When you say to them, you know what, the same thing you're talking about, somebody asked my teacher about it. What I want you to do, Grandpa or whoever the brother was, watch this video and compare it to the last person who you heard answer that. Whatever you saw in the Never-Ending Story, whatever blog you saw, check out this podcast and just compare the two and tell me which one you like, which one you got more from, which one seemed, if there's any difference between the two, and from that it may get them hooked on the truth. But now, everybody, we are going to get started. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti podcast. Welcome everybody to the House of Atton. You know the topics we're going to answer right now. The topics: get your pen, pad ready. Did the ancient people of KEMET use psychedelic, magic mushrooms? Did the ancient, quote-unquote, ancient Egyptians use magic mushrooms? What exactly is the food of the gods? We're going to cover that and much, much more with the questions that were sent in to the Tehuti pod class. Support the Tehuti pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. So ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into it right now. Get your pen, pads ready. We're about to get into this question and answer section that we have all been waiting for. So shout out to all the new people in the room. Shout out to the old people. Shout out to the young people. Shout out to the medium people. Shout out to Harass Did. Shout out to Minty. Shout out to the Minty Hotep. Shout out to Nook Panook. Shout out to Oh Shiny, new name I haven't seen before. Oh Shiny says Hotep. So excited he spelled Hotep, Hotep. He's excited. Strangers in the room. Strangers here. Welcome back, stranger. Nice to see you again. Shout out to you. M. Monroe, did you get a camera yet? Stranger says, I've eaten shrooms many times. I gotta find out what I've eaten shrooms. I had on pizza, and I'm gonna find out what this is. What is this thing here? I don't know. I never my youth was spent in the pond and swamp, so I never actually was exposed or saw anybody with a mushroom in their hand saying it's going to take you to higher dimensions. It was always like put on pizza. So I don't know, but we're going to find out today what this is all about, and if the ancients, which is the only question that's relevant, not what we think of the mushrooms, not what mushrooms have done for you, not any of that. The topic is specifically, was this done by the ancestors? Did they depict it? What is the food of the gods? Because the TikTok, is there even a TikTok anymore? I don't know. But it's gonna be gone. But for the TikTok, for the Instagram, for the social media world, when you go and type this in, you'll see the ancient Egyptian psychedelic. You'll see a lot of different things. Are they referring to any papyrus? Are they referring to any writings? Or is it just New Age teachings in the new esoteric community, which is one of the reasons to do it and try to refer it back to the ancients? We're going to find out that today. Everybody get your pen and pads ready. So Ptah, peace and love to you. Amun, Amunet, peace and love to you. VRI, peace and love to you. The Jed, Sedem, Ma'a, Hemt, Paut, Ku. Peace and love to you. Menku, Ara, Marie, Ma'ad, who's very excited about this. He wants to know about the gold dust. That the Egyptians eat gold dust. We're going to find out all about that in the future. But for now, we're going to find out about... oh, I put the link in the room again. My camera finally got good, but bad day for it. Shout out to M. Monroe. Their camera finally got good, but bad day for it. Okay, next week I'll be here. Okay, wonderful. Harassed is wonderful, by the way, everybody. I was talking about the female supporters, and we're down to maybe 3 consistents, and Harassed is definitely one of them, consistently all the way from Killer Priest. Shout out to you. She said, I never had other than pizza. Me neither. Angela Gates said, I ate Bella. I ate Bella and white, but I guess those are type of mushrooms. I ate Bella and white mushrooms, but no shrooms. So maybe shrooms and mushrooms are different. We're gonna find out today what's going on here. She ate mushrooms, but not shrooms. We're gonna find out today if the ancestors ate mushrooms, shrooms, or whatever this is that people are promoting. We're gonna find that out, everybody. So here we go. Let me get my timer out. Boom. We're gonna go like this. Boom. Boom. Hold on a second, everybody. Okay, good. I'm gonna get the timer out. Like this, like that. Okay, everybody, good. Press the 9 if you can hear me and see me clear. And press the 9 if you can hear and see this clear right here, because this is an example screen share. Once I get started, I don't come back much and look back at these things. So I want to know if it's working fine right now. And then from there, I'm just going to keep flowing. So can you see this? Stranger presses a 9. Big Vapes. Big Vapes presses a 9. NapDap Pro. Okay, NapDap Pro. All you people that haven't been here in a while, nice to see you again. Support everybody. All the people that have been here in a while, support. I'm putting up something. I don't have time for it this week, but next week I'm going to put up the consistent supporters and the largest supporters of the last 2 weeks of the Tehuti pod class. We're going to go every 2 weeks. I'll do one. Shout out to NapDap Pro. Nook, Panook, 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 Panook. All right, everybody, here we go. Ready, everybody? I'm too scared to do psychedelics. Okay, wonderful. Robert Williams, here we go, everybody. Put the timer on. And here we go. Boom. And boom. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. The question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What is the original religions of this planet prior to the Matrix? What are the original languages of spirituality? Who are the Nitiru? What about my physical health and purity? What about my mental health? Is there mental detoxification? Is there anything affecting my mental health? Stress, depression, and such. What about out-of-body experiences? Is that a new age thing? Or is that something that was practiced by the ancients? Are there any ancient sources on out-of-body experiences? What about government psyops? Are there government psyops out there controlling people to do things against their will? Mind control, influence? Are there poisons? Are there food poisons? Anything? Are you being observed? Is Big Brother real? Are any of these things really happening? What is the truth behind these things? Telepathy. Is there such thing as telepathy? What is quantum entangled consciousness? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity and Islam and Hebrewism, thinking that you've escaped the matrix, which you have. So now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know that you've stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and has infiltrated in the form of new age, quote unquote, black consciousness, or just woke people, or conscious community. And atheists who have disguised themselves as Kemetic teachers, Kemetic science teachers, esoteric, the metaphysical, Kemetic metaphysic teachers, etc., etc. The agenda of the matrix is just focus on what's called the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients, with no indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, and panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teach, which is to just go against what someone else teaches, only to debate, debunk. In other words, when you see them do a topic on Kemet, you will never see them do a topic on Kemet without bringing up the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are this. Can you do one full class on just what the ancestors taught? They cannot. It has to always go into controversy, which gets them into the distraction of just a battle as opposed to how do we apply it. They only do debate, debunk, expose videos, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matter is limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, but I don't want to follow their teachings. Pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are American Indian, not African. You will note that most of their statements start off with negative foundational speech, such as, when most people don't know, let me tell you where you are wrong, what you failed to recognize, what you failed to realize, thus attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the quote-unquote debate is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is what's called individualism. They debate only to see who can be the best individual, to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but no structured unity system, as all of the ancients did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking systems, no group discipline, no spiritual ritual, as all of the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that particular day, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots, get back to your cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force, structure, and accountability to a specific way of life and discipline. Disunity is the new age conscious community teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with the consciousness that the European Egyptologists have, who are just studiers from the outside, just collecting knowledge on Egypt, but not to unify as the united followers of Ma'at that created Kemet, in which the Egyptologists study, with structure and discipline and ranking system. Thus, the only platform and class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions in with reciprocity and get your subconscious matrix broken for you is here, with reciprocity, and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type of answer, customized, and then on top of that, taught live. With each answer, you get subconscious matrices broken within you and for you, is here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? Coming in from the good brother, OCTAVIS SLIGH. I don't know what the chat name is. He gave it to us once, but I don't remember what the chat name is. But OCTAVIS SLIGH, and he put in his question is there any proof of psilocybin use in Kemet? That's an interesting word, psilocybin. Anybody heard of that word? Psilocybin. Okay. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Another great question coming in from a consistent, supportive student. And of course, this question comes from things that have been circulating on the internet. And of course, I will delve into the truth and falsehoods of this topic. But first, let us deal with the word itself, because this word does not seem like a word that is common amongst the average layperson. So first of all, what is this word psilocybin? So first off, psilocybin is a chemical compound makeup. So this is the psilocybin. It's actually a chemical compound makeup. This is the chemical structure of psilocybin, C12H17N2O4P, and this is psilocybin. You may still not be familiar with where is this, what is this, what is this thing, okay? And where is this chemical compound naturally and commonly found in abundance? Well, let me take you directly to the National Institution on Drug Abuse. And let's find out. Under the section psilocybin, then in brackets, here we go. The other term for psilocybin is magic mushrooms. Highlights: psilocybin is a chemical in certain types of mushrooms, which is going to be very important as the class goes on. Not all mushrooms, but certain type of mushrooms that grow on nearly every continent. The mushrooms have a long history of use in traditional ceremonies. Some people use them recreationally or try to improve their mental health. Although researchers still have much to learn about psilocybin's potential uses as medicine. So some use this to improve their mental health. They use it some people use them recreationally or try to improve their mental health. Although researchers still have much to learn about psilocybin's potential uses as a medicine, also known as shrooms. That's what Angela Gates put. Shrooms, or magic mushrooms. The mushrooms can cause people to experience distorted sights and sound and lose their sense of time and space. People who take psilocybin may also feel intense emotions ranging from bliss to terror, and may have physical side effects such as increased heart rate or nausea. Very interesting. So this is psilocybin compound, which is found in certain type of mushrooms. And let us continue. And over here you see someone working on these particular type of mushrooms that have this psilocybin compound within it. Wonderful. Here we go. All right. And every time you look this up, it is the same cut and paste answer with no reference whatsoever on multiple websites, usually opening up with this one image from the Temple of Tenti Ra. The Temple of Tenti Ra. And remember, the question is not, is psilocybin or mushrooms good for you? Is it bad for you? Should you take them? Should you not? The question specifically is there any proof of psilocybin use in KEMET? Whenever that topic comes up, boom, every time you look up this topic, not whether it's good or bad for you, just was it used in ancient Egypt? The same cut and paste answer with no reference whatsoever on multiple websites, usually opening up with this one image from the Temple of Tenti Ra. And here it is. This is from the Temple of Tenti Ra. And when you look at this closely, you see what's on the thumbnail. And right here in her hands, looped over the arm, you see what are apparently clearly mushrooms coming from something that are actually growing from something. You see it right down there. And it's on the Temple of Tenti Ra. And this is the image that is usually shown every time the topic is asked or brought up by the lecturer. Is there any proof of psilocybin use in KEMET? This image here pops up. Boom. All right, let us continue. Here we go. All right. And here are the videos on the so-called KEMET Ma'at mushroom practice. These are the type of teachings that received 32,000 views, 189,000 views. Here's what pops up. with 32,000 views, 189,000 views on the use of magic mushrooms in Egypt. After this class is done, we're going to check back on this pod class to see if this answer gets anywhere close to 32,000 views. It gets 189,000 views. And then I want everybody to compare this answer on mushroom use in Egypt, proof of mushroom use in Egypt, to the other videos, and then answer for yourself, why do those videos have 189,000 views and this one here is going to get about 1,800? Here we go. Let's check out what's out there. What's out there on the use and proof of magic mushroom use in ancient Egypt. These ones pop up, 32K views. Entheogens of ancient Egypt, psychedelics of ancient Egypt. Description: mushrooms in Egypt, digital social hour podcast. This has 15,000 likes. This has more likes than any views the podcast has ever had. 189,000, and that was then. 189,109 views just from a few months ago. November, December, January. November, that's the end of November. So November, December, so in 2 months, this video on mushrooms in Egypt got almost 190,000 views in 2 months. So we'll check back at the pod class in 2 months and see if this gets anything close to that. Magic mushrooms in ancient Egypt, 109,000 views. Tales of fungi from ancient Egypt. And here's the image they show. Boom. Ancient Egypt, symbol of immortality. And there's that same image that I showed you earlier. So these are getting 32,000 views, almost 190,000 views, 109,000 views. And of course, there's more videos than this. I'm just showing an example of how much views psychedelic mushroom use in Egypt is getting. And you watch this video when it's done, and watch it live, and then watch those ones, and you tell me the reference comparison. You tell me what you've learned different. And when you attempt to source where this information in ancient Kemet is coming from, in the applications or on the internet of what they use or why they use it, you'll get things like this. So if you look up the applications of its use, why they used it, the applications is why, you'll get things like this. Boom. Mushroom network. There's the same image again. Fungal pharaohs. Mushrooms as gods in ancient societies. Imagine a world where mushrooms aren't just food or medicine, but gods. Throughout history, ancient societies have revered. And here's as gods. Throughout history, ancient societies have revered. Now, here's the usage of it. Here's the applications. Boom. Mystical manifestations. Sudden appearance of mushrooms after rains could have been perceived as divine manifestations. Their ephemeral nature here today and gone tomorrow might symbolize the transient nature of life or divine interventions. Fungi and rituals. So here's the fungi and rituals. Psychoactive fungi such as Amanita, Muscaria, or psilocybe species could have played roles in religious ceremonies, acting as a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine, facilitating communication with gods or ancestors. Now, what else was it used for? Resurrection and regeneration, the life cycle of fungi, where they decompose matter and give rise to new life, can be seen as a process of rebirth. Ancient societies might have associated mushrooms with gods of death and rebirth, akin to Osiris in Egyptian mythology or Dionysus in Greek legends. Okay, that's what you get. people will say, man, this is deep. Look at all the things of the ancient people of Ma'at. Look at all the things they use mushroom for. That's deep, Tehuti. And due to the New Age agenda hypnosis, you won't even notice that not one papyrus was referenced, no one quote from any scribe stating any of these things, but yet they type them up on the internet with such confidence as this is exactly what the ancients were doing, and thousands of the masses of sheep believe in it. What's the psyops? The psyops is what your brain remembers, which I've proven in many podcasts, how the amygdala and systematic memory works. It forgets the first few words of a sentence and logs the story. It's more interested in the story than the first few words. What are the first few words here? The sudden appearance of mushroom could. See that word could. After the word could, everything here is from the top of their head. If you talk to somebody and they say could, everything after that word could is from the top of their head. Let's go to the next sentence. Fungus such as Amentia, Mascaria, psilocybe species could. Everything after this word could is from the top of their head. Okay. But the brain forgets that this word could was used. Could, might, maybe. You see? Cycle of life, decomposed matter, rise can be seen. Ancient societies might. After the word might, everything from the top of their head. But you remember words like Osiris, Dionysus, god of death, god of resurrection. It's what your brain remembers. It forgets the word might. Could he might, mighty could. It could. You just leave with, man, that was deep. And that's how the internet, TikTok world, that's how this whole thing runs. The psyops of the New Age agenda of atheism and the agenda to remove the netter from your memory is to focus not on what the indigenous people say themselves, but the modern day undisciplined, shock value motivated path of Isfet, which is why when you look this up, all they show you are images of something that looks like a mushroom, but absolutely no reference to any papyrus translation of what the image is, no reference to mushrooms. It is based on the agenda that is to justify the usage of mushrooms only in the psychedelic fashion. A psyops, Tehuti? What do you mean a psyops? Yes, to consistently echo a false narrative image that binds the neurons to links and association anchors or repetitive hypnosis. Look at all of the writings on this topic. Tell me if you notice something. Let me take you to a source of these mushrooms used in ancient Egyptian sources. Abdul Azim. Let's take a look at all the writings. Let's see what we find with everybody who refers to it. Here it is. So, context of a world fungi may be dated back to 4500 BC, when ancient Egyptians produced a number of hieroglyphic depictions of plants, many of which, after the word may date back to 4500, when the Egyptians produced a number of hieroglyphic depictions of plants, many of which are psychedelic, on the walls within its text throughout Egypt. Abdul Azim, 2010, Conservation of Nature by Ancient Egyptians, was recorded on the walls in the temple. See, here's where you can find it, on the walls and temples and papyrus sheets. Egypt, known as the cradle of civilization, has documented its fascination with fungi. Remember, that's documented. When ancient Egyptians produced a number of hieroglyphics, there's so many of them, a number of hieroglyphic depictions of psychedelic mushrooms on the temple walls and through hieroglyphic text through the country. So remember, everybody, when we go back to the definition of psilocybe, what does it say? Certain types of mushrooms. We're going to find out how many types soon. Certain types of mushrooms. But when we go down to the New Age, what does it say? Egyptians, known as the cradle of civilization, have has documented its fascination with fungi. The ancient Egyptians produced a number of hieroglyphics of the psychedelic mushrooms. So remember, according to this, the mushrooms that the Kemetians depict are the psychedelic ones. On temple walls, throughout hieroglyphic texts, throughout the country, the psychedelic ones. Okay? That means you'll be able to tell the difference on the walls between a psychedelic mushroom and a regular mushroom. Because the ones that the Egyptians depict, those are the psychedelic ones. Okay, so Abdul Azim 2010 and Salim 2017. The majority of temples with countless pillars, Philae temple, are like huge mushrooms with caps, tall stipes, and mushroom imprinting. Paintings distributed all over Egypt. There's countless pillars. Where is it found, Abdul Azim? In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Papyrus of Ani. Mushrooms are called, in the Papyrus of Ani, they're called the food of the gods, or celestial food, flesh of the gods. Theorized by most ancient Egyptian crowns, white and triple were inspired from the primordia of psilocybe, cubensis. As soon as they put the word theorized, maybe, might, everything after that sentence is from the top of their head. So here, theorized, both ancient Egyptian crowns, white and triple, were inspired from the primordia of psilocybe cubensis, many old dynastic Egyptian ear studs. What do we have here? Countless, what's the date? Goes back to 4500 BC. 4500 BC. Imagine that. Not 4,500 years ago, but it's on temple walls 4,500 BC. Right? BC. Not 4,500 years ago, but 4,500 BC on the temple walls. That's where you'll find countless pillars. It's in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Papyrus of Ani, food of the gods, celestial food. Okay, there's one of the first references. Okay, interesting. Mushrooms Mushrooms were about around 4,500 BC. Countless pillars. It's written about in the Papyrus of Ani, and the Papyrus of Ani, where mushrooms are called celestial food. Okay, let me take you to a completely different source called Fungi of Egypt. Let's see what they say. Let's see what wording they use. Here we go. Fungi of Egypt. Documentation of Egypt fungi may be dated 4,500 BC. There were produced number of hieroglyphs when ancient Egyptians produced a number of hieroglyphics, depictions of plants, many of which are psychedelic. On the walls, text all throughout Egypt, temples with countless pillars are shaped like huge mushrooms with tall stems, umbrella caps. Engravings, where is it found? In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Ani, called the celestial food, flesh of the gods. Is this deja vu? Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, now let me take you to a completely unrelated website, Chakruna Institute. Let us see what information it has on mushroom usage in Kemet with the followers of Ma'at. Let's see what they say. We'll read the red. Ancient Egypt dates back to 4,500 BC. Temples with countless pillars. Countless pillars found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Ani, called the food of the gods, celestial food. Flesh of the gods. Boom. Yes, they are all the exact word for word descriptions, all the exact same wording, which equals hypnosis. And they all say 4,500 BC, countless pillars, flesh of the gods, celestial food, in the Papyrus of Ani, the Book of the Dead, 1967, the exact same wording, but notice they never show it. So if you were to depend on the common hypnotic answer out there, and let me shrink it down just so you can see. Do all these people know each other? Huh? Here it is, 4500 BC. Countless pillars, Egyptian Book of the Dead, food of the gods, celestial food. Next source, 4500 BC. Plant psychedelics, countless pillars, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, food of the gods, celestial food. The next source, 4500 BC. Temple walls with countless pillars, Egyptian Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Ani, food of the gods, celestial food. That's what happens when you do social media religion. Here it is. Countless pillars, food of the gods, flesh of the gods, celestial food, Papyrus of Ani. The exact same wording, but notice they never show it. Where is it in the Papyrus of Ani? Where's the quote? What verse, chapter, where? So if you were to depend on the common hypnotic answer out there, then the answer would be yes. The ancient Egyptians partook in psychedelic mushrooms. Well, they were on countless pillars. It was 4500 BC. Being your, the answer would be yes if you depended on that. The ancient Egyptians partook in psychedelic mushrooms. Well, being you're here at the Tehuti podcast, know that we're going to deal with the indigenous people. Being that you're here at the Tehuti podcast, you know that we're going to deal with what the indigenous people said themselves, and I am going to show you the root of where all of this nonsense came from and the original food of the god reference. And of course, for all of that, you know what it's time to get into, people? To get into all of that, because if we were to depend on what we see just on the internet blogs, would have the exact same wording. 4500 BC, countless pillar, food of the god, Book of the Dead, only the 1967 version, food of the gods. Every word for word the same, all the same word for word wordings. But of course, everybody, you know we're going to step it up. We're going to leave the hypnosis alone. What did the ancestors say? Because of course they never seem to show it. Let's step it up, everybody. But you know to step it up. What is the time to get into? Everybody's time to get into. What is the time to get into, Shadow Body? What shall we get into? I think it's time to get into what's the time to get into, everybody? I think it's time to get into let's get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Let's get into the truth of what the ancestors say, which the esoterics, metaphysics people never seem to quote. But it's on countless pillars. You can't even, there's so many of them, you can't even count them. It goes back 4500 BC. Like 2,000 years before the Saqqara pyramids. It goes back on countless, called the food of the gods, celestial gods. There it is, everybody. Countless pillars. Okay, so mushrooms, accordingly, were used in ancient Kemet as food of the gods, quote unquote. It's on countless pillars. It's all over Kemet of mushrooms, a psychedelic that raised the awareness. Because, of course, to get to the heightened spiritual state, to build large, great Aku pyramids, and the wondrous spiritual civilization of immortality of Kemet, of course you would need to get high off of mushrooms. And all and all this was recorded in the Purim Haru of Ani, the Book of the Dead. Don't worry, everybody, it's all in there as a celestial food. Well, here at the Tehuti Pod Class House of the 10, unlike the New Age meme society, media culture, microwave information, and talking from the top of your head, here we go by what, everybody? What do we go by here? Type it in the room. What do we go by here? Do we go by top of the head? What do we go by? What is the motto of the Tehuti Pod Class? We go by what? What is it, everybody? What do we go by? We go by, you Betsy put ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Let's do it. Let's go by the ancestral artifacts over their spiritual, esoteric, religious opinions. There's so many mushrooms mentioned. It's on countless walls. So many you can't even count them. And they're everywhere. 4500 BC, celestial food, food of the gods. That's recorded. It's everywhere. It's on the pillars. Let's find out this is true. Because here, if Betsy got it right, we go by boom. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, family. Ancestral artifacts. What did the ancestors leave us? So boom, I am here as the first rebirth echoed frequency of the Natiru to defend that which the ancestors. I'm here for the rebirth of more echoed frequencies to continue the defense of the truth of the Natiru ancestors and the indigenous writings and what they taught themselves. So let us look at the underlined claims that are circling all throughout this new age social media AI world, disgracing and insulting and misrepresenting the Natiru. Let's go to the underlying claims. Boom. Underlying claims. What are they? What are these claims, the underlying claims? Well, 4500 BC. They're on countless pillars. It's in the Egyptian Book of the Dead of the Papyrus of Ani. Food of the gods. It's documented. It's called the celestial food. So first, let me take you back to the article to see if they do give textual references, because let me give them the benefit of the belief, not the benefit of doubt. Let's give them the benefit of the belief, because maybe there are textual references. They say it's here in the Book of the Dead. Papyrus, they say in the Book of the Dead, is the papyrus and celestial food that all people of Kemet seem to have been aware of. Countless walls everywhere. In doing so, you will see the true New Age agenda right in their textual reference section. So we're going to go to textual references section, because text means written, that which the ancestors actually wrote about. Let's get to the writings of these mushrooms and psychedelics and the actual writings, according to these people who say the ancient Egyptians took psilocybin. Let's see. Here it is. We're in the section, their section, textual references, underline, ancient text might. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, family. Uh-oh, what's going on? What's going on, Shadow Body? What do you mean the ancient text might? No. Read the text, please, sir. Metaphysics, esoteric? Just read the text. You're starting off by saying the ancient text might. Everything you say after the word might, I don't want to hear your New Age teachings after the word might. Quote what they said. It's starting off, it says the textual reference, which means you should only be referring to chapter and verse of what the ancestors wrote. What they wrote is what they wrote. There should be no might. Just translate it. If you have a different translation than another, compare translations, but don't say might. What did it say? You have a section called textual reference, and the textual reference starts off with the word might. There we go. Ancient texts might have metaphorical mentions of mushrooms. And they don't really mention it. It's a metaphorical mention. You know, we may be making it up. Ancient texts might have metaphorical mentions of mushrooms. Deciphering these references might. That's the internet teachings of every single conscious community woke referencing to eat. Could it and a might, and a might and a could, and a could and a might. Might have references. Could provide. Deciphering these references could provide insight into how these societies perceive fungi as divine sacred entities. Who told you that? The universe of mushrooms is expansive. Now they're talking. Is it the textual reference? Does the textual reference say anything about the universe of mushrooms expansive? Each variant bearing its own unique. Who's talking here? I want to know the name of the scribe, because you said textual reference. Bearing its own unique charm. Is this Ptahhotep? And characteristics. The marketplace on the mushroom network is a testament to this diversity. It's a haven for those seeking a deeper understanding of the magical world. Hold on a second. I didn't want to know deeper understanding. I wanted to know the textual reference. So, everybody, It's a deeper understanding of the magical world of mushrooms. It is a haven for those seeking a deeper understanding of the magical world of mushrooms. If you're keen on learning more about this type of mushroom, you know, the one that the Egyptians had everywhere, and other mushroom variants, this marketplace is your ultimate source. As I said, first let me take you back to the article to see if they do give a textual reference for this Book of the Dead Papyrus Celestial Food that all the people of Kemet seem to have been aware of. And in doing so, you will see the true New Age agenda right in their textual reference. What's the New Age agenda? Boom. There it is. Not one written reference. The New Age psyops is to base sentences on might, maybe. And if you are keen on learning more about this ancient celestial food, do not worry about going to what the Nile Valley scribes of Matt stated for themselves. Come to the marketplace. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. If you want true, if you're keen on learning more about this, don't go to the Book of the Dead, the Papyrus of Ani. Come to the marketplace. And that is what this is all about. Luring people in under the guise of ancient teachings to redirect them into a new age agenda sales of psychedelics. Let me break the spell of this misrepresented matrix and let us look at this quote-unquote celestial food as referenced in the Papyrus of Ani. You know, remember? Here it is. Remember they said? The fungus, it's in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Papyrus of Ani. They reference the Papyrus of Ani. The Papyrus of Ani is a text. So why is it when I go to the textual reference, it says might? No. You didn't say might, you said it's there, and you even gave the translation. Celestial food, food of the gods. These are words. There's a meta word for celestial, and there's a meta word for food. There's a meta word for food of the gods. Right? That would be a meta would be TCHA emnetiru. TCHA emnetiru. That would be the translation. So these are words. So what do you mean? Give us the sentence. What do you mean the ancient text might have metaphorical reference? Give us the sentence. They don't, because if you want a true keen understanding, don't go to Ani himself. You know, those Egyptians that are not smart enough to know what they are saying themselves. Go to the marketplace, because the marketplace will give you a keen understanding of what Ani is talking about. Well, let me break this spell of misrepresented matrix and let us look at the celestial food, in quotes, as referred to in the Papyrus of Ani in its context and MEDU imagery to see these mushrooms, quote unquote. Let me take you to the Papyrus of Ani, directly to the section that's called the House of the Ba, pure energetic projectable double. You see, the term celestial food, the food pertaining to the gods, those are word for word in there. There is celestial food. Those are words in there. There are the gods eating food. So why is it you don't give us that mushroom, guys? Why do you say might? Give us the verse. You can't. Because if you do, this is what will happen. We're going to go directly to the section of the House of the Ba, pure energetic projectable double. This is what the New Age people love to do. Like when I was debating the brother Lord Jamar, he likes to whiz by a section, and I say, no, stop right there. Let's read it. They just like to take a picture imagery and create a story narrative around it. Let's go right to what Ani said, because I'm going to believe what Ani said over a New Age mushroom man. So here's the Papyrus of Ani. Here it is. Let me shrink this down. O ye gods of the house of the soul, who weigh heaven and earth in a balance. And start from here, in a balance. There's the TCHA, TCHEFAU, right here. And there it is. There's where the sentence starts, where it is the way, the earth, the house, weigh heaven and earth in balance. Okay? And who gives? Here it is. celestial food. Word for word, everybody. We got it. We found it. We found celestial food. Mentioned the papyrus of Ani as they said it would be. Here it is. This is the mushrooms, right? Here it is, the celestial food. Note that it says footnote 2. Okay? Footnote 2. Celestial food. So somewhere in this sentence here is celestial food. I know where it is. I'm reading this. I know where it is, but we're going to find out. Let's see what the footnote says where celestial food is. Here we go, everybody. Boom. And there it is. Now, which one of these words written up top is celestial food that's represented by mushroom glyphs called celestial food? Okay, note that there is a small number 2 right here, boom, as a footnote reference. Let us see what that footnote is, family. Let's see what the footnote is. Are you ready? Celestial food footnote. Here it is. Boom, number 2 footnote. TCHEFAU. Hey, we found the meta word, everybody. TCHEFAU. There's the word for the magic mushroom, because TCHEFAU is translated as the celestial food that all the esoterics are quoting word for word. It's specifically the psychedelic mushroom. TCHEFAU. We found it. Ding, 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 ding. Here it is, everybody. TCHEFAU. All right. Here it is. There's the word that is being translated as celestial food that is constantly, repetitively being referred to by the New Age agenda as mushrooms. See? Boom. Celestial food. Egyptian Book of the Dead. Papyrus of Ani. But you don't take us there. That's this. Papyrus of Ani. Here it is. Celestial food. We got it. But you won't take us there. Well, that's why the students have Tehuti. I'm not going to whiz by everything. We're going to do this nice and slow. Let's go to the book of slow. Put the mushroom down for a minute. Let's talk about where you say this is from. I found the book of Ani. We found the exact word, TCHEFAU, celestial food. We found it, everybody. There it is. And in the next one, fungi of Egypt. Here it is, Egyptian Book of Ani. And they all give the specific one. It has to be the 1967 version. Book of Ani, 1957. Here it is, celestial food. And here's the next one, Egyptian Book of the Dead. Budge, Papyrus of Ani, 1967. Food of the gods, celestial food. We found it. We're there. Papyrus of Ani, celestial food. The word there in Metanetter is TCHEFAU, under footnote number 2. Wonderful. Okay, and there's an image. Here we go. Here it is. And here is the glyph image that they constantly show of mushrooms. So this must be the TCHEFAU. This must be the celestial food. It must be. They're referring to the image, and they're giving you the word, and they're giving you the Papyrus of Ani. So we found it, right? We found it. Since, according to the New Age esoteric, metaphysical, warped mutation of Ma'at representation, this mushroom was known since 4500 BC. I wonder if they meant to type 4500 years ago. 4500 BC. Okay? And according to the New Age esoterics, they represented immortality of the Nitiru, which in reality is the utmost most important thing to the Nile Valley culture. Then of course the Metanetter word TCHEFA or TCHEFAU must have or be images of mushrooms, or at least have mushrooms in the determinative. See? Because they show you the image. We know that hieroglyphic Metanetter words are made up of images that have determinatives at the end when wanting to speak about a specific thing. So here we know the ancient people knew how to draw mushrooms. So this word here for the celestial food, TCHEFAU, right there, must be either images of a mushroom or at least have the determinative of a mushroom. Okay, let's go and see what it is, everybody. Are you ready? So let me show you. Let's break this matrix. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Here we are. I circled it. TCHEFAU or TCHEFA. See that? In the scales being doubly given. The ka. TCHEFAU. See that? There it is. So there's the word. And it starts from this sentence. O way, heaven and earth in balance who give celestial food. And there it is. Okay. So there's the word, everybody. Boom. Where are the mushrooms, family? Where is there a mushroom determinative? Nowhere to be found in the words of the indigenous people within their writings. I am here to break the matrix of dishonor and misteachings of the netter. So they saw this word, TCHEFAU. Where did they get that this was mushrooms? I see a cobra erect. I see a viper snake. This is TCHEFA. And I see the saw bird. They say this is mushrooms. The Kemetians knew how to draw mushrooms. Here's mushrooms. So this is some type of celestial food, but they think specifically it's psychedelic mushrooms. Where is that in this square? Where can we find mushrooms? This is why they don't take you to the word of the image. Because if they take you to the image, somebody will say, wait a minute, it says celestial food. Where do you insert mushrooms in there? I don't see any determinative for mushrooms. Where's the reference to a mushroom? Where's the mushroom glyph? Where's the description of this growing like a mushroom? Where's the description of this having anything to do with mushrooms, and then specifically psilocybin mushrooms? Where is it, everybody? Not there. So does this, here it is, does this look like this? Here's the word TCHEFA. Here are the mushroom glyphs, mushroom images. Where's the mushrooms here? I don't see any. And by the way, the Book of Ani is 1250 BC, not 4500 BC. Okay, so here we go, everybody. The psyops of the New Age agenda of atheism and the agenda to remove the netter from your memory is to focus not on what indigenous people say themselves, but the modern day undisciplined, shock value, motivated path of ISFED, which is why when you look this up, all they show you are images of something that looks like a mushroom, but absolutely no reference to any papyrus translation of what the image is, no reference to mushrooms. It is based on the agenda that is to justify the usage of mushrooms only in the psychedelic fashion. Let me show you something, and I want you to think deeply. Take a good look at this. What do you think of, everybody, when you see this? Here it is. Just get a good look at this. What is the first thing that comes to mind? Type it in the room. What comes to mind, everybody, when you see this? I'll give you a moment or so. Type it in the room. What comes to mind when you see this? When you see these images, do they look familiar? What comes to mind? What's being done with this? Let me look in the room to see what you all are typing. What's being done with this? Type it in the room. That's right, harass. You got it. So many people like capitalism. Foraging, okay. Cooking food. Cooking. Keep going, everybody. Salads. There's 46 people watching. I'll put it on the screen. What comes to mind when you see this image? I'm going to get a few more answers. What comes to mind, everybody, when you see this image? These images. cooking food, salads. Does anybody else see that image? I know there's a lag on mine. What comes to mind when you see this image? I'll give it a few more moments. Let me see. Food, eating, okay. Farmer's market, cooking, eating. How come nobody types shrooms? How come nobody types psychedelics come to mind? How come nobody typed getting high? How come nobody typed opening my third eye? How come everybody types cooking food, foraging, salads, eating, food, farmer's market, cooking, eating? How come nobody types raising my higher consciousness, getting high? How come nobody typed any of that? Because that is not the first thing that comes to mind when you see images of mushrooms, is it? That's not the first thing that comes to mind. The first thing that comes to mind is food, eating, cooking. I bet you put grass, mold, cooking. It's all cooking and eating. That's the first thing that comes to mind when you see images of mushroom in your society. Nobody put getting high. Nobody put taking it, third eye opening, going in a different dimensional realm. Nobody put that. Why not? Why don't you put that? Because these are familiar in your society. Familiar images. You already answered. Let me ask the class, what do you see here? And what is happening in the common culture that you grew up in? You already answered it. That's right. Boom, exactly. It's just one of the many food items that are prepared. This would be nothing special to you. But imagine 2,000 years from now, when you are no longer here to fend for yourself, but you have left clear writings, and a new age esoteric metaphysic group comes 2,000 years from now that is of a completely different culture. They find these images here on your wall, in your cooking shop. They find these images in your kitchen. They find them in your cookbook. Wherever you have these images, pictures in your phone, pictures in your family picture, wherever you may have these images, a magazine, they find magazines of these images, and they come and superimpose their agenda. They come from a totally different culture, and they superimpose their agenda. They superimpose their agenda into your regular diet imagery, then start spreading the narrative that you and your family take specific psilocybin, the psychedelic one. That would be pure evil and isfet. Pure evil and isfet. If you left images, whether it's cookbooks, images on your cell phone, pictures on the wall of what your grandmother cooked, images of wherever you may have images of mushrooms and vegetables, and then somebody comes 2,500 years from today, from a completely different culture, and they superimpose their agenda, and they say, look at Basatut, the culture of Basatut, the psilocybin, you see there's pictures of mushrooms on the wall, on his walls. We went through this. They had this thing called a cell phone 2,000 years ago. It was special to them. And inside of the cell phone, we have Mother Makes Mushrooms. That's a special sacred mother, the sacred special mother. The great spiritual mother made mushrooms, and they took these for their opening of their third eye. Basatut is dead. Basatut is not there to defend. He left writings of what it is. And they come 2,000 years later and say, Basatut said this is such and such food. We're going to just put in the psilocybin. And the food that he left and described wasn't even a mushroom. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're here to defend the nectar, because if we leave it up to the TikTok religion and the Instagram religion, then the children will be lost in the source. They'll be completely lost in this madness. So that'll be completely isfet and evil. Okay? And look at the vibrations of look at the variation of mushrooms that can be found in people's kitchens today. So even if they find mushrooms, you got trumpet mushrooms images. Which one is the one that they left? They said the images on the wall of KEMET are specifically psychedelic mushrooms. Wait a minute, sir. The images of the walls of KEMET look like this. Everybody tell me what type of mushroom is this? Go look at this image and tell me which of the species of mushroom is this one. Because the articles say psychedelic mushrooms. Yet even when we look today, velvet, palpini mushrooms, cremini mushrooms, maitake, bandasa mushrooms, alba clamshell mushrooms, there's bella bella mushrooms, trumpet royal mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, brown clamshell mushrooms, portobello mushrooms, forest namiko mushrooms. So they find these mushrooms and they say specifically psychedelic. And none of these are psilocybin. None of these are psychedelic mushrooms. Let me ask the class, how many species of mushrooms are there? Do you know? How many species of mushrooms are there, class? Are you ready? Let me take you to Biodiversity Institute, University of Florida. Biodiversity Institute, University of Florida, under mushroom sizes and mushroom sizes are environmentally driven across the planet. Let's go to the Biodiversity Institute, University of Florida. How many species of mushrooms are there? There are over 20,000 species of there are over 20,000 species of mushrooms forming fungi. 20,000. Boom. Over 20,000 species of mushroom. And the New Age metaphysical narrative makers want you to believe that if you see a farming, cultivating ancient society with images of mushrooms, of the 20,000 species that are out there, it is specifically the psychedelic psilocybin hallucinating one that they're taking. Of the 20,000 species of mushrooms, that's the one that the ancients are showing. But if they were to do that to you, it'd be evil. Absolutely not. We were the originators of imbuing farming and cultivation into echoed imageries of the doubled realm of the pure energetic projectable double and its echoed reality in the doubled quantum realm. Thus, we call that realm of the afterlife the field, synonymous with farming and cultivating. As seen here, garden scene tomb of Ipui, the farmers, the cultivators, 1295 BC, around the same time as the Purim Haru. Cultivators, farmers, cultivation, farming tomb of Nakat, 1400 BC. In the Purim Haru, we call this field SEKHET, which is the same ancient word for conscious memory, because out of the physical body, all that exists is consciousness. But consciousness, quote unquote, is irrelevant without the power of memory, recollection, and familiarity of what you have obtained in the physical realm, to consciously transfer the collection of data into a more refined, echoed, out-of-body realm of eternity. So that's one farm. That is one farm. Then obtain food for the farmer obtains food for his biological imperative, and for the physical journey, the same would echo on the other side of the quantum. Thus, we would depict ourselves and the netter with food offerings, the ultimate gift that a cultivator of the land could give or receive in the physical realm, was echoed and seen on many temple walls. Note the hands and arms out in the offering position. Here's the temple wall of Kamambo. 2 hands out, food offering. Make note of that position. Let's go to the temple wall of Ed food. 2 hands out, various food and vegetable offerings and cake offerings. Temple of Ed food, Temple of Kamambo. Let's go to Kamambo again. Vegetable food offerings, Kamambo Temple. See the 2 outstretched arms out. Vegetables, ducks, grains, plants. Dendara Temple, the Tenti Ra Temple, the same one that they always show with the mushroom. And what do we have here? Vegetables, plants, ducks, cakes. Notice that their arms are in the exact same position. Bent a little bit forward, bent with the 2 arms aligned. Bent a little bit forward, 2 arms perfectly aligned. Bent a little bit forward, 2 arms perfectly aligned. Bent a little bit forward, 2 arms perfectly aligned. And of course, right back to, the Temple of Henheru. Bent arms, 2 arms perfectly aligned. And there are vegetables, plants, and mushroom offerings. This was a common scene. This was the common scene that's all over the temple walls. This one here, this one here. These are the common scenes that have countless images of food offerings in the afterlife and food offerings in the physical life. And this is on the same temple. This is the temple of Tenti Ra. All you got to do is move over a little bit on the temple, and there's the one with the mushroom, matching the rest of the vegetable food offerings. Temple of Hedheru. Boom! The offering of cultivated food. And remember earlier when I said note the 2 hands. Well, where have we seen the 2 outstretched arms before? Where have we seen them before, family? Boom! Right here. In the same sentence as the giving of the celestial food. There are the 2 outstretched arms parallel to each other. The esoterics don't want to show you this, right? There it is. There's the 2 outstretched arms right before you get to the celestial food of the offerings. Where have we seen it before? In the Papyrus of Ani, line 6, with the TCHEFA, the celestial offerings, because it represents a food source in your journey in the afterlife, covering all manner of food, vegetables, and consumable plants and animals, not specifically mushrooms, as the Matrix New Age agenda would like you to believe. As you see on the temple walls, all the manner of farm vegetables, including, of course, edible mushrooms, as you have in your kitchen, or any farmer has, we call TCHEFA. And there are the images right there. All of these are edible food offerings that farmers collect and give to the pharaohs and then echo as it being given to them in the afterlife. All of these multiple vegetables, foods, ducks, cakes, they're all called one thing, the TCHEFA. And again, note the word before TCHEFA in the Papyrus of Ani is the same extended arm position, which is actually the root word of the word TCHEFA itself, which is TCHA, and it means to give and eternity. There it is right there. TCHA, to give. And you notice there's a triangle shape on the hand being given. That's giving. Note the hand is in the triangular shape Aku, which was the house of the eternal life, and when expanded forms a 3672 degree isosceles golden mean ratio Fibonacci triangle as the shape of eternal growth. It represents eternity. You'll notice that if you look at the shape, it goes into the isosceles triangle, as I've shown before, the shape of the isosceles triangle is the 36-36-72, which expands in a ratio of the golden mean, which is 1.61 expansion, or 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, constant expansion, and it goes into eternity. It's an endless number that continues to go on and on. It's from the isosceles triangle. It's the only triangle that forms that. For the eternal journey of immortality, and our ancestors, the Nichiren, were so advanced and imbued. Guess what else TCHA food meant? What else did it mean? The word TCHA, the root word of the celestial food, what else did it mean? TCHA, bread, food for the journey. TCHA, see that? And what's the journey? The journey is in the word itself. Those are the two mountains, and that's the fire coming in between the two mountains, or leaving the two mountains. Why? Because in the mountain area, in the SEKHET Ma'at, the people are calling Valley of the Kings, that's where most of the Par-ee and Esubiti pharaohs were buried. And just as the sun was seen to resurrect in between the two mountains, the ancient people purposely built entire cemetery inside of the mountains that the sun would rise over and that their soul would leave out of, symbolic of echoing the entendre principle of the sun. So that's the symbol of the two mountains and the fire coming in between is the journey that you're making. That's where the journey begins. You're ascending out of where the mountain area is, just like the sun ascends between the two mountains called the mountain of Manu and the Per Amharu. Woo! Boom! Food, bread, ready for the journey. So the same word for TCHA is that is the word for the offering, also means bread for the journey. And the reason being, of course, because prior to having the complete civilization, all of our ancient people were hunters and gatherers. Hunters and gatherers. I'm gonna put the link in the room. I'm gonna step off just for a moment. Hunters and gatherers, how did they survive? Off of carbohydrates, bread and rice, giving you carbohydrates. And carbohydrates is what gives you the energy to continue and move throughout the day through your journey, because you're a hunter and a gatherer. You're continuously moving. You can't do it off of fish and beef. You have to do it off of carbohydrates. That's why after every exercise, an intense workout, any instruction will tell you your glycemic levels will drop. In order to replace glycemic loss, you have to take in preferably dextrose, one of the fastest acting carbohydrates. Carbohydrates found in honey. Dextrose is actually found in honey. Honey, bread, and rice were one of the most consumed things in ancient Kemet. So value that Ramesses actually gave the offerings of 21,000 jars of honey. That was his offering. So it was a journey. I'm going to step out just for a moment. You all talk to the people, and I'll be right back to continue. Right back. We're going to continue. We're not done yet. Peace.
What's up, Great SABA, to offer all this beautiful life-expanding information. Everybody make sure to support our wonderful Great SABA. It takes a lot to make these classes. He is very detailed in the way that he creates these classes, very organized, walks us through a journey. He walks us on a path to the truth that our ancestors said and had written within stone. I love how SABA first goes over what people are being taught today with the New Age people, and then showing where people are getting this information from, and then dissecting it, and going back to what our ancestors actually said. SABA is very phenomenal in his way of dismantling the matrix. He makes it look easy. Makes the process for me personally of unraveling matrix very easy, very smooth. very natural. So that definitely deserves support because he puts so much time into these classes and sacrifices other things within his own life to make these classes for us to learn about something that he might not even be looking into at the time, like these psychedelic mushrooms. And he answers these questions for the person who sent in the question and for other people who are interested as well. So that definitely deserves support to do something for other people. Not a lot of people out there would sacrifice something that they were looking into or were doing to do something for someone else to help them grow and help other people grow as well. So this definitely deserves support, especially if you were under this hypnosis, this psyop that the people of the Nile Valley, our ancestors, used these psychedelic mushrooms. And I'm looking forward to seeing what El SABA brings forth within this class. I'm happy and excited that we're getting into the MEDU, getting into aspects of immortality and eternity. We'll tap Uncle Justin Ed.
We'll tap Uncle Justin Ed to offer your wonderful words. I am loving this class so far. I'm hoping all of you are loving it as well. It's very life-giving, and I agree with all of what Amun said. I also like and appreciate how he goes through what the Matrix gives you first, and then brings us all the way back to the root of the matter and what our ancestors taught. So that's very beautiful, and I really appreciate that this is documented for eternity. So our children's children can watch this and understand that this is the truth and this is what was taught. And I love that he is correcting what others are putting out, and that it is now brought back to the true reality. And that is very important to me. And I appreciate SABA so much for doing this in today's class, even though he had as much hours as he had of rest. So I really appreciate him for his consistency and determination and his pure eve of teaching us all consistently in the matter that he does and the way that he does, how he structures it and forms it all together. Very synchronistic, and as Amun said, it flows very easily and perfectly. So I very much to great SABA. Make sure to support in any ways that you can, and yeah, show the support for what this is doing for you. Hotep and Mary.
Hotep Erdistan Ani, Hotep Erdistan Net Minty.
Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep
Peace
Murray.
and love. Would you like to go ahead, Minty Hotep?
Yeah, sure. Tua, brother. So I love this. I love this explanation because it just spotlights and targets the spiritual discipline that one has to have when learning and growing. SABA Tehuti teaches us that to have discipline and discernment with what we take into our consciousness. And I just think it's amazing that that these new age teachings and beliefs, they have such confidence behind the information that they put out, like it's fact, and it's not. So I just feel really, I feel very guided to be in the presence of SABA Tehuti and his teachings and House of Atten, because we are really getting to experience what it is to learn for the first time. So everyone out there, please continue to support our great SABA. in any ways that you can. Reach out. I always urge and encourage everybody to get the MetaNetter classes. Like I was saying, we go through things that we don't go through here on the pod class. So Justin Neb and Hotep Murray.
Hotep Marie. Yes, Tua for everyone's Medu, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Everyone, please support SABA Tehuti. The links are pinned, and just even from what he showed so far, and just how much ISFET is really out there, no matter what one's intention may be, because the matrix is so expansive. It has a way of being very elusive, and so one thing that people do is whenever you find something or you're reading something, there's a lot of copy and paste, which is why you see a lot of the same writings incorrectly just passed along, and it is important to stick a knife in that and stop it there and bring forward, ma'at, the real teachings, because it grows a life form of its own, something that's based in isfet, a lie, and it's very important that, and I started to learn this, with SABA Tehuti, taking his time and digging into each thing that's said, which is just not practiced today, which really allows you to siphon through any misinformation and to not go into it with a biasness, because it may be something that relates to you in that particular thing, and to be able to look at something for what it is, for what's said about it, and to not insert your what you wanted to say into the writings, which is what people do. So yeah, I'm happy that in which he does consistently in showing a lot of the matrix that gets passed around and starts to create a life of its own. So to be able to point that out and show, to slow down, like, going into the textual reference, whereas the textual references aren't even textual references that they're telling you to refer to, and it's a language that is definitely hypnotic. So yes, everyone, please support the Great Saba, and yeah, make your time here. Allow it to be valuable for you by opening up the doorway through the reciprocity, so you can take more from this class than what's just presented on the surface. So to our Hotep, welcome back, Great Saba Tehuti.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, peace. Forgot somebody back there, but he'll be okay. Make sure the make sure. Oh. One moment, everybody. Hold on.
I just wanted to echo on something Brother Patah said. When you go into these teachings with a biased opinion, and you want it to go the direction that you want it to go, but then through learning, you find out that it doesn't, because a lot of these things are they're logical fallacies, and we want them to work, but they don't fit. And by having that biased opinion, you might try to make something fit as hard as you can, and then that's when the isfet is created. And that's when the isfet is just echoed, and before you know it, you've created this whole story.
Yes, and that's the beautiful thing about Ma'at, is being able to acknowledge, this is directly from this, and here's the reference. This is something that I'm speaking from this perspective. This isn't documented or written, so you can properly compartmentalize your information and lead people to an actual source instead of just inserting, you're making things up. Because there's a lot of power and beauty within nature, right? But when we're speaking about this exact topic and whether or not psilocybin was used in KEMET, what the great SABA has taught us is to deal with that question directly and answer it from what the people said themselves. And Amun spoke on it earlier about, with different levels of consciousness, the actual chemical makeup that's taking place with the ingestion may not affect certain people who do that naturally, right? So there's definitely levels to it. Hotep, great Saba.
Hotep, now I'm back. I'm back.
Back again.
Again and again, like Nania said, back again. Ready to get back into it, everybody. For those who have seen the answer so far, support Cash App TT Moon as you're watching it. PayPal at Rocky SV. Support the class as it's going. I'm making these long classes. My answers used to be 20 minutes, and I used to do about 4 of them. At this time, I only have this one question to do, so I'm making these few questions to do. So I'm putting it all into one, and it's going over an hour. But as you're seeing it, as you're appreciating it, support Cash App, PT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. It's over an hour. We're still not done. We're getting into it, and like the brother Pata and Minty were saying, I didn't get to hear Amunet on this particular topic, but this is about the particular question. The particular question, whatever you want to do, whatever you do, and you justify, that is on you and the culture that you adhere to, or the benefit that you adhere to. Leave the material out of it. do what you want to do. If you want to do hash oil, if you want to do marijuana, just don't say Ramesses did marijuana. Don't just say I do it because I like it. But don't stop. Leave the ancestors, because you never refer to them for any discipline that you actually do from the papyrus. Only for what your recreations is. The ancestors did hallucinogens. Ramesses did ayahuasca in the bathroom. Whatever. Anything to disrespect what they actually left for you to do, what they actually left for you to learn. We're just dealing with what they actually left. If they didn't do that, leave them out of it. Go to the Buddhists, and if the Buddhists hear you say that, they'll correct you. If it's true, just leave the ancestors alone, other than respecting what they actually left for you, and stop using the ancestors references to your personal ego and what you want to do. You see that Ramesses had his hand like this. So that means it's not really there, but he had weed in his hand, but it's not really there. And Ramesses holding a feather of Ma'at, then turned to weed. See the feather part, that's really metaphorical smoke. No, stop. So we're gonna get into it, everybody. We're gonna go right back into this. So thank you for your words, Pata. Thank you, Minty. Thank you, Amunet, for your words. We're gonna get right back into this answer. Everybody ready? There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Can you all see me? Is everybody ready? We're getting right back into it. I should take a little break. I'm doing this for over an hour. Please support whatever you respect. Support. If Heinz catch up, support that. If it's this, support that. If it's the Avengers, support that. But right now, if you respect this, for those who just jumped in and are wondering what is happening here, where the topic is being discussed. The topic is being discussed. Did the ancient people of Kemet use psychedelic psilocybin? Did the ancient Egyptians use mushrooms? What exactly is the food of the gods then? What exactly is it? Support the Tutti Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let's get right back into it, family. You ready? 1, 2, 3, and boom, we are here. Here we go. So we see that the actual word for the celestial food is this one that I have the blue arrow pointed to. Let me see if the screen sharing properly. Can you all hear me? Yes, I see it. I see it there. Okay, good. Okay, boom. So we see that this is the TCHET, TCHEFAU, or TCHEFAU, and the arrow is pointed there. And we see the two hands extended with the offering cakes matching the theme of what is actually on all of these temples. The temple of Kamambo, there's the two hands. They're making sure they're positioning their hands like this. It is completely parallel. They're not even off at all. All the hands are completely parallel. You see that? The hands are completely parallel. These are offering. And the ancient ancestors were so beautifully imbued. And there's the mushroom. There's all the other vegetables. See, they talk about this, but what about all these here? They don't mention anything about these. They just put right here, mushroom. What about the rest of what she's holding? What about all of this? It's on the same temple. What about all of that? So it's the mushroom, and a mushroom. So we see they were so advanced and so imbued of what they wanted to convey that the word TCHEFAU right here, that their hand is in the position of the two arms perfectly aligned, holding the cakes as they're holding. There's the word TCHA right there. The actual word is the same, is the root word of what they're giving. There's the TCHA. There's the TCHA, it's the cake, and the TCHA is also the word for the giving. And they were so imbued that the word TCHAUT is the word for the journey, because you need energy, an energy source to make any type of journey. That's why my class a few classes ago were about the succubus energies that actually want to take your energy so that you cannot continue your journey in the out of body. So boom, the food, bread journey, not a mushroom. You see, not a mushroom. The determinatives and the information is right there in the word. The specific messages are in the word. No mushrooms here, family. That's because you are now able to feed off of the eternal conscious light called the TCHA, that they're calling cake. Guess what you become? Eternity personified. Guess what the word for that is in the Metanetter? What's the word for eternity personified? Have you ever heard the term, everybody? Have you ever heard the term, you are what you eat? Who's here has heard that term? You are what you eat. Where do you think that came from? You are what you eat. You are what you eat. Where does that concept come from? That term come from? Where does that wording come from? Well, the offering was called the TCHA. The TCHEFAU was the celestial food. You're taking it for your journey, which means that you're consuming some sort of energy source. Everything needs an energy source, whether you're a physical being and you need to consume and release, or even light. When you light a fire, it needs an energy source. The energy source of that particular fire is oxygen. If you put fire in an oxygenless room, there's no fire. Your light bulb, everything needs an energy source. So as that, in that refined state as light energy, you still need a source. And that's why succubuses can exist, because you're their source in that realm. But you also need a source. So the concept of you are what you eat came from the Purim Haru. It came from the pyramid text. It came from the Unas Aset. The Unas Aset, the real name that I revealed a few classes ago for the pyramid text. Unas Nefer Aset. You are what you eat, because the light that you're trying to be is eternal. So that you're consuming that energy so you can continue on as a conscious light. The word for that light source energy is TCHEFAU, or TCHA. Guess what that word is for eternity? Here's the word for eternity. And then eternity personified. So here is the TCHA, which is the food energy that you're getting on the other side, and the word for physical cake on this side, the bread for the journey, because you need carbohydrates for a journey, or you need energy source for a journey. And because you are now able to feed off of eternal conscious light, the TCHA cake, guess what you become? eternity personified. Guess what the word is for eternity personified in the MEDU? The exact same word, TCHA. Eternity. Because this is the deceased, and here's the deceased resurrecting inside of the cobra. Eternity. Eternity personified. And there's the nectar symbol. Which one of these words is the person? The nectar. Because now you are the God that's eating the food. You are now the nectar. There's a nectar person. There's the nectar determinative. And now you become what you have been eating or consuming. The eternal bread or the eternal energy source called the TCHA that you are given over here. Food for the celestial food, the TCHA and the TCHEFAU. And then you're consuming that because you want to be that. You want to be eternity. You want to be an eternal force. So that's the food that you're eating, the light source energy that you're eating, is what you eventually become. Now you are eternity personified. They say they made the same word for what you're eating, the same word for what you become, because the followers of Ma'at are the ones that created in writing, you are what you eat. So that if you understood you are what you eat, in our culture, we would understand both sides. You are what you eat. Here in the physical, your physical body should be a manifestation of what you're consuming. The discipline of what you consume. A lot of people see me, and they see me in the gym, and they say, "Yo, what do you bench press? What's the workout? What do you lift? What's your bench press? How do you get abs, and how do you get stomach? How do you get like that? How do you look like that?" And I say, "From what I eat." Because there's guys in the gym bench pressing and lifting much more than me, and they look like Sammy the Slob. Why? Because they're going to the gym, and after the gym, their after workout meal is a slice of pizza and some fried chicken. That's not what you're supposed to eat afterward. If you want to become something, you consume the thing that's going to shape you of what you want to become. The same thing works on the other side. On the other side, you're consuming. First of all, you pekka em ku. The word ku is light energy, light consciousness. But you pekka em ku, you separate from that negative light. Now you want to consume the positive light force for you to become a positive, pure being of a shu. That's light shu, S-H-U, as light as a feather. You want to become that. So then you become what you're consuming. The TCHEFAU, what you're consuming, not mushroom. The TCHEFAU, what you're consuming, is what you end up becoming that. So are the esoteric people trying to tell us that the TCHA and the TCHEFAU is the mushroom? That's the word for the celestial mushroom. And then in the afterlife, you become a mushroom? Because you become a TCHA, you become a TCHA. Eternity personified. Are you becoming a mushroom? No. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. The last year to defend and represent the Nitiru, because everyone else says the Nitiru are just principles. We're here to defend what they wrote and what they actually are, and what they left for us without distorting what they're talking about. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Now you are eternity personified. Boom. Let's continue. Here we go. What else happens? What else happened? How much deeper does it get? Boom. The same word for what you consider in the society bred and our ancient culture represented being on an endless, continuous journey of eternity, shaped in the very structure that represented the everlasting life. That's the Aku pyramid. That you call a pyramid representing everlasting life. That you call pyramid, which equals the word Aku. Aku is the same name, our word, for the thing that you become, which is the word for light, which happens purposely to be the same word, consciousness, all within the quote-unquote food of the Nitiru, the food of the gods, because the Aku, the light aspect of physical matter, is where the nutrient is found in the first place. The Ka is that which forms the body. This energetic light double is the source of all physical matter, which can be seen when a krypton gas-filled bulb is used instead of an electrode. Then you see an example of the light double in which you would exist in outside of the physical body realm. You are in the realm of the double light outside of the physical realm, when you are in the realm of the double light out of body, that today they call the phantom effect. They call this the phantom effect. This right here. The phantom effect, when you dissect something in the physical and it leaves an imprint, and I showed in one of my classes earlier the exact same dots. It's the exact same thing. We zoomed in on it. It's the exact same dots. And here's the physical leaf. Here's where it's cutting. Here's what they call the phantom region. And then notice that the light gives off this energetic glow or this body. And there's light sources that compose the physical realm. They call this the phantom region. Okay? Well, guess what Ka also meant 4,000 years before the Matrix? What did Ka mean? Uh-oh. I never told, and what's this? January 18, 2025. Let me give you the other definition of Ka that they translate. What is it? Phantom. Uh-oh. The phantom. The phantom island. Ka. Phantom. They actually called it the phantom, and they call this the phantom region. And when you look at the etymology of the word phantom, guess what word you get? You get the Kemetic word ba. Look up the etymology of phantom. You get B-H-A, ba. Boom, Ka, phantom, and we knew this over 4,000 years ago, and that is why it states in the Purim Haru that you, in the etheric state, feed off of, guess what? Guess what you feed off of in the etheric state? What is the food that you're actually feeding off of? The Ka is the light energy inside the body. It is actually the bioenergetic template that echoes out the pure energetic projectable double called the Ba. Both are Ku light energies. And this Ka is also the word for phantom. And guess what else Ka is? What is Ka? Because you're feeding off of this light energy. So look what the ancestors did. The word Ka is what else? I have come advancing. What? The great. So what do you feed off of? I live upon what? What do you live upon? The offerings which eat their doubles. Huh? What doubles? What doubles? And what's the word for doubles? What are they eating? The Ka. The Kausen. That's the doubles plural. The doubles. The doubles, because that's the energy that you're eating on the other side. You're eating Ka energy, the bioenergetic double of anything, or the energetic double of anything that is on this side that nutrients or light energy can come from, and thus you are a Ka, and you are what you eat. You become a TCHEFAU, the TCHA, and the food is called the TCHA. You are a Ka in the bioenergetic double realm, and that realm called the SEKHET, and the food that you're eating are called the doubles. They're called the Kas, because over there you're eating the same, you're receiving the nutrients, except for you don't have to bite the food. You can pass it through light energy, because you have to bite the apple to chew on it, because you're a biological being, swallow it, it goes into the body, it becomes a part of your system. As a light being, you can just pass through it or touch it and transport that Ka energy from light to light. Like you combine two lights and they get larger, or one consumes the other. They don't have to chew on the thing. You're on that side as a pure energetic projectable double, eating that. As you become a god, you're eating that food, that energy. It's not talking anything about mushrooms. That's why they don't want me on any of their channels. That's fine. The myth, the craziness dies when the nectar comes. Here we go. So boom, boom, boom. There it is. The offerings which you eat. What are you eating? What are you consuming? The Kas. The Ka of a thing. Because each thing has an energy source. This leaf could be a plant leaf that you cook. On the other side, you eat this light energy source. You don't have to cook it. You don't have to chew it. The light energy is available because you're eating the double. You're eating its double. And just as it has nutrients on the physical realm, all of the nutrients has a double of itself on this side. They have a double light, and all you have to do is go into the nutrients and take from it. You don't have to bite it anymore because you're no longer biological. So therefore, you're not eating the actual physical food anymore. You're eating its double. Our ancestors told us this. This is what the atheists hate. Now, the current Kemetic teacher never reads from this, because you're going to ask him, where's this double that you're eating? Where are you when you're doing this? Why is it calling it a double? What is that? A double of what? They don't want to get into it because they're afraid of being called pseudo and all type of different words and spooky. No, go by what the ancestors say. Okay? So the great netter, the Iiaui, the great netter, what do they live upon? They live upon the doubles. That's the food of the gods. That's what the gods are living upon, not the mushrooms. And how was Ka associated with consciousness and double simultaneously? Guess what? Because Ka means the image, which is the double of something, and your genius. Double. See, double, image, that's the Ka. The vital strength of the Ba. What is the vital strength of the Ba? I've always been teaching. I've taught that the Ka is the bioenergetic template. That's the source of the out of body. That's the Ka, that is the double of you. But that's the source of what's keeping you alive. Once the Ka leaves, you're gone. When there's no echo. So the Ka, instead of fully leaving, it echoes out more Kas called doubles, and these things are called Bas, which is the same as the Ka, but because it doubles out, it's portrayed as a KHAIBIT or a bird flying, because it's the part that leaves the body. It's the part that echoes out. It's the same as the Ka, but the Ka is the pure is the energetic the bioenergetic template, and the Ba that's coming out is the pure energetic projectable double. That's why it's called double. It's doubling things, and the Ba is also called the double. But notice that the translation of Ba, of Ka, is the vital source of the Ba, because the Ka is what the Ba is always connected to as they echo. There is a connectivity going back to the vital source of the Ba. The Ka is the father and mother of the Ba. It's echoing out the Ba. There we go. I hope people appreciate this. I hope people understand what's happening here. So this is the vital strength of the Ba. Notice that the Ba is not the vital strength of the Ka. The Ka is the vital strength of the Ba. That's the vitality. What's the vitality? That's which gives something strong. That's the nutrients. That is what's inside of it that's making it strong. See, the Ka is living in the other world. And because it's a double, it's living beings in this world. Both worlds, because it's a double. And it's your consciousness that makes you genius. Thus the Ka, associated with the Ba soul, and the Sekhem. What's the Sekhem? What have I taught you all the Sekhem is? The Sekhem is the word for memory. The Sekhem in the SEKHET is memory, because consciousness is completely irrelevant without memory. You can learn 1 million things. If you don't remember it, you're back to zero again. You've not learned anything. Unless you have no consciousness, if you have no memory, if you don't know where you are, everything would be a new discovery for you. Consciousness is only valuable through the memory aspect of it. Everything else is irrelevant. All right, so boom, the Kau is the double light body. That is the vitality, the nutrient, the nutrition that gives strength to the physical world. It is what makes you genius. Thus, a little side notes for the atheists that say they're black power, Kemetic, or whatever they say they are. Thus, you could not be an atheist pre-Matrix and consider yourself a genius. Because in order for you to do so, you have to believe that the invisible soul, body, double, is what makes you so. I want everybody to digest that. You can only be an atheist in this new world. You can't be an atheist along the now, because what was the language of atheists? Bring an atheist up here. What was the language of atheists? What's the ancient language of atheism? I need a language of it. What was it? Get back to your roots. Get back. The Europeans stole your culture. Okay, before the Europeans stole my culture, was I an atheist? What was the language of the atheist? It couldn't be Benunetter, because an atheist can say he's a genius. You can't say that in the Medunetter, because the word for genius is Ka. So the second you call yourself a genius, you simultaneously have to believe in the Ka energy that comes out of the body as a Ba for the afterlife. Thus, every genius believes in immortality along the now. You couldn't be a genius without that. Because the word for, as an atheist, what's the ancient word for genius? Can I be an atheist genius? Of course you can. The atheists are the true genius. Look at Albert Einstein. Look at the Darwin. Look at the true geniuses. Okay, what is the word for genius? Before the conquistador came in, what was our native word for genius? It's ka. Isn't that the word that's the vitality of the ba that continues on after the physical body's dead? Hey, Mr. Atheist, you believe in life after the physical world? No, we don't. But the same word for genius is the word for the life that continues after. That's why I don't debate anymore. Let's go, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Let's get back into it. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Here we go. So there it is. So thus you could not be an atheist. You could not be an atheist pre-Matrix and consider yourself a genius, because in order for you to do so, you have to believe that the invisible soul body double is what makes you so. The ka double of the physical food on this side is what you, as a god now, because now you are a netter. Remember? Turn this down a little bit. Let me see if I can go there. If I don't have time to go there, no problem. Here it is. Because now you're eternity personified. That's the netter symbol. Because now you are a god, and that is the food that you eat. You are now a netter. Okay? You are a netter. So that's the food you would eat or consume as a netter would be the food of the god, the TCHA. Not a mushroom. You're eating the doubles of things on that side. So thus the ka is the genius, the vital body of the bioenergetic template, the echoes of the pure energetic predictable double. Right? The ka of the double physical food on this side is what you as a god netter feed upon in the double realm. Thus all offerings, bioenergetic doubles, would be the food of the god, not mushrooms. All of them have bioenergetic doubles. It's all the TCHEFAU. These evil people trying to limit it. It's the word from mushroom. Move from me. Here we go. Thus, guess what? The other definition of ka was to us thousands of years before the Matrix. What was it? Kau, the food. It's the double. You see? The double of a thing. The bioenergetic double is the food, the bringer, a god, the bringer of offerings. The offerings is the ka, which is the food on the physical side, has this light energy around it, which is the double, also called the ka, and then called the TCHA, because the light energy is what exists forever. It's the energy nor matter can be destroyed principle. It only can convert to something else. So the ka is the food, because you are what you eat. You're eating this. It's the vitality of a thing. That's when you look at this. When you look at this outside of the gas-filled light with the krypton light, you see all this bright light. This is the organic raw food kiwi. That's the nutrients projecting energy out of it. When you go to the GMO one, it looks a little different. A little bit different than this one. This is the commercial raw kiwi fruit, raw organic. It starts to look different. The light energy looks different. That's another class though. But boom, the source etheric double light was the food in offerings. It was the ka, which is what she's holding. All of this is the offerings. All of this is being brought for the offerings. The plants, the duck, the baskets of food, all of this, the light, the incense, the mushroom, all the vegetables, everything, all of it was the TCHEFAU. Wait, Tehuti, but in this culture, when we depict mushrooms, we're going to eat. They're not growing upright still, attached to something, like in the Kemetic imagery. Maybe that's something symbolic. That couldn't be regular food. What kind of mushrooms? They may say to you, what kind of mushrooms are depicted still growing out of something? Shouldn't it be chopped up on the table? We don't have what do we have that has mushrooms that are still growing upwards? That must be something metaphorical. See, it represents the mushrooms are going up. You're getting high. So, wait, Tehuti, but in this culture, when we depict mushrooms we're going to eat, they're not growing upright still, attached to something like that Kemetic image. Here's the mushroom. Look how they're growing. They're growing upwards out of something. It's not the ground. What is this? We don't have that in our culture. Well, actually, how to grow and cook? What is that, Tehuti? How to grow and cook mushrooms at home. Bing bong. What's that? This is at home. There's the mushrooms growing upwards out of this. It's growing upwards. The exact same thing happening here. This was something that happened thousands of years ago, and it's still happening in people's homes today. There's the mushrooms growing upwards out of the centerpiece. And then she's cutting it off. Mushrooms going upwards out of the centerpiece. Mushrooms going upward out of the centerpiece. Huh? Not too abstract and strange. Still going on today. Okay. So being that I have established that there are over 20,000 species of mushrooms, and and it's only the psilocybin hallucinogenic mushroom that is not commonly edible, as found as food in the Nile Valley. Was there psilocybin found in the Nile Valley? Where does this distortion of eating mushrooms and offering of vegetables get convoluted with psilocybin and spirituality? How did the Matrix mesh the two? I will show you that this comes from a logical fallacy agenda. Let me show you where all of this actually comes from. This comes from this image right here, the one that Menti Hotep mentioned on the panel. Boom. Psilocybin cubensis, the hallucinogenic cow patty mushroom. This is cow dung, and here's the mushroom. It's found in the cow dung. This one here. Boom. Yes, 2008. Long before your new age TikTok, Instagram, social media version of spirituality. And where does this image come from? Where does this come from? The source in this writing right here. Contemporary perspective of ancient Egyptian royal motifs. The motif of sacred scarab dung beetle symbol is the distinctly predominating theme in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and amulets. The ancient Egyptians even depict the dung beetle as a religious deity known as Khepri. Its prevalence as sacred imagery has been ill explained by past archaeologists and Egyptologists. Many historical explanations of the divinity attributed to this beetle have been based upon assumptions that the dynasties of ancient Egypt had misunderstood the biology of the beetle, and that its misunderstanding which led the Egyptians to keep the beetle in such high esteem. Secondary, the modern day people think that the ancient people made the mistake. So what does he go to say? What does he go to say? That this is the sacred cow beetle. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Others newly discovered the genus psilocybin mushroom. You see? So they're saying that this here is the psilocybin mushroom. The dung beetle rolls this, and this was what the Egyptians were taking, and that's what made the dung beetle Khepri. Oh my goodness, boy! Here we go. Boom. I won't even read the rest of that. This is pure. But I just want to show you where this comes from. This comes from 2008, but referring back to 1955, 1958, 1956. So boom, from citations from 1958, long before even some of your mothers were born. This agenda was set in place to misrepresent the indigenous spirituality, and now let me show you how far they have gone. Are you ready? Here it is. Now they're showing you the dung beetle. And what does it say? Psilocybe, a remarkable feature of cattle dung, which is utilized by the beetles, is the dung's highest supportive nature towards not just any mythological life, but instead cattle dung is particularly known for producing psilocybe. The male beetle rolling a ball by balancing it with its rear legs by using the front pairs to push. So they're saying they're pushing this because of psilocybe. That's why the dung beetle was revered. I don't know what papyrus they read for that, but here we go. And to what extent do these esoteric metaphysics, and to what extent do these quote-unquote esoteric, quote-unquote metaphysic, new age spiritualists go to distort indigenous teachings of Ma'at? How far do they go? Here they go. Boom! They show the Kepara, the motif of the scarab, wings spread like a vulture and split like ears of wheat. What? Split like ears of wheat. The beetle holds the sun disk psilocybe cap between a set of bull horns to depict the cow dung psilocybin connection. They're saying that the beetle holds the sun disk. And this is not a sun disk anymore. Now it's a psilocybe cap. That's what this is, a psilocybe cap. And these are not just wings, they're the spread of wheat. And this is the psilocybe cap. Where did our ancestors say anything about this being associated with any form of mushroom? Where is that? Where is that? Nowhere to be found. Boom. Pure blasphemous. Boom. Pure blasphemous foolishness. The new age atheism, agenda psyops, whose whole goal is to promote what the indigenous is, whose goal is to promote not what the indigenous ancestors wrote themselves about, their own culture and immortal spiritual beliefs, but to add on new age contemporary thoughts. What was that? To add on new age contemporary thoughts, of drug use, hallucinogens, and anything that does not deal with spiritual discipline, as if the ancestors could not write themselves or depict themselves clearly what it is that they are involved with and believe, and the intention is so strong to move you away from the actual writings, and that they would even have you believe that the Kepra beetle rolled dung that contained microscopic fungi that developed into mushroom, which would mean that we would have to eat the dung to get high. We'd have to peel it off the dung. Where is this? Any claim other than what the Natiru said themselves, but I'm here to change that. So where are the farmers, of the thousands of images of farmers, where are the farmers seen grabbing this dung and peeling mushrooms off of it? Where is that seen? Where is that referred to? Where is it seen? Absolutely nowhere, but in the fantasy minds of the agenda people. I am here to change all of that. None of that will get by as long as the House of Aten exists. Boom, Hotep, I am done. There's the Kambambo temple. There's the mushroom, the TCHA, bread for the journey. And all this gets an X through it. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th of Thanksgiving, and or if you have learned from this, or this has had any impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Silly Psilocybe, Silly Psilocybe, Psychedelic Psyops, No Shroom Shrines, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. I hope you all appreciated this multiple answered question and the time it took to put it in to give it to you. Hotep, I am done. Please support the Tutti Pod class. Two hours. There you are, Octavius Sly. I hope you appreciated this. You put the link in the room, check the chat, and then we're going to check the Gmails. Please support what you have seen or any past pod class that you have seen, or the time that it's taken to do 3 years straight of this, with the only break being taken is when somebody unfortunately passed away and I was sent to the hospital, are the only breaks that I've ever taken since the Killer Pre-Show, since the pod class has began. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Please support the Tutti Pod class. There's the AI moderator. Did I show my hand? There's the AI moderator right there. Support with Cash App. Questions. Send questions in and send support in. I only have one more question. I only have one question so far for next week. So support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I hope you appreciated it. Hotep, let me check the comments. Angela Gates put mushroom. 100, 100, 100. Fire. You bet put Nefer Tehuti. Nook put the axes down on them. Minty Hotep said that was good. MEDU SABA to Hotep. There's a link, everybody. Jump in. It's gonna be an early pod class. We're gonna see what the support is. And let's see what the people appreciate it. For those who are supporting this, it's not just supporting just this answer that you've seen. It's supporting the multiple time spent, and that I don't know if this is happening anywhere else. I'm not sure. If you can go to any other YouTube channel or book and get an answer on if the Egyptians did psilocybin and find anything comparable to this, you have full permission to put the link in the room. People do not have access to do this due to laziness and other things to avoid what the actual answers are taught. So please support what you've seen here. And for the past years, I've been teaching all of you, most of you watching, since the Killer Pre-Show. I started this type of class, these type of classes of question and answers in 1994. So maybe this is over time, I don't know. Should I be retired? Support the Tutti Pod class. Unkim Mott says, 2 up for this awesome class. Robert put hand claps. Please support. This is the only genre that exists because we don't have an organized system. It's the only genre that exists where someone can be doing something from 1994 to 2025 where he has to still continue to do it. There's no basketball player. There's no hockey player. There's no any other genre that exists where you've been doing it from 1994, way before 2024. You should be able to retire. I'm not going to retire. My last podcast will be on a bed with me just being able to move it. As long as I can move back in Stephen Hawkins, you have podcast, I'll do it. All right. I'm on it. And today's podcast, if I have to do that, that's what I'll do. Any basketball player, any singer, rapper would have retired by now. Unless his name is El Cool J. What's up, Amwin and Amunet? How you doing, everybody? How you doing, you all?
Doing excellent and wealthy, great Shabo. 2 up for this phenomenal class. 2 up for the way that you structured the class. 2 up for breaking the matrix. 2 up for giving me another REM breakdown within that class. The Ka. So 2 up very much for that. Gives me more to think about every day and imbue and live And Tua for dismantling the nonsense, for putting this out here on YouTube Live for everybody to see. So that way there's something to counter the ISFET out there. It's absolutely wild, and well, not wild, it's absolutely ISFET, absolutely disorganized for them to say that the raw and the Capri is a mushroom cake. It's they're very bold to make these claims and just throw these things out there, and it's also a testimony to the hypnosis people are in. They just take these things and accept it to justify what they want to do. So Tua for countering that and beating that back and dismantling that, so that way we all have something to stand on and live by. So Tua for being an echo of Ma'at, and for my Ren again. So Tua very much for this beautiful class.
Nini Ugg, we appreciate it. I mean, no, Nini Ugg, thank you for appreciating it. I know you appreciate it, and I hope the people appreciate it very much. And we'll hear from Amunet, then we're going to go right to the Cash App and the PayPal to see who actually appreciated this, outside of just typing in the chat. Let's see if you appreciated this as much as the popcorn of the last movie they went to go see. How you doing, Amunet? What'd you think of this?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, and I appreciated this very much. As Amun said, I appreciate the new the new teachings on our Ren, and I appreciate you very much for teaching us. Even though with the hours that you got last night of your rest, I appreciate your pure Eve for doing this consistently for us, and continuing to do so every single Saturday. I appreciate you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we're gonna get into the support now. Where is Patah? And as soon as I say his name, right before I say his name, he pops up. How you doing, Patah? You there?
Hotep, yes, I'm here. Come on screen.
Wonderful. Give some words on what did you? Is that what you got when you went in the past when you looked up psilocybin and KEMET? Did you? Maybe that's what Ashar. Well, first of all, when you looked up psilocybin and KEMET, who was the teacher? Where do you? Was it just blogs like what I showed, or was it a particular teacher's promoting it?
It was a mixture of different groups of people. A lot of what you showed. No in particular teacher. But yeah, from a lot of what you showed, and even one of on the thumbnail, the person, his YouTube channel, I think it's Dakota something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, him. So yeah, a lot of different channels and just people. Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you give a couple comments on the class, and then we're gonna go right into the support.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Tua for just showing, you know, what people can do with, and that's one of the beautiful things about the MEDU Netter that I love is because we were so complex and connected to nature and the netter of life, and being able to create language from things that we see, and then creating echoes of those same things. So one image can depict multiple things.
Mm-hmm.
But because of that, and there's no per onks to learn how to properly do what you teach us how to do, people can be creative with it. So that turns into a ISFET thing. But when done properly, it's nefer. So I love how you just show that, and you really, when the very first MEDU Netter classes were starting, I could feel my sight just expanding. And I always will remember that feeling of literally seeing and feeling my sight be expanded from how you were teaching the MEDU. So I love, when you do this, and just dispel the ISFET, and show what it really is, and the link that people will go to speak from their own perspective when bringing something forward for whatever it benefits them. So yeah, I'll build more on it after your break. But Tua.
Nini Ugg, and I didn't mention the Hebrews or Christians once, did I? Any So yes, for those who are watching, a 2-hour class on the teachings of the now can be done without mentioning other people's religions.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
And with you going into the ka and the consumption and what you eat, showing, because a lot of people take that into something else, and they call it the cannibal hymn, and and not from what you just taught, shows what we were really doing, and just without having that foundation, so many things can just be created and made up. So yeah, Tua for teaching on that as well.
Nini Uk, absolutely. Thank you. Ask Unki Ma'at. Unki Ma'at says, ask that burning question. Send support via the links pinned to the top of the chat. And she has looks like a meteorite or something coming down. Absolutely, yes. That's what they do. They rename it and they create a narrative. The cannibal hymn. Is that what? That's what Nas called it? Is there a word cannibal in Metanet? The Pharaoh's new boat. Okay. Ascari said, who needs drugs when you have Tehuti and the Metanet? Who needs drugs when you have Tehuti and the Metanet? I used to always tell people I get high off of actually bringing myself to those states without. I never knew. I only saw marijuana about 7 years ago, for the first time in my life. So it was 6 years ago. I always would ask people, is that what the Egyptians needed to bring that to be on that higher level? People always trying to make excuses instead of dealing with the spirituality and diligence. Well then, you should be able to imitate it. I believe there's millions of people doing psilocybin, ayahuasca, and all the other things that are happening. And I'm not seeing any. What are the miraculous things that people are building from ayahuasca and psilocybin and all these hallucinogenics? If that's what they were doing, then what is it? What do you already have access? You have a better chemical compound. You have the access to it. What does it bring you? What is the wisdom that comes from you that can change the world based on you getting high? I always ask Rastafarians that. You come with your weed. I'll go into the back room and do what I have to do to get these answers. You come with the marijuana and your weed, and let's both do a pod class. Let's see what the answers will give you through the weed and answer these people's questions. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go. It's a crazy name. Arbang says, is that the beautiful Boega Gimmick? Oh, not the one that you know. This is the one this is what I've always had. This is Shadow Body. This is the one I've always had. Shout out to Arbang Kanatin. Anki Ma'at says, crazy name. And she says, it's imbuing the Netaru. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to go to these supports. Let's see who's supporting the Tuti Pod class. Starting off with Amun and Amunet, who's on the screen right now. Let's go and see. This is how we support each other at the House of Attendant Tuti Pod class, and this is what Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We're locked. My screen is locked. This is how we support each other, Tehuti Pod class. And this is how the system actually makes you support in the matrix. And you just do it automatically because you're in the matrix. They make you show reciprocity through something called taxes, whether you want to pay it or not. And if you do not give the government reciprocity, you can be thrown in jail. They set up systems of reciprocity. We do it here out of the love and understanding of what it is that has to be done to bring this. The reciprocity that most regular people give are taxes or giving waiters tips, which is fine. I totally love that. I always used to wonder why the chef doesn't get a tip, but that's hypnosis. So here we go, everybody. Boom, we're gonna go into the the chef spends hours cooking and gets no tip. Here we go, boom, 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 and we got Amun and Amunet, $40, and go ahead and read that. Either one of you.
$40 for dismantling mushroom matrix. You are Hef personified. You are eternity personified with a black heart.
Oh, is that, you mean, is that a message to me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, yes, thank Tua. Tua, give them some big noise, please. The most random reaction ever. A screaming elephant. All right, shout out to the screaming elephant. Thank you, Batar, for the noise and the appreciation sound, and thank you, Amun and Amunet. All right, let's go to the next support. Who else appreciated this pod class? Who else appreciated this pod class? And of course, we got we get Leisure the Monster. Monsters come forth. Monsters. Calling all monsters. Calling all monsters. I remember the monsters. My beloved brother, Stranger. I know you're in a situation, so I'm just calling you out, calling you in respect, saying you as an example of one of the monsters. Stranger, the monsters. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, shout out to the monsters. Stranger was one of them. Rigo was one of them. Shout out to the monster supporters. Back in the day, there was a few of them used to drop and his first question was 3 digits. The first question he sent on portals, I don't remember what it was, the amount, but it wasn't 2 digits that he sent, it was 3 digits. Stranger, 3 digits. These are the good old days. Shout out to the monsters. Appreciate all the people that support. And monster step forward is greatly appreciated, and just support the Tehuti podcast. It used to be awesome. What's the brother's name? Tehuti Mos. Tehuti Mos. There was a lot of females. We only have a couple female supporters anymore, but shout out to all the great people that are still supporting. Shout out to the monsters. Shout out to those who support whatever they can. This is a monster in disguise right here, because what he does, that's why I have to make 2 categories. One for the monsters that come through, like Rigo would come through like maybe twice a month or maybe once a month and drop something massive. And then there's these brothers right here that they're consistent, and when you add up the consistency, it's the same monster support, because it's once or twice a pod class. And it's none other than Ascari Owen Hythe, which is with his palindrome 2772. But this is every single week, even if he misses a class. And then now what he's doing is he's giving this, and he's giving an extra tip for the class. When you add all those up by the end of the month, it equals the monster tip. So shout out to Owen Hythe. one day come to the panel and you can read it out for us. But I'm gonna get Amonette to read this for us. Go ahead, Amonette.
2772 for Tehuti, Destroying Lies and Madness.
Give some big noise, please. What?
It just cut off.
Okay.
I didn't know I was going to do that.
Shout out to Owen Hype. He's consistent. He's watching. He's in the chat somewhere. Appreciate you. Great brother. You never stop. Shout out to here's one of the last of the feminine energy supporters left. There's only a few left, and this is definitely one of the consistent ones, and that is none other than the beautiful new mother. That rhymed. And the beautiful new mother who's watching in the background. Hey, the energy is back. What did she used to say? Inner time, something to that effect. But we're back to the energy. Here it is. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. 2222. Amun, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. $22.22 for your energy to teach us, with a white eve and a purple eve.
Give us some big noise, Patah, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
That's nice, Patah. You did her noise with her man's voice backing her up. Thank you. That was great. Shout out to you. Gabriella. Hey, Arbai. That's interesting you support this week, Arbai. I was gonna mention that to you. I was gonna mention, hey brother. Hey brother, you can definitely send some support for the pod class. And in this pod class he does. So shout out to the good brother who's in the room, Art By. And Art By throws a where is it? Oh man. Art By. It's not here anymore. Let me fix this, everybody. Hold on. Let me see. Number 3, right? Number 3. Number 3, number 4. Where's Art By? It is 4. 4, not 4. There we go. Art By, who gives the 444. It says, keep up the great work, Saba. Thank you, Art By. 444. Keep up the great work. And yes, I shall. I'm very glad that you appreciate it. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. Art By, one of the brothers that I do dealings with outside of the pod class. Shout out to Art By. Very educated in the animal world. Shout out to Art By. And now Robert Williams. Oh, Robert Williams has already given over 20. So there's another 10 on top of that. So we're definitely going to give him. Oh, what's this? This is for the food. Hey, what says? Hold on. Let me see what this says here. What is this? Well, this is a tip for the class for sure. So. Let me see something here. Well, shout out to Art By the way. Didn't give you any kind of hand clap, but Give me $20
So,
and
you
up,
found
but
a
I
cool
won't
venomous snake, and now you want to keep it as a pet? Well, here are some things you should probably know. Baby cobras are cute.
give you. All right, shout out to Art. That was gorgeous, right? But did you see that blue? The prettier they are, the
Yeah, that was beautiful.
That's
Don't
the last
approach.
thing-
Don't let it attract you.
That's what it does. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the last thing you see before the nets are curved. All right, that's for you, Akhenaten. So shout out to Robert E. Williams, $10.72. Amunet, could you read this one for us, please?
Yes, I can. 1072 for food for the Ka has been given by Tehuti podcast.
Nice. Give him a hand clap for that. Give him a hand clap for that. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. That hand clap almost sounds like it's starting off laughing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. The little graphic for the button is a hand with a smiley laughing face in it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, now we're gonna give Akhenaten some noise. He's here we go. Let's give Akhenaten some noise. Giving 2 tips for the little extra one here. With the is he about to do the Terry Pat? Not the Terry Patty. Oh my goodness, I said Terry Patty. I said Terry Patty. No. Not Terry Patty. Hold on. Is he about to do the what's the brother's name who used to come to the pod class? He used to do 111 222 333. It sounds like Terry Patty. It's not though. What is his name? Remember him, Pata? 111 222 333 444. Anybody remember him? Oh no. There it is. Peden, not Terry Patty. Cash Peden, 111 222 333 44. Those are the fun. Where are you at, Cash Peden? Those are the fun days. There was the monsters, and there was those who made these strange donations, 111 222 333, and made it fun. Come on back, Cash Peden. I know you're out there somewhere intermingling with something. Come on back to the family and support the Tuesday podcast. Let yourself be seen and known. I know a lot of the old people are still just watching the podcast. They're just not typing in the chat. So they're still watching and it's not supporting. And we don't know they're watching. They didn't stop watching. They're just not typing. They're not known. So we just don't know they're watching. But come on, be honorable family. Those who are watching the podcast, support the podcast. Come on back with the 111 222 333. And now this is Art By. I'm gonna give him a clap for this. I don't know if he's gonna do the 111. He did the 444. Now this one is the 555. But I'm gonna give it a clap for this because of something I dealt with him outside of the podcast. Give him a little hand clap for this. Okay, and next up we have Robert E. Williams dropping it. I think I see a Patar question in here somewhere. Hold on, let me. Wait a minute. And it's Patar's name flicker. Wait a minute. This is Robert E. Williams. Shout out to him. Good brother. This is second tip for the second support for the evening. And Amun, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $27.72 for the good ship mushroom psyop with a little green beetle.
And that's what we kept raw. All right, give some noise to Robert E. Williams. I'm gonna step off the screen for a moment. Give some big noise.
There is no screen.
Push the button. Come on. Push the button.
Everyone hit that like button if you have not done so. Hit that support link. Show your support to the Great SABA Tehuti, the House of ATTON, the pod class. And to everyone who does do that. It's a very beautiful thing to see people appreciate what's taking place here and how rare it is and unique it is for us to support, our great SABA and his continuous kepara within these answers here. So, everyone.
Thank you, Patal, for those words. Thank you. I think I just heard another support come in, I think. I'll check it out. Okay, so shout out to Robert E. Williams. We gave some noise for this already, right? Yes, right.
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Appreciate the great support. We have Nook Panook. Nook Panook Panook. Shout out to all the people watching. And I need where is it, Tef? Tef, jump on when I take a break.
I'm way worse than bipolar.
What? What's that? I don't know. I can't see the screen. I don't know what that was. I don't know what. I can't see the screen at all. Hold on. I'm back. Who was that? Who said bipolar? Who was that? Who said that? Sounded like a crazy person. Oh, you're on mute. Wait, say it again, Pata?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was an accident. That was an accident.
Okay. Too many buttons. I need a Tef to come back. A Tef, come back and give one of your good lectures on the. You haven't done this in a while. The sneak learners, a term you invented. Shout out to a Tef. Come back and talk about the sneak learners. We got Nook Panook, who gave the 999. That must be his favorite number. He always types that in, and his donations are always multiple. If he gives 3 donations in a night, they're always this number. So instead of just giving $30, he's going to give 999, 999, 999. I'll go ahead and read this one. Otep or Saba Nefer Neter Tehet Amen. Atepra Techet. Oh, he put the Techet in there. Atepra Techet Meri Ma'at. Thank you for that. Hotep, powerful Saba, beautiful longevity. Neter, Tehuti, the hidden one. My name, Amenhotep Ra. Eternity, eternal love, and order or examination. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. We got Owen Hythe again. I knew it, Owen Hythe. I knew it, Owen Hythe. Oh man, Owen Hythe, one day you come to the panel and tell us how the people's reception is to you telling them about the pod class. Just the what it is that I teach. If you brought it to people, how are they receptive of it? I know you involved with the Freemasons. Do you ever bring it to them? And if so, what is their response to it? I'm very interested in that. Shout out to Owen Hythe, who gave $15, And this is a tip for, I'm gonna let Amun read this for us, please.
$15 for tip for outstanding spiritual empowerment.
Give him some hand claps, please. Thank you. Thank you, Haiti. Thank you. Okay, good. The support is coming in consistently for this class. I'm going to do another one after this, so send your support in now. I'm not. There is no other one to do, actually. There's no other. There's no. There is none after this. Everybody make note. I do not have a pod class question after this. There's only Maharu's question. It's going to be answered next week. I actually thought the question was something else. It's Maharu. Actually, he just confirmed what the question was to me last night or yesterday. Even though he sent it in 2 weeks ago or so, or maybe a week ago, he confirmed what it is. So there wasn't enough time to even. There would have been time if I really focused, but when he sent it in, I realized it was actually not what I thought he was asking. So, to you, Maharu, for that clarity. And I started working on it, thinking the question. That's why it's very, very clear. That's why I like what you did on Sonetta too. It frustrated the people. When you ask the specific question, I want to be very clear of the specific question, because people don't know how to ask. They ask a question, but sometimes it gets jumbled up with other stuff. So I like that. Get clarity, because if the question's not clear, you can end up working on something and answering the wrong thing. I ended up working on Maharu's question, and when he sent me the clarity yesterday, I was like, "Oh no!" I'm not going to say all I'm going to say is that the question gained 1,200 pounds. The question was on something that I thought was going to be on a little insect that weighs a couple grams, and it's going to end up turning into a 1,200 pound animal that I have to break down.
That's a big difference.
That's a huge difference. There would have been two answers today. Once I saw that and I zoomed in on what it was, because he showed the screen. He showed the screen of where the question came from. And once I zoomed in on my note that pertained to it, when I zoomed in, I was like, "Oh!" I just shut the computer down. I said, I have to start over again. This is completely different. It's a 1,200 pound beast compared to this little insect I was going to teach on. I was like, oh, totally different thing. So you'll get that next week. So shout out to you, Maharu, and shout out to the question askers. And we got the beautiful, lovely, who's this? Angela Gates. I think this is her second. She has one from earlier. Shout out to Angela Gates for this. We're going to give her a clap because she actually gave one. There's one at the bottom that she gave. So we're going to read that one right after this. Angela Gates says to us, tip for the mushroom and the kepara. I'll read it. Mushroom, tua, saba, kepara. Give her a hand clap for this, please. Angela Gates, wonderful. And Angela Gates back to back. Hey, good brother Vortex Ninja also supported last week. I want to let everybody know that. The support came in after the day after the pod class. He usually donates late. Not late as in not on time, but late as in late in the pod class. And he sent it in the day after. So I want to give him a shout out for that. I didn't read it on the pod class because it came after the pod class was done, but I also want to say to Vortex Ninja or Terry Patty, the name I thought it was Terry Patty, Vortex Ninja, Bryant, Mark Strumble, any of those kind of donators that tip pretty big a little later. This pod class will not be running as long, so don't wait until we will not be running at 11 o'clock. So this pod class will not be going that long. So if you have your support now, go ahead and send it so I can give you a shout out before the class ends, because it will not, this tonight will not be going 9 hours and all 8 hours or anything like that. Shout out to all the great supporters. Our shout out to Angela Gates again, back to back. Read that for us, Amonette, please.
$25 for all that you do, SABA.
Give her some big noise, please. Thank you, Angela Gates. Angela Gates, Harass did. Those are some of those a good 5 consistent female supporters, and she's one of them. Shout out to you. And there's nothing on the screen, right, Pata?
That's correct.
Okay, let me go ahead and save this. This is for some work I did for the good brother. Good brother, Mankora, but this is okay, we're gonna go skip that one and go to Johan Biladu. Johan Biladu, if you're learning, brother, if you're listening, brother, you're one of the people one of the good students that have a question that was sent in that I need clarity on. It was about the immortality of Saint Germain. I need to know what you're asking about specifically, because Saint Germain was not immortal, but I need to know what inspired. Send me an email, just pinpoint where that came from so I can address it specifically. Thank you. So oh no, let me fix that. This is a tip for succubus, right? I'm gonna read a couple more, then take a break and let you all build, and then come back and read the rest. You all keep supporting the Tutti Pod class. Keep this going. It is I greatly appreciate it, because you are actually. This is what I love to do. This is not a job. This is what I love to do. But I can only do it if I give up all of my other jobs. So shout out to everybody who's continuously supporting. Let me cancel this. Johan Biladu. I appreciate all of you for keeping this up. This is from a class from maybe a month ago. The succubus class. Everybody go back and look at that. That was maybe 3 pod classes ago. Succubus class, he gave a tip, and that's very honorable, because he's showing that he's going back and reading classes and seeing classes that he missed, and just as if he was there, he'd give a tip. So why not give a tip anyways? And he's one of the honorable brothers that do so, because sometimes I look back at the pod classes and I see 2,000 views, 1,600 views, and I'm like, 1,600 views, but when I'm doing the pod class, there may be only 50 people watching, and 20-something tips come off with 50 people. So why is it throughout the week there can be 1,500 views and no tip? What happened? So those are the sneak learners. 1,500 views and no tips. 40 live viewers and 20 tips. So shout out to the honorable people. This is one of the people that watched it and still gave support. Give him some big noise, please. Johan Biladu. All right, we got oh, this is scratch that. Who's this? Hey, Philip Holler. His support just. Thank you, Philip Holler. He's sneaking. I never see his I never see his support when I first scroll down, and then it just appears. Shout out to you, good brother. And what is this for? This is and he just gives a tip. There's no words. I appreciate that. We know that it's for support. Shout out to Philip Holler. Thank you. He's one of the new monsters that wasn't there years ago. I'm not sure when exactly he popped up. Maybe a month ago, and ever since he popped up, he's been giving supports like this. So shout out to Philip Holler. Give him some big noise with a transformer or whatever you have.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Okay, do you have a transformer noise for him? Or did you do that already?
Let me see.
Oh man, there's so much choices now, huh?
I still have to organize a lot of them. I have to do it one by one, so it takes some time.
Did you transfer something to a new machine?
Yes. Yeah, and on my little board that I use to press the buttons, I add pictures instead of writing the words because it's easier for me to see and associate.
Okay,
so,
nice.
For each sound, I have to attach an image to it. So yeah, I'm still transferring over a lot of my sounds.
So what do you have, like a Decepticon Autobot sign on the transformer? I'm going
to turn into a truck
now. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Shout out to Batal. Thank you for the sounds. And we got hey Minty, who I promise she gets a hand clap. Even if it's under $20, Minty always gonna get her acknowledgement and her hand clap. And I've been seeing Minty. I don't know if you're here or not, but I've been seeing you more show up on the panel lately. That is a beautiful thing. I like seeing feminine energy show up on the panel. And Minty, where'd she go? There it is. So Minty with the 555. And Amanek, could you read that for us, please?
Tuition with the E.
All right. I know where that Eve came from. Thank you, Minty. Give her a hand clap, please. Thank you, Minty. Okay, we got Sarah Jean's coming back. Monstrous. Shout to hey Manku Ara. Manku Ara is back on the groove, becoming Mr. Consistent again. Let's give Manku Ara some big noise coming up soon. Let me see the saves. Shout out to the good brother Manku Ara. All right, Manku Ara, Amunet both disappear. Oh, there he is. Amun, can you read that for us, please?
$33.33 for honoring the Natiru while in Kamari.
Give him some big noise, please.
Yo, let's go.
That's it.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
There is no spoon.
You are watching a master at work.
What's that? Did he do a little voice? Yeah, the spoon. There is no spoon, dude. That little boy. Shout out to Menku Rod. Appreciate you, good brother. Let me fix something here. A little fixer upper. I don't know why I cut it off, but I'm gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. Boom, boom, boom. Menku Rod. Oh wait. Oh yes. Got you. Thank you. Boom. Yes, we gotta overwrite. Okay, boom. Okay, good. Shout out to Menko Ra. Let's keep going. I see the pod class. I see the pod class supporters still coming in. Thank you. I remember this, brother. Yeah, this is the same one. This is the same one who sent a question on the Black Sun about 2 years ago. This is interesting. He sent an email from the British Museum. Okay. Shout to Black Sun, if it's the same brother. He said he sent an email from the British Museum. Interesting. Black Sun says, I sent an email from British Museum of KEMET artifact. Okay. I hope to see that email. I don't see it yet, but it's somewhere in there. Shout out to you, Black Sun. Picture of the KEMET artifact. Okay. I haven't seen Black Sun in a little while. It's been about 2 years, but so Black Sun, go ahead and put my email address. Put the email address up there at the top because I don't see any email from Black Sun in here.
He says he sent it in December, or maybe way back.
Oh, I definitely didn't see anything. Was it a question or just some pictures? I didn't see anything from Black Sun in December. How was he communicating with you, Andy? Because I can't see the screen.
Say it again.
How was Black Sun communicating with you? I can't see the screen right now.
Oh, he posted the comment.
Well, Black Sun is in the chat?
Yes.
Okay, I can't see the chat. So, okay, if he says anything else, let me know because I don't have access to the chat right now. So Black Sun said he sent something in December. Okay, Black Sun, I did not receive anything. Annie and Patasha have my email up on the screen. I can't see it, but send it there. I definitely didn't see any email from the British Museum in December. Okay, let me go ahead and okay, shout out to N Monroe. N Monroe, who said she fixed her camera, but it's not a good day. So shout out to N Monroe. N Monroe says, to it for everything you do, Saba. Thank you. What an interesting name. Mad Leaf. Mad Leaf Monroe. Shout out to you with the 1111. Appreciate that. Thank you. And look forward to seeing you next week on the panel. Mad Leaf. Okay, any more supporters? I see Bastatut I see Annie Patar with a question. I see Monster Beakhead Leisure. Okay, I see okay, who's this? I'm gonna take a break in 4 minutes. This is Patabo, also known as Big Vapes. He gave a tip for a class from before. I wonder why it's not showing up. Hold on. Let me do this again. Okay. 18. No, it's not 8. Shout out to Patabo. Let's see if this works. He gave a tip for what's this say? A tip for shirt tip. Oh, give him a hand clap. He gave a tip for the shirt part of a class. I believe that was last week. Oh yes, the class on the Pharaoh's Day Parade. Pharaoh's Golden Parade on the shirt. I got you. I understand now. Thank you. Okay, now we got I'm gonna read Sarah Jean, Shutting It Down, as this could be the highest support of the night. Harass did I already have some from Harass did? No, maybe this is it. This is big. She really appreciates me. You're constantly I see your appreciation in many different ways. Shout out to Harass did with the palindrome 7227. And after this, I'm gonna take a break. Give some big noise with whatever you have, Patar. Thank you.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Although he did disappear. But... Although he did disappear. But...
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
And I'm looking forward to seeing Uncle Justin. And I'm looking forward to seeing.
Is that Amun? What is it? What's happening here? He got some secret audio footage of Amun? What's happening? Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna step off, take a break. Family, jump on the panel, build. Oh wait, Dreadhead is Black Sun? Oh, yes, you sent a book for me. I didn't know that was you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. You sent It was a. Oh, that's you. That's you. You said shout out to Black Sun, who sent me a book. I think I may already have this book, but he said I came across this a few years back. I thought you might be interested. That is, of course, if you don't already have it. Would love to study it with you, but want you to use it regardless. Attachments. Shout out to yes. Shout out to Black Sun. I do remember this email. It was a gift, and so I'm gonna go ahead and show the gift that he gave me. So here's the gift that the brother gave me. Thank you for this gift. Give him a hand clap for this. I do remember this. I don't know what I responded or said, but give him a hand clap for this, please. Thank you. I look forward to looking through this. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, shout out to Black Sun for the gift. Is he in the chat, Pata?
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you, Black Sun. I did not know you were Dreadhead. For all the people that are sending me emails and communicating with me, definitely please make it clear if your email name doesn't match the podcast name that I see in the chat. Let me know. If your Facebook name doesn't match, a lot of people send me messages, and there's absolutely no way of me knowing that it's you. But shout out to Black Sun. Appreciate you and your gift. Okay, now I see his messages. Okay, it's an old artifact guide with older dates. I sent it in December. Shout out to you. Okay, so now I see your icon matches the email. I got it. Got you. Shout out to you, Black Sun. For those who want to go back and reference Black Sun, he was the one that sent me a great question on the Black Sun, and it was a couple of years back. Type in, I think it's called Tehuti Podcast Black Sun, and go check that one out. Okay, everybody, boom. Send in your support, everybody. I see a couple more here. Annie Maharu. Annie Maharu and Basatud. Shout out to you all. I'm going to take a little step off, and you all continue to support this Tehuti Power class. Black Sun says, I've been trying to catch the class. Been working a lot. Okay, keep working. And watch the playbacks, and just send the support. I know a lot of people can't make it live to interact like this, but if you go back and watch the classes that you missed, there's about 156 of them now. I think that's the number. And if you see something that you liked, just send a tip and I'll read it in the live class. Say Black Sun gave a tip on Poem Andres. Black Sun gave a tip on Navajo Skinwalkers, whatever it may be. Shout out to you. Minty Otep saw that class and she said, Black Sun was a great class. And she put the rainbow because I have that rainbow image in one of the parts of the class of how the eyes see the visual light spectrum. All right, everybody, I'm going to take a break. You all build. Any supporter, feel free to come to the panel. Talk amongst yourselves. Let these people know to support the Tehuti Pod class. I'm going to take a break and I'll be back. We'll read some of the questions. And because I only answered one question, if anybody wants to send a tip and ask a personal question or an advice question or something live, I'll go ahead and answer a couple ones live for people because I don't have any other question to answer after this. And it's only 5 hours into the class. Usually we go 10 hours. So I'll go ahead and answer. If anybody wants to come on and ask me a question live, I'll go ahead and answer it if possible. But I'm going to take a break right now. Peace and love, everybody. Build, And when I come back, I'll read the rest. I see Fataz has a question here. Barsatut has a donation, a monster donation, and Maharu has a big donation. Shout out to you all. Please support the Tuthi podcast. If you started watching this late, if you're just watching it now, you can actually use this break time to maybe go back and check out what you missed on the replay. A lot of people do that. They go back and watch the part they missed on the replay. And if you like what you see, what you saw, support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I only have Maharu's question in, and now Patah's question in. So go ahead and send you all's questions, and you all build. I'll be right back. Peace and love, everybody. Peace.
Peace and love. Uncle Jasaneb, Uncle Jet Usir. Everyone, be sure to hit the like button if you are here and have not done so yet. And support. Utilize those links that are pinned to the top of the chat. Ask your questions. Looking forward to seeing the questions that do come in. Anytime Saba says he's getting low on questions, I have an infinite amount of questions. I just wait until they kind of get cleared out, and then I'll drop one in there. So it's a beautiful thing. So yes, continue to keep asking your questions and supporting the pod class. Yes. The when it comes to and Saba teaches you how to ask questions because of the detail that he looks into the actual question. So it forces you to become more direct with what it is that you want to ask, which is good because you have to do that subconsciously. Sometimes you'll get to asking, and then what am I really even asking? I don't even know what I'm asking. And Tehuti teaches how to ask the right questions to really receive the answer you want. And that's a beautiful system of reciprocity that's full of heka'u, that shows, just by the order in which you construct a frequency produces a certain outcome. So these questions that come in, a lot of them are very deep. A lot of them are also very popular topics, which is good too, because when people search for certain things, we want the pod class to come up in those topics as well. So, the question can be anything, right? And even just for the sake of any particular topic that you want Saba to teach on and show you where the ISFET exists within it. And I've asked a lot of questions like that, not even just for me personally, but for others who may be looking for a specific topic. And it's always a beautiful thing. So Tua. Tua, everyone. And keep sending your questions in. Keep doing your research. The more research you do, the more questions come up, right? It's never ending. It's infinite. And that's where a lot of digging takes place. By allowing yourself to ask the questions, which the Matrix does remove yourself from that, right? And it usually starts in childhood. Stop asking so many questions. And we should definitely be always asking questions, even to self, to be able to receive those answers. So it's a wonderful thing. This topic here within this podcast is such a powerful one. yeah, and even, you know, when I done my own research into this topic, yeah, you can clearly see, you know, where a lot of the ISFET comes into modern day teachings. And I did a class on the flower of life and showing, you know, because a lot of the properties that are within the plants, the water lily, used for medicinal reasons, not psychoactive, but for other reasons, and all of the herbs and that we utilized within our Heka. And I always say, you know, being able to put yourself in the shoes of the ancients of the Pa'u, where everywhere you look around, it's a high form of communication. It's nothing like today, where there is no conscious links and associations with that which exists around you. That's always telling a story, and the multiplicity of metaphors and the teachings just within your surroundings takes away, dilutes your ability to be able to experience many powerful and magical things. And this is one thing that the MEDU nature does so beautifully, is just that, right? It expands your language capabilities outside of just talking to each other. And, you know, though they're within the writings themselves, there's no real sources of psilocybin use, right? And you know, it makes sense. I come across a couple things, but being able to see how throughout time, just going into different indigenous cultures, what took place a lot of the times, and how just being connected to plant life around you, it always allowed for a beautiful expression to take place. And I'm definitely a positive product from plants, and it's a beautiful thing. And you know, there's a lot of preparation that goes into these ceremonies that allow for other things to happen after. And you know, just from my own personal experiences, I had to be put in certain situations for other things to occur, right, without the use of any outside source. And so because of that preparation process, it allowed me to walk into some powerful Heka and understand what's happening because of the Pa'u. And, you know, as we teach through the MEDU and how consciousness exists in many different forms, and our connectivity to Geb, to Ta, to the land, is extremely ancient. It's extremely ancient, and it's a beautiful guiding wisdom that is always in effect around us. And you know, being able to fine tune, you're able to connect to different radio stations, and there's different tools for that process. And by living within that thought process and that consciousness consistently, it keeps the dimethyltryptamine always flowing within you, and to where you can have different type of experiences through breathing and all of these other things, which takes a lot more discipline and consistency, right? And so that's the difference. So when you live that life every day, it becomes less effective from outside things for certain masters of the Ka. So I love this topic, and I give honor and respect to nature, to the nature, and to those that beautiful consciousness that exists and is sentient. Give dua and respect to that, because so much of today just removes that. There's a deadness when it comes to those type of things, from of course the Bible and the biblical teachings, and putting man superior over everything, which is just isfet. So this was a beautiful, very powerful teaching of the TCHEFAU and consumption, right? The sejem, the listening, for the ankh, the ears, and the doorway of the eyes as well, and how all of that feeds and makes up who you are, right? And the hypnotism that exists to program you to become these things that we see. So not being aware of it puts you at a complete disadvantage. So that these teachings are so important at a foundational root level to really snap out of a hypnosis to be what the great ancestors taught. And one of the words for consuming is the Nes, or the Unu, dealing with a fire and consuming the light, right? And I taught on the SEKHET, being the palm of the hands, and SEKHET is to receive light as well. And so these are all different forms of the consuming, the Unu, that again allows you a far more expansive palette of sustenance that you wouldn't have access without the knowing that the Ka of that thing is still feeding you. So these teachings are extremely powerful. So I hope that everyone is seeing and recognizing what's taking place, supporting it, because each class is something that you can take with you forever. And no matter how many times you listen to it, you'll be able to receive something new by just taking a part and digging into it, going into that word and exercising all of the different words that it connects to or it roots to. So yeah, keep supporting the Great SABA, the pod class, and allow the teachings to benefit you at a high level. Because you're Unu right now. Everyone's consuming right now, taking in all of this Aku, all of this light, right? And if that reciprocity isn't the back and forth, it creates an off balance, which is expresses itself in many different ways. But we definitely understand, what the great ancestors taught, and just at a foundational level, what we have to do to begin to attain the Usir, and all of what SABA Tehuti has taught on wealth and health, as well as myself, and showing just the foundational reciprocity allows for the thing to exist, right? No one's, and the question I asked when he shows the question, and just showing the forces that are always at play and are always conscious, that is either utilized to your benefit or to not, right? The MEDU teaches the balance of giving and taking away. through the same MEDU tone. Just the letter N or Ni or Na can be to negate, or An can be mean to bring something, to fetch something. Same thing with M, the owl, to be within something, or Ima, to give. But the M can also be a negation if it's in front of another word. So like M-Ari, it'll mean to not do a thing. Ari, to create or to do. You put that M in front, it takes it away. And so it was always a balance of giving and taking, just even based in the language of a singular tone. And it's consistent throughout so many tones. And then we build on top of that, you know? So yeah, to out to everyone who sees and recognizes the heka that our ancestors taught and lived, and why they were able to erect such monuments. And for us to begin echoing, you know, what they did, so we can begin to build something that will last. So Uncle Jasaneb, to out to everyone who supports, the link's pinned to the top. Support the great SABA, support the podcast in the House of ATTON. So yeah, peace and love. And Hotep Amun, I'll pass it to you, great brother, and let you get some build in.
Hotep Uncle Justin Neb. Extremely tired, so I'm barely holding out right now.
Hold on, brother, hold on.
Yeah. 2 out for your beautiful words, and 2 out for me personally. I'm thankful for how you just gave like a little lesson on MEDU, and that helped me in my studies. So for that, and I'm looking forward to what question you asked. Trying to think about what you could have asked. If I remember correctly, the last question you asked was about the washerwomen, if I remember correctly. And I know that the questions you ask can only be they're like deep questions that can only be thought of through research. So I'm looking forward to what you brought forth. That washerwomen class was very good, because it turned out to be way deeper than just the washerwomen. So came to find out some very, very beautiful things in that class. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you asked Saba. And 2 out for asking a question as well, because there's only one other question. So I'm definitely excited for that. And then nature definitely does play a big part for me personally as well, in bringing me to where I am today, especially because we're part of nature, of various different plants and things of that sort. It definitely opened up my eyes as well to certain things, and allowed me to remember certain things as well. It's very interesting how the Heka plays out from day to day, from month to month, and from year to year, and see how things in the past affect things now in the present. It makes you think about what you do now, how that will affect the future. It's definitely very, very interesting. Definitely have some interesting experiences with certain things. And what's interesting about a lot of them is that what I learned presently, and what I've learned from Saba Tuti here at the HOA, a lot of it ties into things I've experienced before I knew that. Knew what I know now, and I wasn't able to explain a lot of things in the past, and I am now able to explain some of those things now in the present due to what I've learned. So that definitely gives insight to what our ancestors teach about and know, what they have put down, It's a different feeling when you've experienced some stuff that people in the Matrix would call like a dream or a hallucination or whatever they want to label it as. It's interesting when you experience something like that and then it's corroborated outside of yourself by something you had no idea of. It creates a different level of effect. It's hard to explain, but it's interesting how it's like you could see a cat jumping inside of a Budapest or something like that, and you could just tell someone in the Matrix, "Oh, I saw a cat jumping. I feel like it means something significant." They're just like, "Oh, it's just a dream." And then you learn that the cat jumping has to do with descending consciousness in the Nile Valley, and it's just a different feeling. It's a different type of fact that present day science hasn't got to yet to understand that it's like somewhere deep inside of our subconscious we still remember these things and retain these things because the origins go back to the spiritual origins goes back to the Nile Valley and our ancestors. And it's interesting how people experience things all the time, all day, and they don't know how to explain it or how to understand it because they don't have the knowledge that we have here at the HOA and from SABA. That's one of the many reasons why I'm extremely thankful for where I'm at today and that I came across SABA and the HOA. It's definitely worth an endless amount of support, especially when you've gone through many experiences in life. For me personally, I've always been somebody that I like having different experiences. I like having experiences with different ancestors, and even when I was little, just some simple ghost stuff, like opening a cabinet or something walking down the hall. That would scare people, but I like that stuff. So, so coming here and having things explained, and it takes away the like I don't know, fantasy aspect, or like, oh, it's a spirit, oh, you have an altar. It takes away that and gives SABA gives like very organized, constructed ways to explain these things. It's like when he explained why a room gets cold when a spirit is nearby. He explained it so thoroughly. I've never heard that ever. That was beautiful when he explained that. And I was in a class about why your hairs stand up. And Mahir asked about that. Stuff like that. That's so interesting. The stuff that you learn here from SABA and the HOA is stuff that you're not gonna learn anywhere else for sure. If anyone else does know some of this stuff, they're definitely hiding it, and that's not right. I'm thankful that SABA brings forth information that he brings forth in such a detailed, organized way. And for me personally, the stuff that people don't like to talk about, people don't like to talk about otherworldly things. They don't like to talk about supernatural beings, and SABA talks about it and explains it, and it's a very thorough, organized way of explaining it. I'm extremely thankful for that. It's like in this class specifically, talks about immortality and the Ka, and because he lives it, because he's experienced it, he talks about it with confidence, and he organizes it in a way to where it's very easy to accept and know if you're willing to. And he brings it forth with such confidence that it completely takes, like, destroys other people's concept of that stuff being I don't even know if we'll call it like spooky or something, or woo woo. I don't know what words people use, but it's a super blessing for me personally to have these things be explained and talked about and be open about, because I've experienced them, and for other people that have experienced various different otherworldly things as well. I would think that they're very grateful too, because you're not going to get this anywhere else. I can't think of anyone else outside of the House of ATTON that I could question and bring things up about, like ask somebody questions about otherworldly things I don't know. They're not going to know, and they don't believe it. So it's really great to have SABA explain so many different things thoroughly, and to have him break matrices and various different things that are holding us down from being pure. It's an infinite blessing. He is guiding us to eternity and mortality. And one of the reasons why my favorite subject is the Tuat, or the Nectar Kurtz, is because that's where we all go, and we come from the Tuat. It is how to live forever, to know how to traverse there and how to be there, and it's the least thing talked about in regular society or regular like the Matrix, at work, or at the store, or if you all have family that you talk to. It's the least thing that's usually talked about, and if it is talked about, shrouded in a whole bunch of mystery and falsehood, like heaven and the Bible and all sorts of different religions, to mask the true power and life and love within where we come from and where we go. It's like everybody loves their mom. They come from their mother. So that's how I think about the realm we all come from and we go to. It's why death is mud. It's where we come from. I love it. So I'm very thankful to have SABA explain these things and bring forth Mod, because Mod is all about the immortality. I know that every class I listen to and everything I learn from SABA will be about immortality, and will have immortality in it, or how to protect myself by breaking matrices or learning various different things to protect my immortality, and to free parts of my mind and my Eve and various different parts of myself from matrices to be that immortal being that I was, as we all were before we came here. And when you think about it, it's like, I thought about it before. If, like, sometimes you gotta think from the perspective of the enemy to understand what they do to put people in the matrix. I thought about it, and if there's another realm, which we know there is, the best thing to do would be to make it so that way when people go to that realm, they don't know what's going on, or they have no concept or control of what's going on in that realm. That's how you would really debilitate or disable somebody who is your adversary. And that's what they do to us. It's like we come into this world, and as soon as we come into this world, they bombard us with forgetting who we are and forgetting our immortality. A lot of people in this life, what they're afraid of is death. They're afraid to die. But what a lot of people don't know is that real death is to be unconscious when you pass. And that's mind blowing to me. It's the whole second thing they're afraid of. They think that death is the worst thing, when in all reality it's not. The real death is being unconscious, and that starts right when you're born. They try to throw a whole bunch of various different things on top of you to get you to stay unconscious and continue to be unconscious, because then you won't be what you're supposed to be. And here at the pod class, SABA teaches us to be what we're supposed to be, to become that Netiru, to become that immortal being that can control the Isfet within and outwards, and to be that ascending consciousness, that Mia, or that Ma'u, to be like Ra, to slay a pet, to slay the Isfet. And that I think that's the best thing any living thing could ask for, to retain its consciousness, to be immortal, and to fight off the energies that is trying to put it to sleep, that is trying to essentially kill it. So if you feel the same way, you gotta support it. You gotta support it. The way I'm looking at it is like, people that support care about their mortality, people that don't. I mean, if you really are a sneak learner out there, I feel bad for you, because you're really just allowing yourself to die, to pass on, and forget who you are, and be unconscious. And that's sad, because I don't think anyone deserves that. Everyone deserves to become pure. Everyone deserves to start to love themselves, to pekam ku from any bad they did, become a pure version of themselves. And when you see for yourself that you want to become that pure version of yourself, that you want to be that immortal being, you will support, because you know here is where you are learning how to become that immortal being. Because Sabakuti is echoing millions of ancestors through his speech, through his actions, and that's worth more than all the money in the world. Like, we have to build temples to Saba. We have to teach our children, so that way there's altars of him in every single house, so that way there's food at an altar at all times. I think about the Buddhists, how they'll have, or even Hindus, they'll have those altars and they'll have food all over it at all times. We need to do that for Sabakuti and the Netiru that came before, because they are the reason why we are here on this journey that we're on. Whether you're a sneak learner or not, you're still watching. So they're the reason why we are in this moment we are at right now. They are, well, for me personally, the most important part of my journey, and are my journey, because I follow in their footsteps. So yeah, support in all different types of ways. You support financially, then think about how you can level up and start supporting a different way as well. Just keep supporting and supporting and supporting. Support what came before you. It's like you can have a skyscraper or some sort of structure, and the bottom of the structure has to be the strongest. You have to keep building that up. You have to keep building up and strengthening the bottom of the structure so the top of the structure can be stable. And those who came before us and learned before us, like our ancestors and the Netiru and Sabakuti, they are that structure. We have to continue to strengthen them and continue to show reciprocity to the things that came before us, and acknowledgement and support to the things that came before us, to keep us strong. So yeah, definitely supporting in all different types of ways. Do as much as you can. Let that contention in your heart drift away. Meditate on whatever is holding you back. Just let it drift away, because it really doesn't serve you. People, they might have animosity or something towards this, and they need to let it go because the animosity is really just going to destroy them as well. And they definitely need to purify themselves and support the podcast. Hotep, Uncle Justin, that great Saba, welcome back.
Hey, and good to be back. Thank you for having me back. All right, wonderful word from everybody. I heard a little bit of Patan. I heard a lot of you. I came in while you were closing up, and appreciate that. Thank you for the great words from both of you. And we're going to continue to read. Those who are watching, we went through the question, the class questions and answers, and the topics of discussion that were covered were: did the ancient people of Kemet use psychedelics? Did the ancient Egyptians, that quote unquote, use mushrooms? And what is the food of the gods? And all this was addressed in much, much more in a very in-depth level. Support the Tutsi Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. And now we're going to continue to look at the support to see what else has come in. I'm back from my break. We're going to see what else has come in for support of the Tutsi Pod class. I'll go ahead and reset. And okay, good. 2 more has come in. Appreciate the 2 more that have come in. We're going to go scroll down the ones that were sent earlier before those 2 more came in. And what do we have here? We have Annie, we have Pata, ATTON, Tehuti. That was harassed. Okay, ATTON, Tehuti, who has a question. Oh man, and these questions, him, SEKHET, and who will be get leisure. Used to be Stranger. Stranger used to have those incredible questions too. From Jan 18. Annie Bata's question. I look forward to seeing this. What could it be? Does Annie have questions on deck waiting for the opportune moment? As soon as I said there's no questions in, like 4 minutes later, this pops up. So shout out to Annie. Go ahead, Annie, and your question is not there. It's in the email. You could ask it live, and I could look for the email. But go ahead and read off that for us, please. That's from you.
4472 for a question emailed Uncle Jasineb.
Wonderful. So some big noise. Not here. Let's go. The thoughts, views, and opinions. The thoughts, views, and opinions of these noises. I gotta put a disclaimer. I don't know what Pata's found. He's in the treasure box. He must be playing all week. How many noises you have? You have at least 150 noises, Pata. 100 at least.
Yes, I have infinite.
Do you ever use them on Sundays too, or you just collect them all for the podcast? Do you use them in your music on Sundays, or what is this collection?
I do more experimentation on Sundays than I do here.
Oh, you have even more that I haven't heard on oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm gonna look for your email, but you can go ahead and ask what it is. I'm gonna scroll through. I don't see your email here. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, I have images. Yeah.
Okay, I see it now. Oh, you did this again. Oh, your questions look like books. Your questions look like books. Okay, so here it is. Here's this question. I'll put the picture of it on the screen, and then he can. part 2. Did you send in more than one question?
Two-part question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna put this on the screen, and Annie can elaborate to us on what this question is about. Let me go ahead and B. I'm going to put this question on the screen. Wow, Annie's question looks better than anybody on those other platforms' answers. His question looks better than people's answer. This is incredible. What is this? What am I looking at? Go ahead, Annie. And is this the whole thing on the screen, or did I cut off something?
Let me see. I think it's that's the whole thing.
Oh, let me even it up. Is the screen moving right now?
Yes.
Like centering? Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, there it is on the screen, family. Go ahead. Thank you. Go ahead, Fatah, and tell us what kind of question is this?
Okay, so the question directly is, what is the hidden hand in Freemasonry? And the second part to that question is, what power comes from openly utilizing subconscious imagery? And so as I do my research and my readings and in our writings, I come across this in the 11th hour of what they call the Book of Gates. And I love the artwork and the stories that are told within our writings. And so when I was looking at this particular hour, and it reads, they are like this, guarding the children of the faint one. They guard them with the punishing rope, which is in the hand of him with hidden body. Ropes are fastened around him at the gate of Kintiamentiu. Speaking of a pep, the hidden hand of the hidden one, or the hand of the hidden one, causes your evil by means of the rope by which a pep is punished. And so I see how this hand here, which is spoken about from being on the body of Amun-Hat, the hidden body, and how it's holding the rope that is connected to a pep. And I always am interested in what the Masons utilized to put themselves in particular positions. So, and when you do some research on the hidden hand in Masonry, there's not too much open information on that. So I would like to know what that is, what that is to them, and the power and the purpose of creating themselves in these particular stances and poses, and what that subconscious imagery is doing to the one who's receiving that.
Okay, so that's beautiful. So all of the MEDU netter and images that I'm seeing, there's no question on any of the beautiful glyphs in MEDU netter. The question is strictly on the Freemasonry. Is that right? It's on what does the hidden hand represent, and what what effect does it have on the people? And there's no question on the MEDU netter glyphs.
No
right?
Question on the MEDU netter, just showing the original reference of what this hidden hand was used for in the controlling of a pep, of evil, of Isfet, and how it transformed into something else.
Oh, wow. Fatah's question is so advanced, he puts all of this just reference points.
It's not the question. It's all for reference points. This is wonderful, and I look forward to this. And this is a very rare image. You found this image of just a hand. This is a very, 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 very rare image. This is excellent. Wonderful. I look forward to getting to this question. And it's something it's interesting. It's something I was going to teach on the Killer Priest show, or Sonetter, and I never got around to doing it. But I'll go ahead and definitely love to get into this question right here. So thank you for that great question, and thank you for the reference, which you found in the reference as a similarity between an image of a hand, just a singular hand there. That's very rare. So thank you. Great question.
Yes, to our great Saba.
And Maharu put Tehuti pod class now is, I'm going to fill in some words. It's the great Maharu language. The Tehuti pod class is now the opportunity to speak directly to the Ba, allowing us to see through the mirror. Netter Kurt, Nefer weep tears of joy. Mut, death is our mother, is real living beings, invisible, visible. Very, very interesting. I've come to the conclusion that something in Maharu's subconscious, when I look at all of his messages over time, Amun Hekau, synchronicity of unity of us in Upesh, light answers is Medu Netter, now uncovered, Seneb sheet of Natiru. Truly humbly Hika is amazing Nefer. To feel Dua Tua touches our Eve, heart of Heka, in form of innocence, child is powerful Netter. Wow, Heka for real in Medu. Does anybody notice anything in these in his language? Anybody notice anything interesting? There's a consistency in the language. Do you notice anything, Fatah, consistent going on with these messages and over the years? With these ones in particular, because they're right in front of us.
I know he loves Heka, and these sentence structures are Maharu rooted. It's just a beautiful collection of words that I feel is coming from his Ebe.
Okay, wonderful. How about you, Eminent? Do you notice anything consistently interesting about Maharu's writings? It's so much, right? It's so rare. It's so unique.
Yeah, there's as you put it, like and the. It's like he's a spirit and learned the language and just trying to get the message across to us humans. like he's still the speaking to us.
Yes, that is what I noticed, and the consistency of his language is he does not use the word the. There's no the in any of the sentences. That's why I'd always seen that there's pieces missing. There's no the. And yeah, it's all the important words without the. In the Phoenician, in the Punic Canaanium, there's a word el, and it's the. And I've never found a reference in Medunetter of a the that makes a word more important. How English has the president, or the different from any other president. This is the president. Have you found that, Patah? Have you found a word the that's in front of a word that makes it different from when the is not there?
Like the Natiru, different from Natiru.
The only word I've seen be referenced or utilized as the would be pa. Like sometimes like pa re, like the pre. No, it's pa ra, and they'll say it's the ra. That's the only time I've seen it is with pa.
Right, and then we know that it's actually that which is.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Maharu is tapped into something where, just like the Mednetter, he doesn't speak with does. There's no the. There's something interesting I saw as I'm reading and noticed that every time I'm reading his messages, a lot of them for years, it's missing something, and the and. Is that what you said, Amun? You notice and is missing too?
Yes.
there's no the and ands. Okay, interesting. All right, just something to note. All right, we're gonna get back to the support, or as Mahuru would say, we're gonna get back to support. A lot of the native indigenous peoples don't use the word the either. I was just playing some Khabib, some UFC fighters, and some of my favorite ones. They're from Dagestan, and have you heard of that? Amunet, Dagestan. Amun, you heard of Dagestan?
Yes, from right now.
What's that?
I said yes. It's in Russia right now.
Yeah, and Fatah, you heard of Dagestan? And the way these people, these natives, a lot of the native people to certain areas speak, there's no the. There's no the in the word, so it sounds like words are missing. So interesting. Maharu's tapped into something. All right, we're gonna go to we're gonna go to donations. A lot of the Japanese talk like that too. We're gonna go to donations, not go to the donate. I don't know. All right, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go to donations. We'll start talking like DC from MMA. All right, here we go. Vortex Ninja popping up. He popped up and caught the class before it ended. It will be ending very shortly after this. No 10-hour class today. So we got Vortex Ninja popping up. Thank you, Vortex. I like to call your supports out sometimes in the week when you give support. I can't call it out because it comes in like when there's no pod class. Shout out to you. So Vortex Ninja, another consistent he's one of the only consistent people with a name who's also anonymous simultaneously. Like, I have no idea who Vortex Ninja is. I don't know if he's in the chat. I don't know if he's Andromeda. I don't know who he is. Do you know who Vortex Ninja is, Pata, in the chat or anywhere?
No, I do not.
He's anonymous with a name. So shout out to Vortex Ninja. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. You know who else had a different name and he was consistent and he had a different name in the chat? I haven't seen in a long time, and I hope nothing happened to him. You remember Nito Campbell? He used to donate every time before the class would start. But he was in the pod class as Squano Trending.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen Nito Campbell have you seen him on Sundays?
No, I have not. A couple weeks after I noticed he wasn't there, I did reach out to him, but I haven't heard anything back from him.
A couple weeks after what?
After I noticed that he was no longer coming to the classes, because he was consistent every single week from the beginning.
Yes. Shout out to Squano Trembling. You never know if people are even still alive. You don't even know if he's in the hospital, if he's moved out of country, if he's safe. But while he was around, he was definitely Mr. Consistent. He would actually donate every class before the class started. Shout out to the fallen ones, Squano, XA. I don't know where Cash Peanuts, a lot of Regals, a lot of Consistents, and they just Zep Tepi Slim, and they just disappear. But okay, we're gonna go on to the next. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja. You are great, fabulous. Here is the Good Brother custom made tees popping up. What is he looking for? It looks like a Meta class, a Meta Magic class. Let me go ahead and get Amunet to read this. They're having a party outside. Okay, shout out to Amunet's smiling. I can't even see the screen. Okay. All right, shout out to Custom Made Tees, Amunet, giggling over there about something I don't know, but keep the good smiles up and go ahead and read this for us, please.
2442 for I am Kudzani. I am fortunate for the breath of life in the house of ATTON. Uncle Justin Neb, request for MEDU class 10, please. To SABA for all that you have done and what you consistently do.
Give him some give him some hand claps, please. Okay, shout Am Kadzani, are you in the room, good brother? Shout out to Am Kadzani, Meta class 10. Let me look at the screen. Meta class 10, you have it already. That's how fast it is. For the people who are wondering what this section is, why people are sending support for Meta class, that goes back to these beautiful days right here, where I used to do classes. Minty said 62. It's actually 65 classes were done. They were done live. They were 3 hours plus of me teaching on practical magic, mental development, MEDU glyphs, self-hypnosis, out of body, mirror magic, altar setups, everything that I don't teach on the pod class, all of my secrets that I kept because I don't teach these things in the public. A lot of them were taught here. There were questions sent in, and also we were just reading line by line. And what did it take a scribe 2 months to read 3 lines or something?
Yeah, it was definitely months to get off of the first page.
Yeah. So we did it nice and slow. I broke down every letter, all type of things. For those of you who want to catch this, because they are available. They were recorded. There's no intermission of me reading donations. There's no it's 3 hours straight. Me just taking maybe a restroom break, but it's 3 hours straight of reading and teaching and practical how-tos, especially starting from class 47 on. If you all want to be a part of that or get those classes, they're downloadable. You get a special code. Email this email and just request any random number. Don't worry about any one you request. You will enjoy. If you want to start from number 1, you can do that. If you want to say I want number 28, you can get that. They're all different topics. The only ones that go in a particular order are classes 45, 47 to about 49. Those are in a particular order where you may have to have seen the last one to understand where we continued from. But other than that, you can send in there. So custom made tees, and if you order them while the pod class is going, you actually get it within seconds of me reading the donation. So custom made tees, if you're listening, check your email. You already have that. Oh, see, there he is already. I am, sir. To see how fast that is. Faster than Amazon, faster than UPS, and faster than your mother will kick you out if you blaspheme Jesus. We are the fastest ever. All right, we're gonna go on to the to the rest of the great supports that came in. And what do we have here? Who is this? Oh, Big Get Leisure just shutting it down. Wait, this is not even the first one. Where's Big Get Leisure? Is this it? Big Get Leisure. Here we go. Big Get Leisure shutting this. I need. Oh, he didn't have the transformers anymore. Shout out to Big Get Leisure.
I have transformers.
One of the last. Oh, you still the all that? You have that? You found it?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, good. Shout out to Big Get Leisure, one of the last of the monsters left. He's been there from the one of the beginnings. I don't know if he was there from the beginning. He was definitely a killer priest. I think he found out about me with the Jabari debate, so he came, I'd say mid beginnings, or he was there from the early days. Shout out to Big Get Leisure. The good thing about it, he's never disappeared. From the time he came, he's been there. He's definitely been there from the. He definitely was watching. Watching me in the Jabari debate before. There wasn't even a pod class at the Jabari debate. So shout out to Big Get Leisure. Here we go. Big Get Leisure. Let's see if Amunet can be the Big Get Leisure language. Go ahead, Amunet.
$50 for Hotep Babo Unas eating from tree. Eternal cow and matrix mush mashed into room of shrooms. Make it to legalize weed. Next, legalize shrooms. LOL. Tua SABA Tehuti.
Give him some big thank you, Eminem, thank you for being able to do that. Thank you so much. And thank you, Big Get Leisure, for your monster support. And Batar, give him some big noise, please.
To play by their rules.
You see, that's how it's done.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born.
Oh man, oh, the good old days. Did somebody say Drake was better than Rakim?
Who said that?
I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I'm trying to find that person. All right, we're gonna blasphemy. The top says blasphemy. No, how dare thou? All right. Shout out to you, Haru. Shout out for that Rakim track. A lot of nostalgia there. Shout out to Rakim. He just brings a great feel. Thank you. I don't know anybody who I've never met a person who lives in hip hop that doesn't like Rakim. Have you, Patel?
No, he's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper.
And guess who he declares as the GOAT? Who's his GOAT? Who's his GOAT MC? Who do you think? Who's his GOAT lyricist?
I don't know.
I love doing this to Conscious Brothers. I love it. I love doing this to the RBG guys. I love doing this to the 5%ers.
Who is it?
Eminem.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, he does. Yeah.
I love them. Bring the 5%ers. I want to know who your favorite 5%er MC is. Please tell me. Talking about Yakub. All right, we're gonna go. The next support. Next support here is let me scroll down. Who am I missing here? Okay. Oh, of course, it's Ephraim Kemaat. This is from much earlier. Shout out to you, Ephraim Kemaat, if you are listening, if you're in the chat. This one's for you here. This from you. And you are heavily appreciated. your transformation. When you made that transformation, when you changed where you used to lie down sideways on the bed and do that. Remember that, Patar? From the day he changed from that, where he used to lay down sideways and do that, when he changed to the next man he was, the next Nether he was, he has been consistent from that day forward. He's been a true, strong, stand-up, talkative. Atef is wonderful. He is wonderful in the pod class in the House of Attend. Thank you, Atef. 777. Thank you, Atef, for the 777. Appreciate that. And we're gonna go ahead and read the next one. You're gonna get some noise because he always gives 2. So thank you, Atef. Wherever you see the 1 support, you can guarantee the next one is right around the corner. Where is it? Right here. And here's his next one right here. We're going to give him some big noise because the 777 combined with the what's this one here? Of course, 7. Wait. Go ahead and put it here. Okay, boom, boom. Is something on the screen? Amen? Amun?
No.
Huh. One moment here. Okay, shout out to Atef. Let me try this again. Shout out to Atef. There it is. Shout out to Atef. Now let's give him some noise. Atef with the 2072 and the 777. Give him some big noise. Was that it?
Yo, let's go.
There we go.
There is no spoon.
Shout out to you, Atef, for the 2072. And he always gives 2, so he gives 2072. And what's the other one? 777. So shout out to you, Atef, for both of those because they 2849. Shout out to you for the 2849. Appreciate your great support consistently and keep up the good work. Minty put Big Daddy Kane. Not sure why she put that, but you can never go wrong with anytime you want to type in Big Daddy Kane anywhere. You're right. Whatever you're talking about. Big Daddy Kane is one of my inspirations. He's one of the reasons you have a Tehuti. He's a small percentage of why you have a Tehuti here. Shout out to Big Daddy Kane. All right. Next up is for the support. The beautiful family is continuing the support. It's not over. The beautiful family is continuing the support. Appreciate all of you. And we got the Jed, Sadem, Ma'ah, Hempt, Paut, Ku. He may not be able to come on as much as usual. He's on a what do you call it? A 2-hour shift. 2 hours. Him and Gabby are taking shifts with the new baby, and I remember those days with the new baby, and it's hard to sleep. It is hard to sleep. So shout out to you with the new baby. Oh, favorite rapper, Big Daddy Kane. Yeah. Oh man. Shout out to the Jets and them, Hemp Postku, and go ahead and read that for us, Amunet, please.
$20 for Tua Saba Tehuti Amunhotep Ra with the Hanufis, the Black Eve, and Ra.
Give him some noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excellent. Appreciate the support. Oh, Minty said, yeah, Big Daddy Kane, favorite rapper's favorite rapper. I remember they did an interview with one of the true goats, the goats of the goats of the goats, LL Cool J, and they asked him, "What do you think of these new rappers? What do you think of these new the newer rappers that are out?" You know what he said, Scribe? What do you think of these newer rappers that are out? You know what he said, Amun? He said the new generation of rappers. You know what he said? He said, "You mean like KRS-One and Snoop Dogg?" That's a god MC right there. That's a god MC. When somebody could ask you, "What do you think of the new generation rappers?" and your answer is like, "Who, KRS-One or Snoop Dogg?" You're the father. You only LL. He's like, "Yeah, KRS-One and Snoop Dogg. Those are the new guys to me. Yeah, I've been out since '84. When did Snoop come out?" That's oh my goodness. LL Cool J, the goat of the goats of the goat of the goats, still putting out albums with Eminem in 1984 to 2025. So Scribe, if you're still putting out albums and people recognize you in 2053, let me know. You're the goat of the goats. Oh my goodness. 84, dude. LL is something else. All right, on to the next one. We got the good brother who used to be known as Black Alucard. He was him and Stephen E. Both of them, or one of them, or maybe both at the same time, set off the trend. I think it was Black Alucard. He set off the trend of large donations without a question. I would look and see when the podcast first started. The popular thing, of course, was people sending in for questions or maybe giving a $10 tip or something. The good brother Ampu, who was known as Black Alucard back then, he started sending in large donations with no questions, and I don't think any words either. And he set it off, and that's a Tua to you for that, Ampu. And now Ampu is continuing the legacy, but this time he is what is he doing here? There's no question. There's Metanetter, right? Okay, yeah, Metanetter. This time he's sending in for the Metanetter. So let's give him some big noise here, and let's see which Metanetter he's sending in for. Shout out to you, Ampu Ma'at Heka. What a name, powerful name. Ampu Ma'at Heka. Give him some big noise. It looks like he wants, what is that, a magic marker? I'm not sure what that is. A wand? Medu magic. Medu? Oh. Could you read that, Frank, please? My eyes are getting tired. It looks like I don't know what I'm reading. Medu? What does it say? What is that?
Medu, I think you meant, and then the magic wand. So Medu magic 42 and 43. Thanks for the knowledge.
Wonderful. That's Ampu's way of, because I'm looking at I wonder if it's a typo. I'm looking at the D. Oh, you know what? The D and the R are across from each other. Yes, you're right, Amonette. It was Medu and no, the U is nowhere near the R. What's going on here? Hold on, it's an R. It's supposed to be Medu. So I don't know. Shout out to Ampu. Medu Netzer gets crunched in as Medu, and he wants classes 42 and 43. And TFTK means thanks for the knowledge. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Eminem, for reading that funny stuff. Funny. Thank you very much. And are you in the class? I don't know if he's in the class. Okay, if you're in the class and you're listening,
He's
great
here.
brother. Oh, he's here. Okay, good. If you're in the class listening, then like I said before, we are the fastest, and you already have 2 MetaNetter classes in your email. Oh, here, there he is. Right, he's laughing. He's laughing. I would love to see Ampu laugh in person. That would be a sight to see. Show me Ampu laughing in person. All right, shout out to Ampu laughing to a SABA. There you go. You got it. You put 3 laughing faces into a SABA. All right, there you go. You got it. 42 and 43. Just confirm that you did get them in. And wonderful. Excellent. That's how fast we are, the Tutsi Pod class. Wonderful. Let me see if it went through on my side in the files. Yep, it went through on my side in the files. Okay. All right. Next up. We got hey, of Hush Nation. That's who we didn't see today. Shout out to Hush Nation. He is on the other side of the world in a completely opposite time zone. What's like 10 o'clock to us is 11 in the morning for him, so something to that effect. So shout out to him. Hush Nation is definitely consistent, and he sent in some of the best questions ever seen in the Tutsi Pod class. So shout out to Hush Nation. Support from Hush Nation. Dua Saba, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Hush Nation, if you're listening, to you, and keep tuning in. I know you may have to rewind because you may have been asleep during the pod class hours. But to you, appreciate your great consistent support. You're definitely going on the list under a consistent supporter. Always. Keep it coming. Appreciate you. Next up is the man alongside with Ampu, who was known as Black Alucard back then, who started the he was also a part of starting the big donation. Oh, what's this for? What's this? Wait, what's this? Silly side. Okay. Shout. I see. Okay. Shout out to Basa Tudmaka Ox Effect. We're gonna give him some monster noise, and he gave a donation. And I'm gonna get Amun to read this for us. Amun, could you read this for us, please?
Yes, I can. $50 is $50.72 for Hotep. Then has today's date, 1/18/25. Dua Saba Tehuti for Silly Silo class Hanu.
All right, give him some big noise, monster noise, Transformers, all that. Give him some big noise, please.
Humans are asked not to play by their rules.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
To our Basseted.
What? What's that? What's going on, man? All right, something's wrong. Is that Optimus Prime saying to the Basseted? What is it? I'm out of this world. This world is crazy. Anything. That's Optimus Prime said to the Basseted, right? I'm done. I'm out. That's Optimus Prime? I don't know. Nobody in the podcast sounds like that. That's strange. Shout out to whoever that was that said to the Basseted. Sound like Optimus Prime. I don't know where you got that from, man. This is weird. I don't know. You can't trust nothing. That's not Optimus Prime. Shout out to Basseted and the Transformers for saying his name. That's incredible. I don't know what.
It was Basatut gave a donation. We made the noises with. I think the transformer noise was in it, and then Optimus Prime at the end said Tua to him. I'm not a part of this world, man. That was just strange. All right. I don't know what this is, man. All right. Okay, we have an anonymous supporter, and we have yeah. You can do anything in this internet world. Let me say that. Shout out to the anonymous supporter. You know who you are. Appreciate you, and keep up the good work. 3-0. Shout out to the anonymous supporter, and now we're gonna go back to what's this podcast question? What is this? Hotep. The person who asked me a quad class question on oh wait, okay. Let me save this. On honoring the Netzeru. Let me save this. Contact me sometime tomorrow for what donation what donation this was and what because one of your contact me tomorrow on what donation this was and if you want this to be how known you want this answer to be. Okay, we're gonna I'm gonna make a note here for this from Jan 18. Okay, shout out to you for that question, and let me know how known where you want that answered and how known you want the questioner to be. All right, wonderful. And we got let me go ahead and refresh the page. We have anything else, everybody, before we close out? I think we have I know we have one more that I haven't read, but I'm wondering if there's any more support before I read this one more. Let me go ahead and refresh again. Okay, yeah, that's sold. Let's go. Okay, let me delete this. All right, and shutting down the class with the largest donation of the. Oh, what? I apologize for long too. If these questions. Oh, can I even fit all this in? Let me see. Oh, because. Okay, let me see if I can squeeze. No, I can't. I can't squeeze this all in. All right, so first I'm gonna put in what I can squeeze in, and I got to copy and paste this in two parts because I'm gonna do this. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. So shout out to Big at Leisure. I'm gonna do it in two parts because then I can be able to read this all. 30 from Jan. All right, shout out to Big at Leisure for the largest support in the pod class today. And this wasn't even the only one that he gave, so I'm going to go ahead and first I can only put this section, and then I'm going to copy just the question section because there's not enough space for it all. So we're going to give him some big monster noise, and then Amunet or Amun can read after I do the next clip. So Big at Leisure with the largest support of the pod class thus far today.
$100. Give him some monster big noise, please. All kind of noise.
Humans have asked us to play by their rule.
What's that?
Do you want to know what it is? The Matrix is everywhere.
Was there even a hand clap at all? This is a bunch of chopped up. Shout out to B Get Leisure, thank you. Yeah, it's all chopped up. It's all. And Patar's back there. He's not showing himself. Patar's back there laughing. Patar's back there laughing. He's not showing himself. I know he's like this, going laughing. Shout out to B Get Leisure. Appreciate you for your great monster support. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put the question up so it can be read. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down. And now here's the question by itself. Which one of you read for me last? Was it Amun or Amunet?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay, B. Okay, we're gonna see if let's see if Amun can do this one. Let's see. Amunet went to the test with the last Big Ed Leisure. And now let's see. Amun, you ready, brother? You ready? Are you ready?
Yes.
Boom! Go for it. Read that first, please.
Apologize for long 2 questions. SABA 2. Can you interpret? I had multiple Upesh dream on September 28th, 2024 in Ethiopia. Ta Netter. I became ill, maybe fighting off parasites, inform Mapox. 2 in 1 Upesh. A white gate was opened of white place, a field that entirely white that I was supposed to fight entire place was a living a fiend. So next day, Haile Selassie lying there as a young man on bed. His daughter walked in and said,
"Let's go."
His daughter walked in and said that to take blowtorch. Lastly, I Ubin Ra and Upesh Sata to window, and a huge UAP ship appeared and told me that they here from Federation. I felt they arrived to protect us right before sighting started in Jersey. I began to raise my hand. Ka praised, then Ray awoke.
Man. Scribe, is Patar there? I don't know. We ended up in Jersey, man. Haile Selassie, Jersey. Wow. Maharu? We'll see. We'll see about this one. Is there even a question mark in there? Is there a question mark in all this? What was the question? Oh, interpret. Oh, I have to interpret all of this. Oh, nice, Maharu. Shout out to you, Maharu. We're gonna. Very interesting, good brother. Very interesting. Very interesting. A lot was UAP's Haile Selassie in Jersey. Let's go. Maharu, we'll definitely talk. We're gonna walk through this. I may have to talk to you a couple times to just get some clarity on the detail of the description. But shout out to you for the support. And Patana, you want to try to answer that? Did you see that question, Patana?
Yes, I did see it.
That's your next Sunday class. Answer that on sessions. No, answer that for the next time you're going to sign that, or do that. Answer that one for us.
Send it to my email. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Maharu is a master. He's a cod genius. I don't know. His brain is. He's not. I saw Maharu at one of the pathways, and he didn't even look like He looked like another species. He looked like he was in a human outfit. He looked like the body he was wearing was an outfit. Didn't even look like a person. He's definitely some other type of being. Shout out to you with the way your brain thinks. And I want you to stay just like that. You have a KEMET innocence from thousands of years ago. You don't seem to be there's a lot in the matrix that's not a part of you, so stay just like that. It's like you're not even from I don't know how you lived in New York. I don't know how he survived in New York. You seem too pure. But shout out to you, Maharu. We'll definitely walk through this. He's laughing. I knew the question was going to be mayhem when it started with an apology. When Maharu starts with an apology, you know it's straight other world coming after the apology. So shout out to you. All right, that is it, everybody. I think that is it. Let me scroll down. Anything I'm missing? Anything I'm missing? Let me go to the next line. Down. Who's this in black? Cool Star, who sends me questions but never any support. Emailing me questions. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Is that it? Who's this? Oh, that's for the men and the glyphs. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. That is it, everybody. Boom. That is it. I'm going to go right back to the top. And let's go ahead and close out this beautiful class. So, everybody, Tua for tuning in. There's not many people on the panel to close out. So, this section should actually be quick as well. Usually by this time, Patad's in the Upesh. But we're actually closing early, so he's still up, so we get to hear his beautiful closeout. Go ahead, Patad, give us some good words and a great closeout, please.
All right. To our great SABA Tehuti, Ankh the Jedu Seer. Much dua for all that you do. Very thankful. Tua to all that supports you and helps you to come forward as you do, great Saba. And Hinu to all the ones who support the pod class that allow this to exist. Everyone plays such an important role in this continuing. So Tua to you all who do play a part in that. Uncle Jasaneb to you all. And peace and love to all the great brothers and sisters of the House of ATTON. Hinu and Tua to all of you for being such Nefer Ba'u and representations of Ma'at. And be sure to join us this Sunday, later on this evening for many of us, as the great Minku Ara will be given a class, a part 2 from his last class that he did. So we're going to get a part 2 to that. And I love seeing Minku Ara and his growth and what he's putting together. It's just a phenomenal example of Kepara. So everyone come in and support the great brothers. And I will close with the Medu. Sekim im Arit Murder Ka'a Simu Hatu Natiru Pert Hetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Dua.
Beautiful, beautiful words and wonderful support you gave to Menku. for what he's going to do tomorrow. Tua for your great words, Tua for your ancient energy, and Henu to me and appreciation. And keep up the beautiful, great work that you're doing, and keep inspiring those who you inspire through your music. Keep up the good work and all of your good works. Wonderful words.
Tua.
Okay, we're gonna go to. Hey, you all have put on the red shirt. When the red shirt's been on all class? Have you all been wearing the red shirt all class?
Yes.
Okay, you all always somehow. I don't know. We have a spy here. Who's in here? Who's texting you all, telling you what I'm? Oh, the red shirt. Under, Patah lives a magical in his mind. He does magical things because who would even know? He has a House of Attend shirt under a shirt that nobody can see. That means only he knows he's wearing it. For whatever reason or whatever he's doing that, well, that could have been a white wife beater. It could have been his bare chest. He has a shirt underneath another shirt, House of Attend. We only knew it because he lifted it up. That is, I don't know, he's doing something, Patah. You're doing something with your subconscious. That's not accidental, right, Patah? Nobody knew you have that on.
Intentional.
Okay, wonderful. And Amun have on the and is it short sleeve? Is it no sleeve too? I have on a no sleeve. If you lift your shirt up and it says "Living for Ma'at," I'm shutting the podcast down. Raise up a little. Does it say anything on your shirt? No. Okay, that'd be too much. If it says "Living within Ma'at," this is pure magic. But shout out to you. Let me hear some beautiful words of closing from you, Amun, and then on to your beautiful echo, Amunet. Go ahead.
Hotep, Uncle Justin, Ed Marie, to you wonderful, great Atef Saba, Tudi, and Hotep Ra, to the ladies around you that hold up your Jed, sustain you, to all of your animals, shadow body, to Ani Patah, to my Hamet, Amunet, to Dejed, Gabby, Osset, Tef, Manku, to all the supporters, everybody in the chat, to all for another phenomenal class, to all for being consistent and teaching us, to Ani for the question you sent in. I'm looking forward to that class in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing a class on Mahiru's interpretation. I'm looking forward to that. To all Sabo for being phenomenal, to all for being healthy and safe, to all for all that you have done to get here and all that you continue to do. Everybody's support, a wonderful great Sabo Tudi. He does this because he loves us. And have a Nefer Pesh, have a Nefer Rezi, and have a Nefer Rest Day. I will end with this adoration to you, great Saba. E Tehuti. I'm sorry, let me restart. Tudi Uben Per Ba Saturtu Bu Neb Ma'urf. Tehuti Per M Mau Setasu M Nu Rensu Sir Lestu. Tehuti, rise coming forth as Ba'u, to walk about every place you pleaseth. Tehuti, coming forth from the water, drawing himself from new, nursing him his limbs, increasing his limbs. Hotep, Uncle Justin, Mary.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Wonderful Nefer words, as you always do, bringing what appears to be the path into the presence, and thus is all one continuation. To it to you all, to it to you, and I'll actually be seeing you soon. Actually, now I look at the time. I'll be seeing you. I'll be talking with you. I'll be seeing you too. Maybe it's on the computer. I'll be seeing you too, talking to you soon. And you keep up the good work. Keep strengthening yourself. Keep the lady beside you happy, and be strong, and just keep going. You come a long way, and your appreciation is eternal, as you say. It's you appreciating me all the way to the next occurred. So keep it up. You're doing great, good brother. I look forward to assisting you tomorrow.
12 Ray Saba, and you can 12 for assisting me as well. Hotel Marie.
Wonderful. And before we go to Amunet, you all build for just a moment. I have to shut off my screen for just a minute, a couple minutes. You all build, and I just gonna shut off my screen for about. I'll be back in about 3 minutes or so. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I knew you would. Just from what you were just speaking about, you love the duat. I was like, oh, he's gonna love this question. So yeah, it's gonna be phenomenal. So yeah, I'm always interested in seeing how particular groups of people utilize the Heka to do what they do, and to show, just how important the things that aren't pointed out, but they're there. You can see them, you can look at them. Just how important that is, and the intent that goes into everything that we do to begin to reestablish that Aku, that power that our grand ancestors taught. So yeah, I saw that, and so many things start to connect. But yeah, just seeing how our stories of the Duat, of the Neter Kurt, and just how detailed it is in the different forms of expression through the different Seshu, the different writings, is just phenomenal. There's so many attestations and sources of different parts of the Duat, and it's so powerful. And to know that, this was translated into various different forms that other people utilize, and yet, many of us are walking around scared of magic, So yeah, I'm super excited for what Saba's going to teach on that. Yeah, I knew you would love that question. So for you too.
So for asking that question, definitely an important question. And the answer is going to be very important to know why they use that specifically and the impact it has. I remember, I think it was in one of the Matrix classes, Saba showed how they use the hand in the cat Techna position, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it's going to be like that, but way more detailed, specifically about the hidden hand, the question itself. So I'm definitely looking forward to learning what it is, because knowledge is power. They definitely use that knowledge against us.
Yeah, and that's unacceptable. I do not like that. I do not like that. Yeah, it's like I put in Trinity soliloquy. How dare you try to use my power on me? And yeah, reestablishing ourselves back within just the detail of intention that goes into certain things that isn't for anything other than a subconscious act. So many people are so blinded by the Matrix and to not know, these subconscious things that makes up the most of our reality. So slowly starting to, etch into that because it's just like if you was to take a extreme large dose of psilocybin, you lose all form of connection to reality, right? And it's like the gradual stretching that has to take place within the knowledge, within the rekhit, and the heka, to be able to continue to move within an ordered fashion. You know, is a etching. It is a little bit at a time that creates it to be effective. So it's a beautiful thing, and I know the great ancestors know that, and why, you know, certain things happen in certain periods of time, you know, to certain people, and you know, being able to be ready for whatever is to come at that particular time. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, right? The septi, to be ready for an opportunity. Is so important, right? To be prepared. So yeah, each pod class is like just another chapter to this book called the Tehuti pod class, and the different chapters that are within it. And you know, being able to look at each individual page and take your time to dive into it and study it more is extremely beneficial, right? To slow walk it. Oh, welcome back, Ray Saba.
Nini beautiful words. And Minty says, Uncle Justin Ebb giving it all I got, trying to hold onto my sanity, Hotep Ma'at. Minty says, Tua Sabatuti for restoring Ma'at consciousness in a world full of Isfet, Hotep, Neb, Nefer Marie. Tua to you, Minty. And Tua for your beautiful words, Scribe. I like how you describe the pod classes. Each one is, what do you say, a chapter in the book? A page in the book? Something to that effect.
Yeah, it's both, because you can have the same chapter, because you'll teach on some things multiple times in different ways.
Yeah.
So each class is like a page that can be found in a chapter that you've already created.
Wonderful, Tua, for that elaboration and analogy and synonym. Okay, we're going to go to where we leave off on Amunet. Go ahead and give us some great, beautiful Nefer words of opening and closing.
Tua Hotep Mary, Uncle Justin Neb, Ura Tehuti, Tua for being my father, Tua for raising me up and giving me a ren, Tua for reconstructing my mind and my life with Ma'at, Tua for organizing my mind and getting rid of Ista every single day. I appreciate you for being in Amunenai's life every single day. I appreciate all of the work that you've done within yourself and all the love that you put within yourself first. And I appreciate all the beautiful ladies around you that I love very much. I appreciate all that they do for you and themselves. And I appreciate what all of you guys do together as well. And Tua very much for your life, your health, your happiness, sustenance, and all Nefer things. I appreciate your coup and all words that you provide me. I will end with an utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Chesu, and Ket, Tehuti, Pertneter, and Maset Nimet. Kut ben her out, and Tehuti, or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at, Hotep Mary Heth, Uncle Justin Neb, and Nefer Upesh.
Wonderful words, beautiful adorations, beautiful Medu, beautiful harmony. And you read the Medu Netter like it's English. You read it like it's English, so it's there's no choppiness. You very, very good, very, very good. I can tell you all are definitely incorporating MetaNetter over there and reading it a lot, because you read it flowing. You read it smoother than Maharu's question. So and that's in English. So keep up the good work. Tua for the ancient words brought to the present. You and Amun do that very well, and you do it consistently. And Tua for your thanks for the for tomorrow. The 1-on-2s would call them, but Tua for your appreciation of that. And you keep up the good work and keep the man beside you echoing positive frequency at all time. You're his everything, but you're his supplement for anything that he used to dibble and dabble in. You're his psilocybin. You're his mushroom. You're whatever it is that he experimented with. Whatever he needed to go to whatever realm, you are the manifestation of all that to him now. So keep it up and keep that man sane and strong. You're doing great.
Thank you all very much for your life-giving words.
Nini Uk. Okay, and that is it. Oh, Minty's still going. I'd love for you to come to the panel, Minty, if you were able to. Minty says, Hanu per Unk. HOA per HH. A candle. Neb Marie. 3 Kahans, the sun, and 3 Kahans. Minty's the new Nukpu in the chat now. Nefer Medu, Nefer Echo, Amun, Amunet with some stars, another candle, and stars again. Shout out to you. Okay, everybody, we're about to close 7 hours. This is like the first pod classes. 7 hours and 43 minutes. I don't think I've seen this since the Mighty Hebrew. The class was right after Mighty Hebrew days. Oh my goodness, I'm used to seeing 10 hours up there. All right, good. Peace and love to everybody. Everybody, Anki and Maat says, Tua to all those who watched, participated, supported, and Tua for the questions. Anku Ja Seneb. Thank you. Amunet says, Tua, Sister Minty. I love that when the podcast members talk back and forth in the chat. It is a good family vibe. First Netter pops up. It's a good family vibe. Keep up the good work. First Netter says, nice. All right. Everybody tune in to each pod class. Tune in to tomorrow. Menkora should be doing a translation. Tune into that. I'm very curious to see what he does with that translation. Menciotep says, I'm upset. You don't seem upset at all. You're great. If that's you upset, you're wonderful. If you're upset, your words are beautiful. Keep up the good frequency and stay strong, Mency. There's no reflection of you at all being upset in the pod class. All your words are wonderful. So keep it up, okay? You're doing great. All right, everybody. So we're gonna close out. Now where's the Tef? Tef is not here to do the affirmation. Okay, no problem. Tef, I hope you're safe out there. You did see him in the chat, right, Scribe? Yes. Okay. Good. So everybody, okay, we're gonna close out. I'm gonna go ahead and do the we'll do the affirmation, and then I'll go big screen and close it out. So we're going to put the affirmation on the screen. And you all can stay right here on the screen with me. And we're going to do the affirmation. Oh, Scribe is dematerialized. Okay, here we go. We're going to put it up on the screen. And we're going to put the banner down. Okay, everybody, we're going to say this on the count of 3. Let me turn this down a little bit. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki en ma'at, un en es, nin tet aset en ma'at, min habapet en ma'at, her en hu kiui, her e kut. I live from ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I'll leave it up there for a few moments. Take it off, put the banner running on the bottom. Okay, everybody, scribe, get a good rest. What is it, 2:30 over there? 1:30 in the morning?
1:30.
1:30. Do you still work? Do you still do that late night, that crazy shift? Or was it early morning? What was it? Weird hours? Late night?
Yeah, it is. It's from 3 a.m. It's usually when it starts. So.
Is that tonight? I hope not. That's tonight, isn't it?
No.
Okay. All right. You get a good night's rest. Peace and love to you. Peace and love, Amun and Amunet. I'm gonna go big screen and give us a closeout. Peace and love, everyone. Wonderful.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Wonderful. What voice is that? I don't know. Scribe is. Man, I hope Scribe doesn't turn into Zuckerberg. I hope Scribe doesn't come in looking like Data from Star Trek one day. He's goes totally AI on us. All right, shout Lawnmower Man. Shout out to all the beautiful supporters. Shout out to everybody that participated in this beautiful event, this beautiful question and answer session of the Tehuti Pod class. We are, of course, the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru. This is Shadow Body, who represents the KHAIBIT, the double body of the other dimensional realm, outside of your physical body. I am Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and Tua, for all the great people that participated, all the great people that have participated in this wonderful experience here. For those of you who want to know what this is or where you've landed, if you're just landing here at the end, we are the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru, the last to actually stand and represent the ancestors, the Neter specifically, the last to represent and do a debate and a conversation on the topic defending the Neter, and the only ones in history to have that conversation and actually win that debate in the name of the Netiru. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those of you who tuned in just now, rewind this beautiful class, and when you rewind this class, you'll see some of the topics that were discussed. And these are just summarizations of the topics. Did the ancient people of Kemet use psychedelics? Did the ancient Egyptians use mushrooms? What is the food of the gods? And of course, so many beautiful jewels that were taught within that, understanding the TCHA, understanding the concept of you are what you eat, coming from the Purim Haru, understanding the phantom body and the Ku body being the nutrients, and our ancient ancestors directly, literally stating that we feed off of the doubles of physical matter in the out-of-body realm. So many beautiful things were clarified today, and of course I am here. My Netter axe is way down here, but I am here. Let me go ahead and grab it. Grab my Netter axe if I can reach it. Yeah, I got it. Representing with a Netter axe to definitely chop the heads off. This is from my good brother Nukpu. Definitely chop the heads off of Isfet, and those who misrepresent the Netter will always receive the Netter axe, which is actually the word Netter itself. We're here to defend the Netter to the death. We're here to promote discipline, organize structure, some of that's been removed from those who study Nile Valley culture, Ma'at specifically, the discipline structure aspect, the going by the words of the ancestors, the knowing what is being said in the language, the translations, and actually applying it to our inner families around us, and being that echoing light ku that people see and always ask, what is that life that you're living? Why do you look like that? You seem to look different. You vibrate different from the people that are around. Changing lives, having testimonies, moving away from the isfet energy, moving away from the complainers, moving away from the inconsistent, and just sticking with the consistent that brings testimonies of the echo of that consistency. And when you have cool energy positively, consistently generating, that energy will have testimonies of people whose lives that you have changed. Everything else is just isfet, everything else is just complaining, and everything else is individualism, of which we don't represent individualism. Anybody can be an individual and live in their own world in their head, but not until you're surrounded by people and beings of like minds to hold accountability for the actions of your doing. Do you know the ability that you have to lever of whether you're right or wrong? Individualism is the enemy. All the tribes from the Zulu to the Khoisan to the Dogons to the Aztecs to the Navajo to the Mayans to the people of Kemet lived in group thought, group thinking. This is how we were before the conquistador and before Christianity came and made us into individual, egotistical people that can't take instructions and have no discipline. Peace and love, everybody. Tua again for supporting the Tutsi Pod class. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. And also, if you want the classes that I do that are not taught here, send an email into this email and you'll receive the classes that I do not allow to be taught in the public YouTube. These are actual practitioner classes on how to evolve the mind, out-of-body experience, mirror type, magic, self-hypnosis, Purim Haru, double body echoing practices, altar work, altar setup, ancestral contact, contacting the deceased, all of that. Email this and find out how to get those classes, because they will not be taught here on YouTube or in the public for the sneak learners to watch for free. That will definitely not happen under my ma'ah or under my watch. Peace and love, everybody. Keep up this beautiful frequency until it is all over, which hopefully should be never, but each thing has a cycle. And in the future, when the archaeologists come and find the House of Atten and do research and study on us, they will see